the best. One warrior up against the world. Good start. Oh my god, what a start for finale. The fight is gonna happen right here, right now. Will they stop this? Will they end this and try to push through? The push is 3.4. Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
Every single great Marvel story ends with heroes assembling. And tonight, Atlanta, viewers around the world, that story is ours. Welcome to the grand finale of this entire Rivals Ignite series. And I'm genuinely so excited to find out today, y'all, who is the best team in this game as we find the conclusion of the story. Listen, from the first ult of the group stage to the final stand of the overtime last night, every second has led to this moment. And hey, a lot of teams, right? They've vanished. But VP, Navi, FlyQuest have survived the snap. We're the end game now, and it all starts right now. We have two undefeated teams first in the winner upper bracket finals. First challengers up, please welcome from EMEA, VP. Ladies and gentlemen, coming representing from Virtus Pro, we have Saipe, Dridro, Finzi, Nevix, Phi, and Sparker. What's going on, Sparker? First words, how are we feeling this morning?
Well, feeling pretty good.
That's a good way to start out the morning. I have to ask, FlyQuest, they're feeling pretty dominant. They feel like they can win, get right to the grand finals. What do you have to say to your opponent to start things up?
Well, I mean, they're definitely a good opponent, but we came here to win.
Love to hear it, love to hear it. Finally, want to ask you, what makes VP, Virtus Pro, the best team in the world?
Our players are all the best in the world, and our teamwork also is on the same level.
The best players in the world. You're hearing it right here from one of the best duelists in the world, in Sparker. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Virtus Pro. But standing in their path, looking to soar right to the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts. Prepare from North America. It's FlyQuest! Your Atlanta, Georgia home crowd favorites, representing FlyQuest, Cooper-tastic, Zealous, Energy, Vision, Spark Chief, and I'm joined by him, Magneto himself, Vest. What's up, man? How are we feeling today?
Doing good.
Good. Hey, listen, again, they're feeling confident. They're the best players in the world. They just told me what makes you the best team in this entire series.
I mean, they're a great team, but we're better. Like, that's just how it is.
Did you hear that from the crowd? Love the niceness, but also the confidence here. Listen, what is it going to take for FlyQuest to soar right to the grand finals and win this whole thing?
We all got to be on our A game. Like, these are the best opponents we're going to get. So we're going to be doing our best.
You heard it here from Best himself and the North American team of FlyQuest, undefeated so far, fellas. Good luck, best of luck. Atlanta, make some noise for FlyQuest. Virtus Pro. Let's get this thing started, my friends, as we find ourselves getting the matchup ready. Take your seats, gear up. Two undefeated teams, one of them right now going to take an L, move on down, and have to win another to claim their way in the grand finals. Listen to Death, they've got a lot to break down. Let's hear it right now. Tesher, what do we got for this insane upper finals?
We have an incredible series coming up, as Cozy's already mentioned. We're back once again for EMEA versus America to decide who will be going on to that grand finals and who'll be going down to face off against Navi. I am once again Tetra, bringing you here on the desk, and I am joined by a dual representative to keep it a little bit even here. Starting off, I am joined by Dustin Dogman.
Thank you, Tetra. It's good to be here, obviously. I mean, we want to get things moving as fast as possible for our audience. So we're getting started off with a banger today, like you mentioned, Tetra, America versus EMEA.
And of course, I am joined by the magnificent Ryan Central.
It's like the final day of Marvel Rivals Ignite brings me back through not only the start of this major tournament that we've had in this game, but the launch of the game that was last December, right? It's a great way to recap what we've seen in the lifespan of this game so far. What a great series to start off. What's going to be an amazing day.
And an amazing day is exactly what we are going to see. We're going to get our first team into the grand finals, and of course, we will set up that lower bracket match, which could be a rematch if we aren't careful here. While Virtus.pro were in the Group A, Na'Vi and FlyQuest were both in Group B, and FlyQuest did come out ahead in that first time.
They did, yeah. FlyQuest was one of the top teams in this tournament so far. Just statistically, right, haven't lost anything really at all. So this squad right now is looking pretty formidable, and I don't think there's really anybody that can compete except VP and Na'Vi, which it's convenient because those are our top three teams. And like you said, VP does have to be careful, but also they exude so much confidence through their dominance over EMEA, right?
Yeah, it's one of those ones that we have both of the teams at top their respective groups, not dropping a series, meeting at this point. It's not quite an immovable object, unstoppable force. It's two unstoppable forces hitting at the apex at the perfect time. And one of these is going to the grand finals, the other is going to the losers bracket final, play a bit more of a gauntlet. But regardless, we have the top three teams. I think clearly with the teams that we still have left in this tournament of not only VP and FlyQuest, but Na'Vi waiting in the wings too.
And let's have a look at the bracket to really break that down, to talk about the setups for these teams. You talk about who's going down to the lower bracket, who's going down to the uppers. Yesterday, we said goodbye to 3 teams as we had multiple lower bracket games. We said goodbye to the 4th place team from Stage 1 mid-season finals, Citadel Gaming. We said goodbye to the People's Champions, Chopper Mag. And then we lost our 3rd place team from the mid-season finals. We lost 100 Thieves, meaning Na'Vi continue to replicate their success at mid-season and set up a lower bracket run.
Yeah, I think that this squad in general has been really, the top 3 teams I think really have cemented themselves at the top, right? We saw 100 Thieves looked formidable and looked like a really good team, unfortunately going down yesterday for their squad. But this has been such a fun tournament because of, like you mentioned, the People's Champions going down. It's an incredible story with Bobo and that team. But, you know, really the story at the end of the day is both EMEA and America, both top 4, right? 100 Thieves also ending up in that top 4 discussion. Same thing with FlyQuest, and on the opposite side, VP and Na'Vi. So it really has been even across the boards for both regions, and today we're finally going to figure things out.
And having a look at that prize pool to talk about what these teams are fighting for. With 2 of them, it's their first international event, and they're already competing for their share of $1 million US, with 320,000 going to first place. And there is a chance that once again, 2 teams that didn't even make it to mid-season finals, FlyQuest and Virtus.pro, one of them could be going home with that line share.
Yeah, and the main brunt of it. And you also have to say credit to Na'Vi, playing a best of 3 yesterday and 2 best of 5s. Seeing Fate as they had just got off of that win against the 100 Thieves, he was like, it's the same script, it's the same script, it's the same script as mid-season finals, where that team went through the losers bracket to actually go and win in the grand finals with rematches. So whilst we have a great best of 5 to start us off, which really is going to be who is the favorite for this tournament, you still have like 100k earned from the top 3 teams at this team at least.
And Dogman, we're going to be jumping into the draft very shortly so we can get rolling, because we did have a little bit of a delay. We do apologize for that, but let's break it down for these early predictions. I expect you might be a little biased, but for this upper bracket match, FlyQuest or Virtus.pro?
I mean, it's going to be a hard game. Honestly, I probably have FlyQuest for this matchup, but that's only because I got to be honest. Like, I think that Na'Vi are going to win this whole tournament. Like, even though they lost to VP earlier on, it was a close game between them and VP. It always is. Like, Na'Vi and VP is always an insane banger, but it really does feel like it's anyone's game. It's on the day, right? FlyQuest is a team that we know needs to play up to their potential at match day, in which they're doing so this tournament, but haven't historically. So let's see if they can actually do that.
I'd love to like up the ante and make it EMEA versus America, because both teams are good. I think the major thing is like Virtus.pro have been so dominant in EMEA across the year, they're not going to miss up this chance. But the first map being domination, neither team have lost on it so far this event. This first map could define how the rest of this series, maybe this even event, whole year could go on who wins this this first map.
And speaking of whole year, all the year how we've been building up to this, and we prepared something a little bit special for you. We have the DreamHack Partner Bundle available for you all in the shop now, and it is discounted for this short period of time. So make sure to check that out. Grab it before November 27th. Once they're gone, they are gone. But you've got Zombie Wonder Maximov, you've got Big Time Iron Man. These are some incredible skins, so make sure that you get in while it is available. What's your favorite skin?
It's got to be Big Time Iron Man. I mean, beautiful skin.
The big shot himself. I think it's just, it seems to be, he reminds me of somebody, but I'm sure he might show up like later on in this series in particular of America Man.
Can't
like,
imagine what you mean.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's just the aesthetic perfect kind of skin for an event like this. The first major event that we've had in the Western Atlanta in North America. It's got to be the Iron Man one.
Yeah.
Have you met America Man? I don't think we've seen you in the same place yet.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I have not seen, who is this guy? I don't know, never heard of him.
That is crazy. Well, hopefully we'll get to introduce you at some point. But for now, we're going to be getting ready to head into our draft, which means, I believe, we're going to be sending it over to our casters. And we have an incredible one to start you off with today. Let's send you over to Vicky Kitty and Got Moxie.
Thank you so much, Tetcher. It is time for the finals day here for the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals. Moxie, I'm so excited to open up this series with you because we have a banger. First time we get to see FlyQuest versus Virtus Pro.
Top seeds from EMEA, and we get the top seed coming on through from the second group in our qualifiers in those group stages with FlyQuest. And we're going to be heading directly into a potential 5-mapper to kickstart off this day. We go into Burning T'Challa. It's going to be our first domination round coming on through, and that means that we're likely going to be seeing the Mantis instant ban immediately off of the rip.
And what's interesting looking at these two teams and their performance on domination is that neither of these teams have dropped a dom map. Can you believe that? But you don't expect anything less when it comes to these two titans of a team. As we get started with the pick and ban phase already, no Mantis, no Jeff on the stage.
Yeah, but we get something that we don't normally get to see, and it's not an immediate instant ban on the Mantis from the side of Virtus Pro. It's going to be the instant ban on the Jeff instead. So FlyQuest going to get themselves a one-sided Mantis to kickstart off this match, which means that Virtus Pro, they've got to go with the ban on the Loki.
Already forcibly having to do that, you also wonder, are we going to see a ban maybe on the Groot? Would that protect over onto the Mantis? But it is the Adam Warlock protect. Sure, they don't have a Loki, so there's no double res, but there's still that Adam Warlock that you have to imagine. FlyQuest, something that even VP know about, but they ban out the Luna Snow. It's a target ban on all the strategists.
Every single strategist right now is being absolutely swept. And that means that FlyQuest are going to have to potentially play Mantis, Adam, and Ultron.
Having the protect now on the Psylocke though too. Now you already see what the cards are on the table. FlyQuest knowing that they have that Adam Warlock, as we've seen before, from Vision, who also has an amazing Jeff. And with no Jeff here for them to rock, that's why they protect the Adam Warlock instead. But with the Captain America, with the Psylocke together, you already know the dive composition that VP like to rock out with when it comes to domination. As we get started with our finals day, our teams, they were excited, they were talking to us in the green room, and they are locked and loaded, Moxie.
FlyQuest going to be able to get their hands onto Energy's Hela, however, and that means that both the Hela and the Namor team up are going to be coming on through. And remember, they've got Cooper on the Mantis too, which means that we have 12% damage boosted Hela and Namor going off in every single fight in terms of that neutral play. Virtus Pro going to be running the Adam Warlock themselves, but they are going to have their hands on the Invisible Woman, and it looks like we're going to be seeing a very aggressive start to this matchup. A Sparker on the Psylocke, Fire on the Daredevil. They're cooking up an aggressive dive push.
You can see the crowd. They're showing their support. FlyQuest in home territory as these two titans of a team clash for the very first time. They've worked hard for this as Marvel Rivals Ignite has been in its infancy. All this to get exactly to where they are. As we get started, it's interesting. The Hella, the No More. Spark Chief is going to be able to hang out on that group together with Cooper on the Mantis.
Virtus Pro are going to be rotating, giving up the high ground so they can make a faster position over to that point. Means that FlyQuest lose the opportunity to set themselves up some of these buffer angles, but they do still have the long-range distance where both the Hella and Namor. Virtus Pro have to pay respect to it, and they've got to wrap around these longer rotations to keep themselves out of line of sight and close up the distance. Finzi picks up first blood, and FlyQuest lose a player.
And off that Tidal Dirge too, and having that anti-heal, and with the trade-off with Cooper going down, that means you have no BRB. You follow up together with Zelos trying to boost into that Eternal Bond, and together with VP looking around, it is Vex who has control over the point first alongside the Vanguard lineup of FlyQuest. Before you try to dive in, Zelos gets isolated. The BRB brings him right back, and with energy finding Finzi, the number advantage takes the 5, goes in favor for VP.
Brilliant reposition from Sparker, being hit by that Soul Drainer, gets to dash back to his team and out of the follow-up damage coming on through from Energy's end. So he's still up and alive until now. He gets picked, but it's a little bit too far away from the point itself, which means that Virtus Pro still have this objective control. And FlyQuest, we're going to be seeing a couple of swaps coming on through potentially here, as this Hella and Namor is so strong at the beginning of these rounds when you have those angles, but when you have to play into the retake, Virtus Pro can just apply pressure and disengage.
With Sparker having the Dance of Butterflies, and you have Saipe close to that invisible boundary. VP just looks so good already with this first initial fight, Moxie. Talk about the ult economy, and Nevix coming out on the Angela. You talk about that disruption here too, and that's something to note with Vision having that whale, and he wants to put everybody in the grotto as a Dance of Butterflies with Sparker jumping up from the high ground. Finzi to get the follow-up to stop Energy. A lot of pressure going up to Sparker as he cannot get away. It is Vez getting Sparker here. Diving down is going to be Nevix, and he wants to try to get the follow-up, but Vision tries to stop VP on their exit.
Venn diagram of Heaven's Retribution covered by Horn of Proteus for FlyQuest to punish Virtus Pro's use of the Angela ultimate, but the Karmic Revival is on the field, and so too are Virtus Pro's players. Invisible boundary onto the objective as well off of that res position means the FlyQuest are all stalled up. It falls to Cooper with the Eternal Bond to come on through and save the team.
Look at Vez here, and Spark Chief is going to be able to have that freedom charge. It's to help the survivability after that Eternal Bond goes out eventually, with Energy being on the Hella to get the 3K. They wipe out VP, and they finally flip this point because currently VP are already at 94%.
Virtus Pro could play fast here for the retake with that Galactic Legend. However, that's what FlyQuest are going to want. Vez with the Meteor M will be able to absorb it entirely, allowing Spark Chief to hold on to this freedom charge for when they need to use it to stall out some of these more aggressive plays. At the moment, you have to keep your eye on Energy. This Hella set up on that angle. Virtus Pro want to punish, get on top of her as quickly as possible before she can catch someone in a rotation. The freedom charge comes on through. It's actually not going to be the Galactic Legend, and that means that Vez has to hold the Meteor M too.
And it forces them to back away, trying to rally up the troop, trying to rally up the Avengers, but instead now they're met with a Galactic Legend from Phi. He tries to wrap up right behind FlyQuest, but Energy, he has not been stopped. The Young Gun Legend has now found 2, and Sparker, he gets the trade-off, he finds Vez, but without Nevix here, they're gonna have to back away at the same time. He will have the Dance of Butterflies going to the next fight. As he gets the replenish, he gets Energy, but still, VP need to regroup together because FlyQuest win another team fight.
Virtus Pro were able to get the exit trade, however, onto Energy. The Rocket BRB does not get to bring the Hella back, which means that Energy is not in a good position currently on the angle to punish Virtus Pro. In fact, he's entirely split for the team, something that Nevix tries to take full advantage of with the Angela looking to dive onto the Duelist, but Vez has the peel angle, and we go into a Heaven's Retribution just to hit the back line. Tidal Dirge covers it, and it means that Virtus Pro have to rely on range, something that Drino's got in spades. Goddess of Death comes on through on the side of Energy. Virtus Pro trying to sustain through with the invisible boundary, and they're starting to wear down FlyQuest numbers.
And they do it successfully too, right? Saipe with the timing on that invisible boundary helps them out, prevents the Goddess of Death from getting the space that it wants. It also forces out Energy to make the swap, as the swap over from the point allows VP to take control, as Nevix gets a Shishka Bomb onto Zelos.
No Loki though, it was banned out, which means no Regentlemen or Doppelgangers to absorb the damages from the Dance of the Butterflies. It's all about the heals per second off of that Eternal Bond. Virtus Pro disengage, but they lose Saipe. Drino brings them back just at the tail end of the Karmic Revival, and Virtus Pro still have full numbers on the point.
Vez taking a quick trip down below and under as Finzi now comes in with a freedom charge. Everything utilized, and it is tied up with 99% compared. That's of 96. But FlyQuest are looking to flip the point with the Galactic Legend coming out. The Agamotto, it's fine Nevix. They need some follow-up though. They need a sustainability. Look at energy. He's about to get the Kraken impact. But Fi, after finding two, will they even have the time and opportunity as Saipe will hold on to this invisible boundary for the next round 2?
Doctor Strange portal's already done. It's just about cleaning off Vez on the Venom, and Virtus Pro will be able to walk away with the overtime push on Warrior Falls. There was some really smart micro stuff going on there from FlyQuest, right? When they come on through with that Eye of Agamotto, the Strange utilizing that shield from Vision to be able to try and block some of the LOS of those heals. However, Virtus Pro, they've got Soulbind, and that is a cooldown on the Adam that, unlike his traditional heal, does not rely on LOS. You can do it behind shields, you can do it behind cover, and that's exactly what allows the Angela to be able to still stay standing.
Being able to get that environmental KO too, right? At the very start of that overtime fight was huge. As we see the swamp off now, as we move on to the second round, it's that awareness. When you start things off on domination, if you could capitalize, force out a stagger, especially when it comes to some of these first fights, it's huge to get this flip.
Virtus Pro, a lot of the time when they know that they're going up against the Hela Nemo composition, will use a Doctor Strange portal to get themselves into position on the objective first before the Hela and Nemo have that angle so they can apply the pressure with the dive. But it looks like we're still going to be seeing Nevix on the Venom and Finzi on the Captain America. The double Vanguards creating so much space for both the Starlord and the Psylocke to follow up, but also creating that buffer for the Adam to stay safe all the way out of these fights.
The legendary strategist Saipe here does have that invisible boundary, and I like the positioning that we're currently seeing of the strategist backline as Sparker comes up from the ground and is able to follow up with Finzi. They find 3 onto FlyQuest and a dominating takeover from VP to take this point first.
New round as well means that Dredro has had that extension of a cooldown for that regenerative cocoon, which means for FlyQuest, who do you really look at on this composition to be able to get on top of that Adam and force the elimination early? What's it going to be? Energy's going to be over onto that Winter Soldier, having the things like Bionic Hook to be able to put a stop to Sparker's momentum on the Psylocke, but that's still not going to give you an in to be able to try and find this pick onto Dredro first.
They need to make these swaps here. I do like it. As Energy still now going to be able to try to make some moves happen off the buggies, landing those shots when we saw them off the Hela, but you have to pinpoint where Dredro's location is. We're taking the battle, though, over to the side room. They try to get the hook at the same time, prevent this Captain America from running away. But again, all eyes on Dredro and Saipe with that sustainability. It is Zelos who starts the fight with the Sia, as Vez now moves up. He's got the Meteor M. He's going to look for Saipe at the same time. If he could try to pinpoint this, or maybe prioritize Dredro instead, as the stun comes out. Saipe falling incredibly low, as Energy is going to be able to find this follow-up.
Here comes Dredro. Does Energy have the follow-up? We've got the Kraken impact, but he's just not going for it at the moment. Freedom charge comes on through from Finzi, so Virtus Pro stabilized off of the revive. Get to just keep wearing away at FlyQuest players, and it was a bait. Sparker gets all of the setup and all of the partners you could ask for. FlyQuest fall just beneath the Psylocke's blade with Dance of the Butterflies.
And Vision couldn't pop that passive too, right? Yes, he was so close to getting that Karmic Revival, but again, as you've noticed with VP, they know exactly where that Adam Warlock is, something that FlyQuest need to keep doing when it comes to Dredro, who's been getting so much out of that Karmic Revival from the first round.
Well, FlyQuest have to get a lot in terms of momentum out of this Soul Resurgence coming on through from Cooper. They have something to walk forward onto the point as we head into an objective fight. And Virtus Pro, they're just going to continue applying that pressure, try and force out some of these ultimates before we see the brawl point on the fight.
They're nearing 97% though. It's all or nothing as FlyQuest. They have everything in the bank with these ultimates, but it can't be so expensive to cycle through them as the Wombo combo comes out. He gets the reset, a nice snap put onto Nevix. Dates to that sedation as he gets the follow-up together with Cooper. They find Sparker and VP forced to retreat here. They don't want to stagger at the same time. They'll give this space over to FlyQuest because they'll just wait out on the Kraken impact.
Yeah, Dredro does not have the Karmic Revival, but like you said, Virtus Pro, they have so much time, so much point percent percentage that allows them this luxury of being able to wait. In comparison, FlyQuest do not have any of it. If they lose this fight, someone's immediately got to swap over to the Strange and portal these players back, otherwise overtime ends immediately. Out comes the Galactic Legend. FlyQuest going to actually be trying to just disengage it until now. The Meteor M absorbs as much as it possibly can, allows FlyQuest to better reposition into the open space against this dive. Soul Resurgences there. Beast of the Abyss comes through first from Nevix. It's not overlapped by Sparker's damage though, so the eliminations from Virtus.pro only now attempt to come through.
And with the Dance of the Butterflies, with some help with Saipe in the invisible boundary, trying to force out those ultimates, you only have Vision, who needs to stay alive. Play into this win con to help enable energy as he gets taken down here, looking onto the other side. He's got that BRB as Drito drops down below in the middle console. Born again as they hear. Fi comes right back around, and now the number advantage, a huge stun onto Nevix and Sparker as Finzi pops off.
Sparker pops off too, finds the elimination that Virtus.pro needed. Vision is down, and we get to see the after image as the Atom tries to find a safe location to find the res for the Comic Revival cast. Strangling Prison and Kraken Impact sound off again and again and again, and Energy might have done enough to bring his team back. Virtus.pro though still have the eliminations, stopped Vision from being able to commit the Comic Revival the entire fight, and Virtus.pro sweep burn into T'Challa.
A dominating start for Virtus.pro, from the positioning of the Adam Warlock from Drijo, from enabling Sparker, together with the follow-ups from Finzi. That's what we keep seeing from the best team in EMEA thus far as they put on a performance against FlyQuest for this first map.
Potentially the best Psylocke in the world. I think it is fair to say it's not just the mechanicals. Dustin was saying about it yesterday. It's about knowing when to get in, when to get out, but also who to go in on. And for Virtus.pro, the name of the game was to deny Vision's ultimate. They're able to find the elimination onto him from Sparker early in that fight, and they have the mobility with the Venom and the Psylocke and the Star-Lord to be able to catch wherever he tries to revive himself, so that he doesn't get to then revive the rest of this team. Because honestly, with that Kraken Impact coming on through from Energy, that fight was winnable for FlyQuest if only they'd had the numbers.
And the little macros too. Yes, FlyQuest get to keep the Mantis, but guess what? That sedation doesn't matter when it's baited out, whether it be from a Captain America who's holding up a shield, Nevix who's diving down on that Venom, together to actually enable Fi, who popped off, by the way. He got a quad earlier with 12 final hits, or even Sparker being on the Psylocke. You want to make sure that both of your duelists who are looking to dive into that backline actually gets progress here. Even from the very beginning when FlyQuest was able to turn that point, BP were able to reset and then reposition to then go in for a great re-engage when they came back in numbers.
I mean, I think talking about numbers, right, the most important, it's got to be the strategist casualties.
Yeah.
As we can have a look at Jitter on the Atom, one of the most high priority targets you could possibly have in Marvel Rivals, and he goes down a sum total of twice. Which means that when the Comic Revival casts come through, that regenerative cocoon is still around, and it means that Virtus.pro just are able to keep reviving themselves again and again and again. And I talked about it, right, with FlyQuest composition. The problem for them was they had the Mantis, but they didn't really have a dive duelist who got to take advantage of that damage boost to be able to actually find the eliminations onto Virtus.pro's back line.
Right, it was all focused on energy, right? Being on that Bucky, and it was the wombo combo they wanted to go in together with the Strangling Prison and the Kraken Impact, except guess what? Your backline is vulnerable once that sedation is already forced out. Sure, you can have the rocket with the BRB, but then if your rocket gets targeted, guess what? You don't have a BRB. As we take a look at the stats.
Yeah, these stats, I mean, Sparker doing as much damage as we expected coming on through here with 4 final hits as well. But so too did Finzi and Nevix do such an amazing job of being able to sustain themselves and stay alive, because that was the entire thing about Virtus.pro's composition, right? Those Vanguards are creating space. That space is then allowing the duelists to be able to do more, but it's also allowing the backline to have as much distance between themselves and FlyQuest composition as possible, when in comparison, when we looked at FlyQuest and they were having to go for these rotations, their backline was always in danger despite having the Winter Soldier.
And I think a big part of that too is the Vanguard lineup, right? You have look at Dan out in the crowd. Where is Crazy Raccoon, one of our competitors here in the early days of our Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals? And looking at the performance from all of our teams on the group stage, this is what these two teams have been fighting for, Moxie. But going back to our point, Vanguard lineup I think was so important there too, because you have two Vanguards coming out from VP who are not only harassing your strategist backline, but when you have two of these Vanguards from FlyQuest's side, they are playing a lot more cohesive together and trying to build up that space, but then they don't have the foundation to keep them up because the diving Vanguards are harassing them.
Yeah, and it wasn't just 1 point dive, right? It was multiple angles coming on through from the Cap, the Venom, the Psylocke, the Star-Lord, which means that the Winter Soldier, while having a lot of AoE and that Bionic Hook being able to pick up multiple players, not if they're all coming from the different directions. So they got so much value, actually kind of baiting, it felt like, FlyQuest, wanting the Winter Soldier, wanting the Mantis to be able to make it all the way through, because then it forced them to have to go to a triple strategist line, which meant that it was purely one duelist for them to have to contest when they were forced off of that Hela and Namor. As we head into round 2, it is going to be Heart of Heaven. Does the ban draft change at all? No. It's still going to be Mantis removed on the side of FlyQuest first. Virtus Pro, however, prioritizing that Jeff, as we've seen on Heart of Heaven, there's a lot of verticality. There's also a lot of drop-off locations, shall we say, and you don't really want to be flying Air Jeff.
You're trying to tell me, Moxie, that pesky Jeff that could be so difficult to hit in the mist sometimes may find themselves in a assassination position? I mean, that's what you don't want to deal with, right? We also know the rollouts on this map, which, by the way, I'm very happy to see more inclusion of Heart of Heaven that a lot of our teams are taking. I believe FlyQuest specifically have one on Heart of Heaven like twice thus far, as we see the Mantis Protect to come out next.
Yeah, it worked for them in the past, and it is going to once again force out that low-key ban on the side of Virtus Pro. Something to note as well is that when we've seen FlyQuest play Heart of Heaven in the past, they have put energy over to that Phoenix, so we're likely going to be seeing Vez moving onto that Magneto, as is such a staple for this team. FlyQuest now going to be removing the Rocket Raccoon, as Virtus Pro yet again continues sweeping these strategist lines to force FlyQuest into a really uncomfortable composition. Yes, they get the Mantis and the Atom, however, they're going to be denied the stability of something like a main strategist, with both the Luna and the Invis being swept off of the field.
It's another look of a full strategist ban lineup, it looks like, as the Protect onto the Psylocke comes out next, working with what was available for VP in that first map. I really like this look already, and again, it's not really worrisome when you don't have to deal with that Jeff, especially on this map, or a double res composition when the Loki's off the table.
Yeah, we are going to get the Atom save, but Virtus Pro's Psylocke for Sparker is going to be hampered somewhat by that last ban coming through onto the Lunar Snow. It means that you're not going to be able to have the Idol Aura to apply onto the Psylocke and send it out of line of sight entirely. However, something to note as well is that Virtus Pro, with this target ban on the strategists, have also gone after the Invis woman, so no more 2-2-2 strategist lineups, but that's also going to have an impact now onto Energy's performance on the Phoenix, as whenever we've seen him on that Phoenix, it's always with a Guardian Shield in front of him. Whenever he wants to play aggressively forward on that Terracotta Shrine rooftop, there's a Guardian Shield there. Is he going to be able to get away with those same aggressive angle positions to punish Virtus Pro's rotations? We'll have to see, as we can get a look at the compositions that these players are going to be running out with. And it's not so much running as flying for Nevix, because he's over onto the Angela.
I was going to fall for that bait from Drijo, by the way. You guys couldn't see it on stream. But you know what? And I like how you pinpoint to Nevix together with Finzi and the Terracotta rooftop playing right off that shrine. Once you get that rollout going, so many different angles you could take on this beautiful map here on Heart of Heaven. We roll out for our second map after VP take that first one, already coming off the rip. Drijo trying to take a nice little angle here, trying to get some more of these headshots, putting that damage output here together, but that will also boost into Cooper and the strategist's ultimate economy of FlyQuest.
You can tell as well that Zealous doesn't quite know when that dive is going to hit, as he keeps swapping between the cloak and the dagger form in case he needs to come on through with a Terra Cape onto a diving Vanguard. as Virtus.pro have already been able to gain a little bit of a foothold onto that objective, just off of being able to pressure out the Phoenix. But Spark Chief does answer back with a peel onto Sparker, who somehow, someway was already almost 80% to his first ultimate. And I say somehow, someway, it's because there's a Groot in play from FlyQuest's team, which means that the Psylocke rotations is going to pivot entirely from trying to find those dive openings to just farming off of the Vanguard, building up ultimate, and dropping into FlyQuest's back line.
And getting it so fast, right, with that damage output. Take a look as he jumps up into the ground, coming in from the heavens to get the dance of the butterfly, as well as a follow-up from Finzi here. But Energy, he shuts down Fi as VP. They have that number of events with the Saipei also having the invisible boundary. You talk about having that sustainability. All eyes on Vision to boost into this Karmic Revival as Spark Chief brings everybody together with that Groot hug. Finzi to get the next one as he finds Vision next. He has to back away because he already used up that passive. He doesn't have that Karmic Revival.
Yeah, doesn't have the regen. Cocoon doesn't manage to come on through with that Karmic Revival cast and FlyQuest. It's got to be a Strange Portal instead. They've got a Wombo combo. They do have Ensong and Meteor M, but Virtus.pro are just going to be able to sustain it with the numbers granted by the Karmic Revival cast on Drito. Sedation falls onto the Adam. FlyQuest trying to find the pick. Heaven's Retribution gets dodged by Energy with that Ensong Inferno, and here's Vez looking for the slam down into the backline, but we get to hear a Karmic Revival cast, and that means that Fi is brought all the way back into the fight.
Safely behind the fog here too. Drito brings them back, and the Lawyer is taking everybody to court as Fi, being on the Daredevil, is looking to brawl it out, send everybody to let the devil out eventually. But the Born again from Vision, this is what they're waiting for as Fi lets them go forward. He found three originally as he comes in. The shish kebab, Sparker to follow up to shut down the Karmic Revival.
The problem for FlyQuest, yes, they managed to get the Karmic Revival off, but it was off point.
Yep.
And it was one tick left that Virtus.pro needed because of that Strange Portal force from FlyQuest's end. So they just sweep. They used all of their ultimates, force FlyQuest into running the Karmic Revival off of the point, and boom, we head into second with FlyQuest down the Adam ultimate, and Dridro going to be hitting it first. Zealous does have that Eternal Bond for FlyQuest to invade into Saipei's position. As we can see, Virtus.pro still pushing, poking, prodding away at all of these angles for Energy not to get any setup. He's off of the Phoenix onto the Bucky because he has to find some way of stalling out Virtus.pro's momentum.
What are you talking about that verticality too? Very awkward as Saipei puts down the invisible boundary ahead of him to help out VP inside this cave. It's the matchup of Zelos and the Eternal Bomb, but look at Nevix. He's on the hunt as he's looking to go into the backline. Heaven's Retribution as he jumps in, but is there a follow-up as Finzi will closely get that Freedom Charge together with Sparker. But Fi, the Daredevil, he's found two more, and FlyQuest, even with Cooper having that Mantis ultimate with the Soul Resurgence, can't bring everybody together.
FlyQuest's ultimate economy is being forced to have to react to Virtus.pro's aggression, which means that they have nothing but bodies in the way of Sparker's Dance of the Butterflies, and it's just a game of stall at the moment, putting themselves onto the objective and trying to prevent Virtus.pro from picking up as much distance as possible. As we're going to be seeing Energy move over to the Hela, we are going to be heading into some of these more open and longer line of sights coming on through for the Hela. Vision moving over to the Namor as well. This is full pick potential where you get to ignore the ultimate economy in Virtus.pro's favor.
I mean, it's back to the drawing board for FlyQuest. They keep changing because what they're rolling out with is just not working. They are losing every game fight. Yeah, the invisible boundary right up ahead again, but Energy does manage to find Sparker in the process. Look at Spark Chief, who had also rolled out there together on the Venom as they get the follow-up here together, but the Born again radiates as a chorus as Drijo brings back Fi and Sparker. Finzi's gonna be able to follow up right afterwards as FlyQuest, sure, all this hard work is here. They're finding these pigs, but with this Karmic Revival, it's hard to be the nail in the coffin.
What an assassin's charge from Nevix, being able to find both Vision and Energy and take them out of the fight until now. Both do have verticality with their abilities and get themselves back into that position. For the Horn of Proteus, FlyQuest say call an ambulance, but not for me. And Virtus.pro are sent all the way back to the respawn point. And this Vicky is where we're going to get to see the Hela and Namor truly come into its own. For Virtus.pro, it's all about Sparker getting in on March with the Dance of the Butterflies.
Don't ever forget about the Vision no more as Energy finds Dream Drijo next. He's got that cocoon though, so he'll be able to come right back around. But FlyQuest together with that whale. Got to look out for it in the future because VP come in. They find Vez too, as it's going to be the Heaven's Retribution just diving in, and Fi going to be able to find energy next. Sure, you have that BRB, but all the sustainability in favor for VP.
Piece of the Abyss comes on through from Spark Chief, but the follow-up damage just isn't enough to tip the tide of heals done by the Invis boundary. And speaking about tipping the tide, Sparker might be turning it for Virtus Pro here. Energy's Goddess of Death though. There's nothing to prevent it. It's just sustainability with the Freedom Charge, but you're eating all of the AoE damage. And Sparker pokes his head out above the parapet a little bit too overconfident. Gets taken down, and Virtus Pro, they're down to almost 20 seconds. They've got to fully regroup, otherwise they don't get another shot at this fight.
Tip the cap here, Vez. He gets it point blank up in the air with a Meteor M. And it's Peekaboo 2 with the Goddess of Death from the hands of Energy. As you take a look at what we have here, less than 5 seconds on the clock before they are forced to recontest. But Drijo does have that Karmic Revival.
He's playing as safe as he possibly can. FlyQuest want to make that position dangerous. Overtime means that the Adam's going to be isolated. Virtus Pro have to split their players. The Venom is pushing fully into that backline. Horn of Proteus catches on through onto Virtus Pro, trying to push onto FlyQuest. And we get a peel opportunity. Now Virtus Pro get to answer on back. Fi moving on forward with the Daredevil, gets taken down by Energy, but Trigger's been able to find Vez. BRB brings one back, but Virtus Pro have the Karmic Revival and get to bring back so many more.
And they try to get the face of the Abyss to a Spark Chief needs some help. The Born again, but it's a sustainability. The strategist from VP look too strong. The Eternal Bond, but they've lost out on the Vanguards. If you're FlyQuest, overtime taken away as VP are clearing this point.
Heaven's Retribution, paired with Freedom Charge. We've still got Sparker's Dance on the Butterflies, and FlyQuest don't have the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier anymore. Virtus Pro wave a hand farewell to FlyQuest's presence, and that should be them continuing in the heart of heaven by the skin of their teeth. They managed to break through second, and we head to third with a time bank replenish.
VP is saying we'll give you a little room to breathe, but don't forget we get this next checkpoint. Now we get to see the swap off though here, Moxie, as Fi goes over to the Hela.
Many people have said Sparker versus Energy, but Fi is one of the best Hellas all the way back in Season 0. We're getting the duel between the two. Energy does have Goddess of Death. Virtus Pro are going to have to pay respect to it. Moving around this corner too, when you don't control that space, when you've got the Hela and Namel continuing to breathe into every single angle for the attacker's side is so difficult, which is why Nevix is just sweeping through on the Angela, playing full disruption, allowing Chiritro to find the pick up to one, make it a second. This Adam is on an absolute tear.
This is actually insane. The bunny hop into finding these shots, into dealing the damage, the terror cape, but for what? When there's nobody to follow up from FlyQuest. VP, they clear them out in the neutral.
They've got Karmic Revival, they've got Regenerative Cocoon, and Sparker is already posted up to punish if FlyQuest split their players and try and push aggressively onto this Adam. Dance of the Butterflies, no strategist ultimate other than the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier to shut it down.
Look how cheeky Sparker's positioning is too, by the way. Right there, through the miss, is going to be able to take some shots, but Spark Chief is going to be able to dive down onto Drijo, but pinpoint where Drijo is, because he has that Karmic Revival, he has that Cocoon, as he's going to be able to come in with the passive survivability of the Freedom Charge, and with energy going down, no Goddess of Death, but Vision, the sounding of the 7th trumpet, comes in to find 2, and just like that, off the board again, they come back again.
But Virtus Pro still had players on the objective, so they're going to be able to reposition off of the res onto the point. Saipe with the invisible boundary forces Spark Chief to have to reposition fully, and it comes down to FlyQuest having to play this next part perfectly. Vision gets picked late, Energy out of spawn uses Goddess of Death, but that means that he's not on the objective. Someone has to get through, but Virtus Pro have managed to push them out with the Heaven's Retribution, and FlyQuest get entirely tangled up outside their spawn.
The turtle reaches the finish line. And VP, the way that they were able to reset these fights. That's my face right now. I mean, off of that second map alone, let's not forget, this is where FlyQuest took VP.
Yep. I mean, let's also not forget that Virtus Pro took every single point in overtime.
Yep.
They have a composition which enables it so much as well. Like the Adam you saw from FlyQuest, the adaptation on second, right? They send Spark Chief on the Venom to try and aggressively push into Druder's position, and Virtus.pro understood that that was likely going to happen on third, so they get to stall out FlyQuest, forcing them to have to stack their players into things like Dance of the Butterflies and allowing Druder to get the res off unpunished, stabilize the rest of the team, and then come on through with Saipei's invisible boundary onto the objective, which means that FlyQuest have to disengage it, and even if Virtus.pro don't manage to get the full push, they're still getting more distance.
They got to keep everybody on the edge of their seat, Moxie, when you see a lot of these overtime fights. Don't you look at this crowd right now. Atlanta having a good time watching VP versus FlyQuest. VP, amazing performance. If you take a look at the stats alone, oh my god, 34-4 for Sparker, 13 final hits, 5-15. But you know what, Monty, you brought it up before, the survivability of Drijo, but the survivability of the Vanguard Finzi. He's gone down fully once off the Captain America as we move up here together up on the high ground.
FlyQuest with that Hella Namor needing the angle, which forces the strange portal, but a great force physics from Saipei displaces them immediately, forcing the drop out of sync, allowing Virtus.pro to start hammering that damage on through. They've taken cover fully behind these buildings too, which means it's up to Vez to try and flush them out into the Hella and Namor's positions.
55 healing per body shot with that rocket together, but the push in as Sparky finally comes in with the Angela after making that swap. You have the BRB, but it's set up over to the side, and look at this pressure as VP make a FlyQuest sandwich around them, but it's a trade-off as Vez, he's waking up with some family buffs in the crowd. He's found two, but it's the passive coming up from Drijo to bring him back.
Those eliminations though, FlyQuest are adding to their numbers with the Monstro spawns. However, Virtus.pro do have the target focus and will start pushing some of these players from FlyQuest. Speaking about pushing, look before you leap. Nevix takes Vez off of the map, and FlyQuest, they got the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier up so quickly. Virtus.pro are able to sustain through it without giving up a single bit of point.
Man, I'm always entertained whenever I see Nevix and this Angela. It's perfect here for this beginning point on Heart of Heaven and Phi 2 being on that Daredevil.
We got to start putting up the caution tape around those edges. We have to start putting up the caution tape around Sparker's ultimate. FlyQuest weren't ready for it. In fact, they got caught mid-dash of Eternal Bond. Sparker cancels out the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, and FlyQuest yet again denied.
They said, what, Title Dirge? What were you trying to roll out here with the Hella and Namor? No Eternal Bond and shutting down that Strategist ultimate now with less than 2 minutes on the clock. Look at Phi's positioning though. He is waiting in the fog. And Nevix too over on the other side. You know what he's looking for. Heaven's Retribution together to get the follow-up. It's another anti-heal, but it's Finzi to lead the way with a Freedom Charge as Sparker finds vision again.
Not Retribution at the moment, just Descent. Nevix with the axes cleaving through FlyQuest players, and enough is enough. They've seen Hella Namor isn't working. They're not getting the space. Virtus.pro continue putting the pressure every single time they try and move forward. You've got to go over to the Winter Soldier, who's going to be able to try and find those slowdowns, those hooks onto these players from the side of Virtus.pro, but you don't have the Kraken Impact. You don't have any way of forcing them into the Kraken Impact once you've built it up either, which means that Virtus.pro with all of these ultimates should be able to cycle them one by one, fight by fight into overtime.
It's the way that they're just hiding in the corners. They're playing so separated as now it's finally called in as the Heaven's Retribution comes in, and you could see it's not going to be Heaven's Descent. It could be Heaven's or Hell's Descent as Zelos gets the BRB, tries to bring them back, but look at Drijo. He's got the passive, and even though we see some of these trades with VP having the number advantage, they may even hold on to this because FlyQuest, nobody's there to stop VP.
Yeah, Drijo, like you said, not going to be committing that passive. Will be holding on to that precious cooldown, and oh, FlyQuest, that is mean. The stagger pick coming through onto Cooper, who, by the way, has the ultimate. FlyQuest are going to be relying on yet again, which means that Dridro, the slow walk back for the Adam, is entirely erased. He's going to be in position, set up entirely away from FlyQuest's presence with the Karmic Revival cast. Sparker, though, he's not away. He's directly in position to drop down with the Dance of the Butterflies.
Right now, in terms of win condition, you have to catch Sparker, who's going to jump on top of your heads with the Dance of Butterflies. A nice stun, but Cooper's got that Eternal Bomb, but they're going to wait on it because Vision with that Mantis, has a Soul Resurgence on top of it. They get put into position, but they're gonna look like chameleons with the way that VP are playing so split up. They still need to pinpoint where Drijo is because he's still alive as the Karmic Revival comes back.
The Kraken, no! It's blocked by the roof of the building that Dridro is in. Rock, paper, scissors, rock beats Bucky apparently. And Virtus.pro off the back of that safely re-engage with the full Karmic Revival cast. Heaven's Retribution, FlyQuest not an ultimate to be able to answer it. And that is going to be an overtime burnout. We went from the two extremes, a full push in overtime to a full hold. FlyQuest shut down. This was a series that so many people predicted would go the distance. These were two teams that were undefeated in the seeding stages that were coming through with everyone saying, is it FlyQuest, is it Virtus.pro, who's going to lift that trophy? And it just looks at the moment like Virtus.pro have that lead.
I mean, it's the fact that VP from the very beginning, Moxie, when we got to see them, talk to them a little bit in the group, they felt so confident going into the series. Yes, everyone was so excited to see how this was going to go down, but I was not expecting it to be this dominating. I mean, Fi alone, by the way, 50-9. Finzi died twice. He died twice. 44-2 with 14 final hits. Remember what we're talking about when it comes to this map specifically on Heart of Heaven? Captain America.
Oh yeah.
This Steve Rogers, man, is just insane to deal with. Together with the positioning of VP, notice that together with the Angela and the Daredevil, they're waiting on the side. Guess who's gonna come from the high ground? Sparker, who's off from a different angle. So then you're forced to look behind you. You look like a chameleon. We're looking at one side, another eye on the different side, and it's so difficult to pinpoint who your target is of your FlyQuest.
Yeah, and it's so easy when you're on Daredevil, right, with the information that you get. It means that you know the moment that FlyQuest decide to commit forward, so you can always catch them unawares with the Dance of the Butterflies, and that was how they were able to actually catch the Cloak mid-dash. If you don't know the way that the Cloak ultimate works, you don't actually start getting the healing until that first dash has been able to go down onto the ground. That's why FlyQuest, the next time that they hear the Dance of the Butterflies go off, actually pop the Mantis Soul Resurgence, which has a faster activation time in comparison to the Cloak, because they don't know whether or not the dash would be able to come out in time to stop the damage, especially with Virtus.pro's players being able to stack on top of all of those Psylocke plays.
It's just crazy to also see the way that Virtus.pro is able to make these comebacks after the adjustment from FlyQuest, because you know when you get to the second checkpoint here on this map, there's a lot of more close fights with the caves, right? So it's great to run out with a Namor and Hello when you get the setup with the Squids, except that gets shut down. The anti-hero from the Piece of the Abyss, forget about it. And now you're wondering, as FlyQuest look back at these last two games, all right, well, there's a problem with the Psylocke. We got to take care of the Psylocke. But then that also leaves open, okay, well then Vision then may be able to at least come out with the Jet before we're able to protect the Jet here too. But then you also have to imagine Drijo with the Jet.
Yeah, and I mean, Fi in this environment and meta really does do well on the Hela. Like all the way back in Season 0 when we were talking about Virtus.pro, we essentially saw them as the top team of the entire world because of not just one hero that they could play at the best level, but many. And for Fi, the one that he was most identified with was the Hela. There was a discussion, a debate going down with all of the EMEA players. Sestroid was known as the best mechanical Hela. However, when it came to team play and resources provided, it was actually Fi who was given, for the most part, the crown of that hit scan, and he's getting to play that fully with Virtus.pro's resources.
It's been so fun watching Daredevil as this tournament has progressed. By the way, Finzi is Himzy, because look at this. Again, it's just the way that he's been able to survive. That's the Vanguard that you want on your team. Get down, ladies, as he's going to be able to protect Saipei too on the Invisiwoman. But it's crazy, Moxie, because you have to imagine just having $1 million prize pool. We are down to our 3 teams, and currently VP and our best of 5 have already taken 2 games. I want to hear more from the analyst desk, Moxie, because it's been great to see how our first 2 maps have already gone down.
They have gone down very intensely so far, but Virtus.pro started to come off with a lead. I have managed to fully charge my ultimate, as we did have that delay earlier, and oh god, it's America, man.
Hey, Tetcher. Hey, Ryan. You know, America doesn't appear to be in the best spot at the current moment, down 0-2, but I'm about to double down on this FlyQuest roster, Ryan. I have something for you today, my friend. I present to you, as we get a close-up shot of this, have a look at what's under that. It's the best, because I know in the UK, you guys don't have good food.
How bad is this? Like a what's in the box kind of moment, I hope. So this is, what is this, American cuisine is what you're saying? Granted, yeah. So French fries.
Yes.
And hamburgers.
Yes.
Which I think is derivative of a place where it came from. It smells as stale as FlyQuest looked in that series, I would say, but we'll go from there.
Where are they from, Doc?
Michigan.
Michigan. I mean, it seems to be, there's like 5 Yorks, I think, in the United States, so that works well. But, I mean, I feel a little bit rough for you there because we're all like anticipating this matchup. Both teams were like undefeated so far, but it feels that FlyQuest, it seems that Virtus.pro have their number. The draft was exactly the same between the first like 2 maps, Domination and then going to Heart of Heaven for Convergence.
Yep.
It feels like Virtus.pro has a read on how to approach FlyQuest, and there's very little room for them to move in with the compositions and the way they have to play, right? How do FlyQuest get back from this?
They just do. I mean, they have the power of America. They're here in Atlanta, Georgia. There is no way they lose with the crowd behind them, with everybody here saluting for them, right? It's just going to be a victory for all these squads.
Are you willing to set a wager? Do you still think there's a chance of FlyQuest come back from this?
Oh, absolutely. There's no chance they lose. America's the best.
So you're going to say the FlyQuest are going to reverse sweep this. So,
what do you want?
seeing as you showed us some of your American cuisine, I want to see some of like your particular cuisine, Dogman.
I thought this was
I found these a little bit before, some of your like pedigree dog biscuits, to say the least.
Huh?
Would you be willing, because I will level with you here,
Okay.
if FlyQuest lose, you'll have one of these on camera. If we do see Virtus.pro lose this series, I'll have 2.
money literally where your mouth is, America man.
You know what? I'm in, and you know where that all starts? We're going to head out to the draft because that's where everything's going to matter. And FlyQuest are going to dominate in this draft phase, Ryan, and I'm going to win that bet. You're going to eat a dog treat, baby, because America is going to win, and FlyQuest is going to take this home.
Let's have a look at that draft as we are heading on in. Let's get this started.
So far, the main thing that I'm looking at is the draft going to stay exactly the same so far? The Protect from to FlyQuest is a good one. It feels like the one-sided Invisible Woman is working so well for Virtus.pro because of the amount of healing that Dreedra is able to put out that they can run 2-2-2 with an Adam, which feels that it's not enough healing. Not when you got Saipe Invisible Woman. FlyQuest want to protect it to just have something to play with to make sure that if they're running 2-2-2 or triple strategist, they have enough support.
Oh, Dogman, you're back. Perfect timing just in time for the draft. What are you catching up with here?
Right now, I'm looking like, I mean, VP has a pretty strong draft. I think that they're focusing on FlyQuest comp. I mean, VP's looked so good throughout this series so far, and I don't know, I've been here the whole time, haven't I? I don't know what's going on there, but regardless, I mean, Loki getting banned out too, it makes sense because of how good Cooper is at that hero on the opposite spectrum. I mean, FlyQuest, they have to figure out something. Invisible Woman protect. Dude, if we're getting a cloak too. Makes sense. I mean, how many strategists are banned so far? It's smart out of FlyQuest.
Well, they haven't banned out the Jeff either yet, so it's a good response if we do see Virtus.pro play it. They can do, but they want to sort of not run into that triple strategist composition if they can help it. It's also on Yggdrasil, which is a map that we did see Virtus.pro lose on against the 100 Thieves yesterday in the first game against the 100 Thieves, that best of 3. So this is a good chance for FlyQuest to try and do some damage because Virtus.pro, the first time that they lost this map ever since they started playing like last June in the closed alpha was 2 weeks ago, Tetra.
Oh. Just that was how close it has been, where Virtus.pro have just been able to dominate everything, going to get their hands on the Jeff, which actually does work quite well for FlyQuest here, because again, that Terror Cape from Cloak and Dagger can be very good at trying to help get rid of Jeff once they go in for that ultimate. You've also got the Dagger Storm, which can be a little bit solid for the defense against the dives like Captain America, but no revives for either team. We're taking out the Adam Warlock to prevent those extra long holds on this convoy map.
Yeah, triple strategist is incredibly strong. It makes sense for both teams to focus on that. VP sort of taking a book at a Chopper Mags sort of playbook where they just go for those strategist bans, but it's interesting they didn't go for the Rocket Raccoon, instead going for that Loki. I mean, FlyQuest do prioritize that hero, but on the opposite side, it's going to be interesting because we still have that Rocket going through for both teams. Rocket, we know on Convoy is so strong because you can set up that BRB location in a safe spot.
I think the quick thing for me, I think it's just like it needs to be less on energy to do the damage. If we can start to get that more of a standard setup, I think for FlyQuest, they'll look a lot sharper. That's what I think we need to see on Yggdrasil. It's a good map for them, but if they don't win this, it's Virtus.pro in the Grand Finals of the Grand Finals.
The score is 2-0. FlyQuest looking to bring it back for the Americas. Let's head it back over to the casters to take us into map 3.
Thank you so much, Tetra. All right, we already got to see the pick and ban phase, Moxie, and tell us what you saw right there with the bait.
Oh boy, that Captain America save felt like a little bit of a bait because Finzi can play a very strong Captain America, but he can also play a devastatingly strong Emma Frost. And normally, that's a Vanguard that we see banned out because it puts so much more pressure on the triple Vanguard hold, which FlyQuest are going to be looking to use to stall out Virtus.pro's momentum. That Goddess boost, though, coming on through from Fire on the Storm is going to mean that Sparker is doing so much work at being able to melt those Vanguard hero hubs down.
And with FlyQuest starting things off too on the defense, I'm worried with Nevix and this group, man. I mean, this is the pride and true feeling right at home together with the Emma Frost as Finzi rolls out. Together also with Fi already building into that Omega Hurricane. But you talk about the choke slam, the Emma v Emma fight as we get to see that first pick.
Yeah, Vez just can't really hold his position on the front line either because Virtus.pro are just moving aggressively forward with the Storm and the Punisher. FlyQuest have to disengage around the damage boost tempo and drop something like that Invis boundary when Virtus.pro try to push corner, but that now means that they do not have invisible boundary to heal through this final judgment coming through from Virtus.pro's end, and they don't have the Meteor M to absorb it too.
So we see Spark rolling out here on this Thor. Envision does have a BRB, but everybody gets grouped up together as the wombo combo attempt comes out, but it fails to hit its mark. The Eternal Bomb together as Energy comes up, but the Meteor M fails to land here as they try to get the protect as Sparker gets enabled. Drijo with the Sharknado. Everybody groups up together. It's a Cap 5. Saipei falling low, but still survives as Fi. He finds a double Vanguard from FlyQuest.
Jeff Nado, Virtus.pro taking a page out of the EMEA Comrades book. Citadel, eat your heart out. FlyQuest now have energy over to that Doctor Strange looking for that portal for the recontest play. It is going to be Psionic into Psionic, both of these Emmas with the ultimates up, but it looks like it's going to be both of them popping at the exact same time. The Groot Wall from Nevix, though, isolates out FlyQuest players, and they're able to find Vez alone.
So the seduction bringing everybody together from both sides. It's a sandwich here, but take a look at the Economy Cooper. He's got that invisible boundary, but it is not online fast enough to help out Energy. He puts it up to keep this fight going, and with Nevix going down, it's a trade-off from the Vanguards here as FlyQuest and Spark keep together with Vision, who will have that see ya. It's important because look at Sparker together with that final judgment.
Yeah, Cooper just using the invisible boundary to try and slow down Virtus.pro, grab a player on that disengagement because there is no point holding it against the Storm and Jeff's combination. Speaking of which, here we go. The forecaster Storm with a chance of picks against FlyQuest players. Jeff Nato is on the field and Virtus.pro continue moving forward.
When you have no sustainability in that moment, sure, they shut it down at the very end. Cute but deadly from Drijo as Nevix, they bring them together, but it's the Beast of the Abyss to try to get the anti-heal. But with Saipei having that invisible boundary, they're able to get healed up, but at the very least, they do find Sparker, who is not able to use that final judgment.
Vez coming back on the Captain America because FlyQuest already burned the Doctor Strange portal. Energy does have an opener here with that Galactic Legend. Zealous moving over to the Luna 2 should be able to provide the Idol Aura for the sustainability to live this ultimate. And there it is, Galactic Legend to open up the space, but he doesn't get LOS onto his Luna in time. Sparker just melts him down, doesn't even need to burn the final judgment. And Virtus.pro will have that ultimate to continue moving on forward into this next fight.
Jeff, you see the golden Jeff 5K Labubu in the hands of the Emma Frost, but now with some change-ups here. Nevix on the Angela, Finzi back onto the Captain America for the second segment of Yggdrasil.
Sparker too, he moves off of the Punisher so that he can save 50% to that Galactic Legend and now force Cooper's hand into having to hold on to the invisible boundary or there's the Meteor M.
Same thing here with Energy being on that Bucky. Keep an eye together with Vision being on that Namor, but it's looking like Energy trying to halt this momentum, but looking at the backline, I like the way that VP, they back away. They have to give this space over to FlyQuest for now, as you see Sparky trying to get the dive down. He's got the armor ready to go together for the reset as he gets a huge grapple in. The hook and the follow-up together from the duelist of Vision and Energy.
That's something we were talking about a little bit earlier. You can't body block the bionic hook. It will just get both. and it means that FlyQuest finally start stabilizing their positions. Virtus.pro can open that space back up, however, with the Galactic Legend, and we can see FlyQuest getting ready. If the solid ultimate is the opener, they want to be able to pull back without using an ultimate to deal with it. They're just going to look to disengage around the corner, but that's why Sparker moves from top right and pushes FlyQuest back.
Hanging out right behind him, though, and trying to find the target, as Zelos has the eternal bond. Vision trying to pinpoint exactly where Sparker was, but it denies the Galactic Legend from having what it needs to do. As Drijo backs away, the Itch Def online here too, but FlyQuest are trying to cycle through these strategist ultimates. 5 moves up on the Daredevil, trying to take them to court, but Energy, he finds Finzi, he hooks them in together, and with the invisible boundary, Saipei, he gets caught off. It is Smart Chief who gets the tether, who shuts it down, as VP, they get stuck here as FlyQuest finally start planting their feet on this point.
Horn of Proteus catches Drigo's position. No more It's Jeff shenanigans. And Virtus.pro yet again sent back. They do have let the devil out, but their time bank is also running out. And FlyQuest, they've got 2 ultimates to line up, Feast of the Abyss and the Kraken Impact. Virtus.pro, they don't have the sustainability to be able to live through it. Finzi with the Freedom Charge opens up the way. FlyQuest putting the pressure onto the backline to prevent Virtus.pro from moving up at the back of it. And because they have to go with the Captain America, they were left behind. Energy on the Winter Soldier shuts it down, but somehow Virtus.pro, with just 3 players, have been able to still find picks against FlyQuest.
Again, it's like the Assassins of Fi and Nevix together are just harassing your strategists for FlyQuest. Zelos and Cooper were not there to help with the sustainability for Energy and Vision, so they get taken down, and they were down in numbers, as you can already see Nevix wrapping up behind them.
Oh, it's the box. Run from the Angela to the objective, and you go directly against the Galactic Legend, but Vez is able to peel it off. Sparker did not have the sustainability. The rest of his players fighting in another part of the map entirely, and FlyQuest have so much ultimates to be able to shut this down. It's overtime. They just need to win one more fight. Saipei brings one back with the BRB, brings Virtus.pro's chances back with the Cosmic Yacht Amplifier. Can they find the damage through the invisible boundary? Fly comes on through to let the devil out, paired with Nevix's Heavenly Retribution, and this might be hellish for FlyQuest to deal with, but it's Vision dodging the Jeffy with the shift and managing with the blessing of the deep to get the blessing of Proteus. FlyQuest hold on until now. Virtus.pro portal back on through against FlyQuest, managed to find the picks with 5.
It is Sparker who says, I don't even need just Psylocke. It is just the Doctor Strange and the portal recontest as Nevix staring at the spawn room gates, trying to stop them from recontesting right at the mouth of the portal. It's the shish kebab as he tries to get the 1-2, and now the Meteor M, it collapses off to the side of the payload. It doesn't find the mark that it needs as VP are still finding these picks off of FlyQuest. It is up to Energy to see if he can get the reset here, but with a BRB from Saipei, it is too much to deal with.
Some teams, they just come alive under the pressure of overtime. And Virtus.pro are one such team. Another overtime, another 3rd point, and they continue to move on forward with Fi on this Daredevil getting so much information on where FlyQuest are going to be positioned. Vision on that Namer alone, just too vulnerable, has to swap over to the Star-Lord instead.
I see you having that info now as they try to contest down mid. See Sparker and the Eye of Agamotto, though. You know when a Doctor Strange is fishing, once he takes to the sky, though, you can see him holding forward to build up that space. Look at him from the top of the bridge. As he fishes for it, he drops down. He's found 3, despite Cooper pushing him away. And he still, with the follow-up of Nevix, gets the 3K together. And VP did only have to use that Eye of Agamotto. It wasn't expensive at all.
It was all about the angle of the drop down. So even if the force physics comes on through, his back hits, collides with the wall, and still manages the CC catch onto FlyQuest 3. Out comes the Freedom Charge. Finzi holding his position aggressively, and it forces the Eternal Bond. CC immunity to get past the body block from the Captain America. FlyQuest are through, but do they have the means of sustaining this fight? Heaven's Retribution yet again, paired with Drita's ultimate. FlyQuest dodge it. Vision looking to shut it down for the Galactic Legend. The invisible boundary is there, but FlyQuest are losing presence on the objective as Nevix stalls them out.
The Nevix Angela must be studied because the Galactic Legend will stall down too with the shish kebab as Vez comes up. Meteor M, they've lost out on Cooper, and he doesn't find it smart. Even through the mouth of those doors, he finds Spark Chief. Drijo follows up, and VP, with only losing out on Fi, they have to look at Energy to stop him from trying to get the reset. But he does find Saipei, as now Sparker comes in. Eye of Agamotto, Vision stunned, and only 2 members left from FlyQuest.
It's not enough! The interception, Finzi with the body block charge onto FlyQuest. Virtus Pro saw the eliminations, knew if they had the maximum amount of players stacked on that card, they would have had the time and the speed boost to get it to the finish line before FlyQuest can touch. And yet again, Virtus Pro complete a full round.
I'll be honest right now, Moxie. This Vanguard lineup from VP, it's like mosquitoes all around you in the middle of summer in Florida. You need a mosquito swatter because then you got Finzi together with Nevix. This is incredible. And this is too on that 3rd checkpoint where sometimes you don't see a lot of teams end up actually finishing off these type of maps, right? And it's very difficult, but when you have that ceiling, sometimes it makes it harder for you to be able to get these different angles with these flyers. But with these body blocks, with the shish kebab from the Angela, the spear, finding what? We saw 2 at one point to shove them off the point. I mean, together with that and the Captain America, the stall potential, the disruption, it's like you're getting whiplash when you're sitting in the driver's seat.
I mean, Virtus Pro as well, Finzi being able to secure both the Captain America but also the Emma because it wasn't targeted iron. Could play the Emma to break through first and then go over to the Captain America to continue applying those pressures. At points where FlyQuest don't want to take those fights but are then forced to on 2nd and 3rd, allowing Virtus Pro to take isolated angles, get more freedom on the objective itself. Huge plays coming on through from them as FlyQuest, the writing now is on the wall. They need to finish this map out and take us to overtime if they want an opportunity to continue on in this upper bracket run. Energy's over to the Psylocke, free farming off of these Vanguards. And FlyQuest, they've already got a lot of space, but not a lot of cart presence as it's Finzi on the Captain America, just refusing to let it go through.
Why not here? It's been working. Don't stop now, as the BRB also has been able to really come out in clutch, but you have the team up together with the Star-Lord, the recall here, as Fly is going to be able to reposition. So good at also forcing out a lot of these cooldowns from the strategist. He falls low, he tries to get away, but Vision, he targets him, pinpoints where he's trying to exit, and together with Vez being on that Magneto, enables him into position with these bubbles.
FlyQuest getting to move around that first impossible corner. And they've done it in such a fast fashion. Virtus Pro don't have anything other than the Chef Ultimate, speaking of which, Jitter is immediately going to come through with it. Do FlyQuest manage? Yes, they do. Dark teleportation comes on through from Zealous, dodges out of the grab. Energy with the dance of the butterflies, forces out the invisible boundary, but FlyQuest have the numbers to find the damage through. And Virtus Pro now going to have to go over to the Doctor Strange to portal back through unless they want FlyQuest to take first.
And Drijo manages to get away, right? They try to get the stagger, but Drijo's like, all right, I dare you. But this is even better because they're expecting the portal. So now they have to recontest here on the point and look at the ultimates that they have coming into this. Sparker with the Sia, Nevix with the Meteor M.
Cosmic Gun Amplifier is the first to come on out from Virtus Pros, and FlyQuest not matching it with anything. Now comes the Eternal Bond, and it's all about Nevix! Manages to try and find the Cloak and Dagger, but there was no Cosmic Gun Amplified damage, and the Eternal Bond will stay standing. Sparker brings the Magneto back. Finzi with the Freedom Charge trying to make sure that Virtus Pro stay alive on this objective as Let the Devil comes out, and FlyQuest don't have a strategist ultimate to stand up to it.
They were too busy using it earlier on, right? Zealous was clenching just to survive that Meteor M originally. It's off the table, and now VP with this recontention, they shove back FlyQuest to the spawn room gates.
Virtus Pro, though, they don't have a lot up against FlyQuest's ultimate bank that's about to come in absolutely flush. Energy with the dance of the butterflies, Spark Chief going to have the Feast of the Abyss, and they've got the Meteor M to shut down Trigger's Jeff ultimate. So Virtus Pro, the Vanguard players, they're just moving forward, taking a little bit of damage, trying to channel all of that into battery for Sparker's Cosmic Gun Amplifier. The Daredevil catches the Psylocke, he sees exactly where you are. They need to prevent the dance of the butterflies for just a couple moments more.
This is the team who is hungry, who is sitting at match point, looking at VP. They're looking to close this off. Look at the time bank, and it is Vision coming up together as Energy has a Dance of the Butterflies, but it's to force out these ultimates to see used up, as well as a BRB, but with an H-Chef up on the high ground. Dredro trying to get contention. They try to stop him, but he finds himself off to the side as he catches Zelos with the H-Chef.
That's huge. Zelos not going to be there with the Eternal Bond to try and shut down Saipe. Follow-up damage from the side of Agamotto. It's up to FlyQuest players now to manage to scout out where the Strange is coming from. Can Cooper get the force physics? There it is, the drop down into the Maelstrom, but FlyQuest only sacrifice the Invis woman, and they will have numbers on the cart to carry on forward. We go into second, and FlyQuest continue in the upper bracket.
The sacrifice won't be for nothing. The fact that they get this checkpoint is huge. Some extra time in the time bank. Less than 3 minutes on the clock. As FlyQuest, they keep rolling out here with Zelos trying to build up into that internal bond and take a look at Vision. Now you still have that verticality going into the second segment here, Moxie, where you can try to stop this Daredevil as Fi is close to letting that Devil out.
Close and has it, as too does Nevix. Have the Meteor M to absorb Visions. Virtus.pro gonna go aggressive before FlyQuest get to build up their strategy assaults, and that forces Galactic Legend. The best defense is a strong offense, but Virtus.pro have just gone past the Star-Lord. They just walked on FlyQuest's backline, and now it's up to yet again Energy on the Psylocke. Dance of the Butterflies to be the opener for his team.
I mean, this AC backline, I'll be honest, this is something else that we're currently seeing slowly start getting banned out more often for the exact reason why you're seeing it right here. The Galactic Legend didn't get anything, because why? You're not being able to find these shots, and they're getting peeling, as Saipe with the BRB has had so much potential together with Finzi and the survivability of the Freedom Charge. You see Sparker flying around up on the high ground with the Galactic Legend himself. The Feast of the Abyss from Spark Team doesn't get the follow-up, despite the anti-heal. It's a dance off as Cooper is trying to put FlyQuest into position, because time is of the essence.
Dredro last time was able to get away from Meteor M. Can he do it this time? Vez holds it, tries to find the connection and doesn't find the landing as Dredro gets away. Doesn't, I believe, get an eat onto FlyQuest players though, but it's going to be a fast reset, something that Virtus.pro are not going to be allowing FlyQuest to get away with easily. They pick and they pick and they pick apart the attacker side, forcing Vision onto the Hela just to try and find an exit trade onto Virtus.pro's overextension. Looks like he's going to be staying with it as we go down to 1 minute. If Spark Chief can come on through with the Venom and Energy the Psylocke providing enough of a distraction for Vision to start popping up on the hit scan, this could be the way back for FlyQuest players.
And the fact that Sparker gets another Galactic Legend. He's gotten like 3 of them to start off these fights, and it's another terrorizing effect as VP, they put the numbers on the board. Sparker finds 2 back-to-back and taking away the time, trying to force out another stagger. This is not a good look for FlyQuest, representing the Americas region. VP are holding it down for EMEA.
Spark Chief has to go over onto the Angela. Has the shield, has the movement speed as well to try and tap onto that objective, because we're about to go into overtime. He's got the verticality too to try and find these angles that Virtus.pro have 5 posted up on Freedom Charge, forces invisible boundary on the walk-up, not fully on the objective, which means that it's all about Fies let the devil out. FlyQuest have no way of answering it, and here it comes. Vespix, Dredro at least know it's Jeff, manages to find Fi through the ultimate too, and the homestand hero might have done enough for FlyQuest to see this fight through.
Can it be enough though with Vision being taken out? Oh, Goddess of Death, as Nevix goes up, he tries to land it point blank onto Energy, which would have been crazy, but he lets the Kraken impact unleash as Zelos gets the 3K. It's the nail in the coffin as they were all so incredibly low.
FlyQuest not out of the woods, far from out of point 2. They have to win 2 more fights in a row, and the hardest is coming up. Posted so far forward, trying to disrupt Virtus.pro, getting past and onto that objective so they get as much free push as possible. But the defender spawn, Vicky, it's right there. And FlyQuest, they have to start finding these eliminations soon. Heaven's Retribution could look for a wombo combo, either the Hela or the Magneto would do. But Virtus.pro get aggressive. aggressive and make the first move.
And with overtime ticking away, you're lacking on time. And Vision, he wakes up, he finds two, but it's also a trade-off as VP have Saipe and the BRB. They take over the fight. Nobody left on the point with just one member left. Sorry, Vision. No goddess of death as VP. They find themselves in the grand finals of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals.
It's guaranteed an EMEA team. It's not guaranteed whether it will be a rematch on the end of FlyQuest or on the end of Na'Vi. Virtus Pro, the team that at the beginning of the year, so many people said this is the strongest team in Marvel Rivals International Esports. From not being able to make the mid-season LAN, from not even going and changing their players, looking instead inwardly to fix their issues, they find themselves coming on through all the way to the grand finals.
A moment as FlyQuest need to get it together for their next series, but an even bigger round of applause for a story that has been developing for so long. Virtus Pro, from the very beginning of Stage 1, Moxie, you were able to watch this team from the highs and the lows, and they did it to put themselves in the grand finale and a best of 7 that awaits them.
Virtus Pro might have worked out how to play the ban draft, and my goodness, what a redemption story that it is. One of the first teams in being able to find success without first banning that Mantis. And they're able to walk away with a clean sweep, 3-0 dominant performances on both our Convoy and Convergence maps in overtime, getting the full push.
I just can't believe, I mean, with the Captain America, the Rocket, the Jeff, there's eyes on the composition that we see VP rolling out with. I want to hear from the desk as you guys break down our beautiful last series.
Thank you very much, Vicky Kitty and Got Moxie. Virtus Pro with a 3-0. Where did your other lens go? When did you even do that?
I'm not having a good time right now, Ryan and Tetcher. Yeah, it's been brutal for the American squads here. I have nothing else to say. I mean, it's been a tough match.
You're still in the tournament, man. Like, you still have like the losers bracket final coming up. But yeah, it was a dog's dinner, I think, of a series for FlyQuest.
And on dog's dinner, while we jump into this, I'm just going to hand you a little snack as promised, as we get prepared to jump into breaking down this game, because we just had an incredible setup. If you want to take a nibble, Ryan, start talking us through that series.
It was, oh god, the crunch. Is it as bad as I imagine it is? Or the loss or the treat? Oh. But yeah, so in this sense, it was like, we're very well experienced with Virtus Pro. It felt like when they get drafts like they did, where they can basically homogenize it between no matter the map, it's almost like, you know, when like alligators get you in a death roll, like your chances of survivability tend to go down a lot. And it certainly gets even worse when you have Sparker that's just on a tear right now.
And before we break into this too much to give Dogman a time to finish his snack, we're going to head over to the stage for an interview with Sparker.
Taking more maps right then from FlyQuest, and they've lost the entire time. I'm joined with our winners interview in Sparker. And Sparker, first of all, I have to ask, I mean, they said it on the cast, but going from not even qualifying in mid-season finals to now making the grand finals here at the grand finals, how do you feel?
I feel great after that one.
Yeah, listen, I'm sure, and I'm sure, you know, job's not finished, absolutely, but walk me through this team and the emotions behind this moment. I know you guys are still locked in and ready, but just looking at the full journey, the picture, the story, right? You guys quite literally a Marvel moving in the making. I'm sure Kevin Feige is proud of what has been happening here. How's the team's emotions? You know, how are you?
I mean, ever since we became a team, we thought we would be here in the grand finals one day. And I'm just glad to finally be here with my team.
Listen, I gotta ask, all right? We now have the potential of 2 EMEA teams to go into the grand finals. America with 1, y'all with 2. Does this show, this performance, that EMEA is the region to beat?
I don't think EU is better as a whole or NA is better as a whole, but right now I think we are the best in the world.
Hey, you heard it right here. Let's continue to give it up for Sparker. Lastly, I want to ask you any words to everyone out there as you find yourselves in the grand finals. We're going to be walking y'all out. It's going to be a beautiful sight. Last words from you. Anything you want to say?
Thank you all for your support.
Hey, give it up for Sparker, everybody here in Atlanta and around the world. Yo, we are just getting started. And again, to break it down, what we saw, good luck out there, relock, reload. Let's throw it to the desk.
Thank you very much, Cozy. And Dogman's back. Hi. You
Hey.
look a little dry.
Oh, yeah, a little bit dry, but that's not my problem. I think that it's the problem for FlyQuest now in the loser brackets having to come back because they had a huge problem, a huge thorn in the side throughout the whole series, not just the Vanguards, the strategists, but it's Sparker, right? I mean, that guy was dominant throughout. I think that we just kept saying that we were watching the game, we're like, holy, this guy has just been on another level.
It's also that for Virtus.pro, I was saying before as well, like they scrimmed FlyQuest quite a lot at the start of this event because they were in different groups, and so they have a, sort of a bit more knowledge on them, but it felt that Virtus.pro had a really good read on how FlyQuest want to play, tried to basically limit their compositions, the stuff that they could do with the characters that they play, and for stuff like Citadel for Na'Vi, they're used to bringing out like pretty crazy stuff at this stage to try and counter that. But FlyQuest, because they haven't been together as long, they're a little bit inexperienced in comparison to some of the other Americas teams. It felt that they didn't really know how to deal with the way that Virtus.pro were like dictating the theory and what characters were going to be in the server at any given time.
And Ryan, we did see a little bit of a focus on strategist ban during one of those games. That's something we've seen from Virtus.pro before, right?
Yeah, I mean, they were the victim of it as well with the Na'Vi doing it when Rad got their first series win against Virtus.pro for the longest time. But going back to domination, you could sort of see the composition that FlyQuest are running, like the Hella Namor. That seems to be their bread and butter, right? You've got one of the best Namors in the world, and it felt that Virtus.pro knew that this is what FlyQuest might want to lean towards with the characters, so they make sure that the backline is just a little bit weaker by gunning out 4 different strategists. 6 in total were taken out in that game.
Absolutely, and it's so smart because the tough part for FlyQuest and pretty much every North American team, at least the ones that have made it this far, is all of the best teams are really good at this style, this front-to-back style that I was talking to you about, Ryan. It's these sort of comps where they rely heavily on what you said with the Hella Namor just to back you up in that claim. These comps, and you know, they can rely on surround, they can flank and do that sort of stuff, but really FlyQuest, when we saw them at their best, that is relying on incredible mechanical skill. That's really the only way they could win against VP, who are playing dive comps pretty similar to Na'Vi. That's the tough part, is that when we see FlyQuest versus Na'Vi later, I'm scared for FlyQuest because they're also, Na'Vi is also good at these comps that VP is also incredibly high level at.
It honestly does feel like Virtus.pro have just continued to evolve from how they were during the Stage 1 games all the way up to this. They've literally played against the first teams to beat them, aka Citadel and Na'Vi, and they've just taken the best bits and just added them to their own skills, Ryan.
Yeah, it feels that there's no weak link in this team to try and exploit in the draft, because that was one of the reasons why Virtus.pro were not able to be at that mid-season final event. They didn't think it was the players on their team, they didn't think it was the way that they were practicing. It was just, we need to get better at the system of drafting in this game, and now that they've done so, and when they put players like Sparker on Psylocke a lot more, since then, Virtus.pro have gone from middling around Citadel and Na'Vi and EMEA to being clearly ahead of both.
And clearly ahead they are, Ryan, like you mentioned. Looking back at the highlights, it was 5 popping off on Daredevil, flexing to basically everything. This VP squad is so good, and not talked about enough is their Vanguard line too. We see a ton of the highlights obviously coming through from Sparker. He was the star of the show, but that tank line, that Vanguard line really keeps this team together and is the glue of the VP squad.
We can actually combine those a little bit here because Sparker swapping over to the Strange at one point and picking up a 2 into 3 piece on Strange. It's just how flexible that Virtus.pro have become, and it looks like the audience is getting behind them.
It was, and you know, we'll see what FlyQuest does when they end up that loser bracket, but at the current moment, let's take a look at the scoreboard from that series, because it was really all VP's angle. There wasn't really any online phase for FlyQuest. They just felt like they were shut out throughout, and honestly, that kind of goes back to what we're talking about, their front-to-back style. You can see FlyQuest trying to adapt but not change too much. We saw a lot of teams sort of make too big of adjustments. FlyQuest not doing so kind of resulted in them being a little bit lost.
I do want to highlight just for FlyQuest, the final hits, you've got 15 on energy, and then look for everybody else. It's like maybe like a third for vision. Compare it to like Virtus.pro. Sure, you have got Sparker that's got the most with 11. Oh, sorry, Fi's got the most with 12, but then it's 11, 8 for Finzi. It's a lot more spread out because of the way that Virtus.pro are playing that comp. They want to be a lot more coordinated. FlyQuest, it felt for the draft and the way that they were styling, it put so much pressure on energy to be the ones to get stuff done.
Absolutely.
This means that Virtus.pro move on to those grand finals. They are 1 series away from becoming your world champions for 2025. FlyQuest, though, it's their first event as well. They're not out yet, and it's going to be a rematch of the group stages, guys. They're going to be up against Na'Vi, who've just been on the rise.
Yeah, Na'Vi's just looking really good, too. I mean, that's the tough part is in the group stage. I think VP was kind of stepping up. They were getting better. They kind of really did well versus every team, but it was Group A. It was Group A versus Group B, where Group B was the incredibly strong group of death that everybody's talking about. So maybe people were underestimating VP, except obviously those of you who watch a ton of EMEA, those of you watching right now, I'm sure you have a ton of belief in this squad because of how good they've been in the history of this game of Marvel Rivals. One of the most storied rosters, just haven't been able to make it to one of these lands until now, and they're proving why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I love the way that FlyQuest is set up as a team, like structure-wise, the way that these players have come in for this event in particular.
There's so much synergy.
But this is new territory for them. For Na'Vi, they are playing the same script as they did for mid-season finals, right? And I think it's whether they can adjust very quickly and adjust to some of the compositions and heroes that might come out in that series too.
Speaking of those heroes, we've seen it a little bit from Sparker. We've also talked about Boba recently, and we're even seeing it a little bit from FlyQuest. But Psylocke has been so impactful. That buff to Dance of the Butterflies has been able to burst through so many strategies, and therefore a lot of teams have been leaning on it, Dogman.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about before. If you can't aim, play Psylocke, because right now, I mean, the ult is so good, and guess who's good at that hero? It's Bobo off the top, and then Sparker following it up. Fantastic job from our stats team behind the scene to put this all together. You guys are amazing over at EFG, but Bobo really was one of the stars of the story, or stars of this event, and same thing with Sparker. Jerky's been slowly making his way up, but you guys all know how good Sparker is. He's been dominant, right, Ryan?
Yeah, it seems that way, and something that you were telling me for like FlyQuest, they don't really have a Psylocke play because they have more like hit scans. That
they're not even on this top 5 at all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense because, they don't. They play a lot of front-to-back style. There's some good Psylocks in North America, but the problem was, Ryan, and Stage 2, the qualifiers, there wasn't a Psylocke meta. It was mainly playing around the Phoenix. I mean, Human Torch was still really good.
Yeah.
Triple Strategist.
Ultron.
But there wasn't a situation where Psylocke could be good because she just got sort of nerfed down. But, a lot of those good Psylocke players are still in North America, not here at the LAN.
Yeah.
And we did see, like you said, FlyQuest not leaning so much on the Psylocks. They seem to prefer the Hela Namor and stuff like that. But who does definitely lead on that Psylocke? We keep talking about them, and we will keep talking about it until they win or are out. It's Sparker. They are second place on that list in terms of Psylocke players. They are just that good. We saw the interview with them. The dives have been incredible, but the fact is they're not going down that often when they're diving into the backline because they know how to disengage after that initial fight.
And there was some really good mitigation. Not only the strategist keeping you alive, but Nevix had some really good blocks, bulwarks as well to protect people when some of those big ultimates were coming in. But Sparker, like I said before, it felt that Virtus Pro were losing series against Na'Vi and looking struggling a bit more against Citadel and stuff in Stage 2, up until Sparker started to play a bit more Psylocke, and then it was just they blasted their way to the first seed from EMEA, and ever since, they've looked pretty much unfazed with how they want to play, and that's because Sparker's really nailed down one of the strongest duelists that we've had historically this year in Ignite.
Ryan, I want to keep it going, because obviously we've been here in EMEA, we've been bringing VP for a long time now. They didn't even make it here in Stage 1.
Right.
We've talked about it repeatedly that it's the draft that has changed and how they've been able to make it in Stage 2 and continue to do well. What has changed about VP?
Oh, I think one thing you've got EQO that's come in as the coach, that's a very experienced hero shooter player, has that background, knows where the players have been, so he has that established situation. But I think it's also having the follow-through in the draft, because it felt before they want to protect stuff like Jeff, Mantis, whatever they can get their hands on, whatever is in that first ban, because Dustin usually is Mantis gets banned first, so you protect the Jeff or you protect the Emma. It felt that there's a little bit more Virtus Pro know how to see the draft from where it starts and where it ends, where some other teams could be a bit more reactionary as it goes along. Yeah,
I think it's exactly as you called earlier. I think that the tough part for the other side of FlyQuest is that they were playing around that Jeff very well, very much, right? I think you brought it up behind the scenes a lot too, is how Vision is one of those guys that's so good at playing Jeff, and at the current moment, when you ban that out, like we just saw, and we've seen certain maps where Mantis can be dominant, but Jeff has been pretty much the main story of this entire tournament, and maybe we'll see him later too.
It's really been between those two, prioritizing the Mantis for damage boosts onto some characters, but the Jeff, the mobility, the environmentals from some of these players, including FlyQuest, just yesterday where we just saw multiple multi-man eats, has been insane. But at the end of this series, we are now one step closer to our grand finals as one of our teams has been decided. Let's take a look at the bracket to break that down so that you can visualize exactly where we are going, as Virtus Pro at their first international event will be making it into the grand finals. And our lower bracket is the group stage rematch of FlyQuest versus Na'Vi.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, the two teams that are left in the tournament for them to face are the only two teams that they've lost to so far in series, but they were all best of threes. Best of fives provide a little bit more of an opening, and like we were saying before, Na'Vi knocked down to the losers bracket before by VP, having to play VP in a best of 3, Chopper Mang in a best of 5, and then 100 Thieves in an amazing best of 5 to finish out yesterday. It feels that they're very well accustomed to playing on stage, and they're going to have energy to boot to go through what could be another best of 5 and then a best of 7 later.
Yeah, I think that right now, well, this is the tough part. I think, Tetra, you talked about this, and I brought it up earlier in the cast. It's the downtime could set you off, right?
Yeah.
VP's a great team, but also they just played that match. Maybe they want to take that energy moving forward. And for FlyQuest, you just lost in a pretty horrific fashion, 3-0. Like, we can all agree that's pretty brutal, but that's also a good warm-up considering Na'Vi maybe don't have the scrim partners. I mean, everybody's out of the tournament now in terms of everybody outside of the top 3. So maybe they don't have anybody to practice against, get ready, get warm for this match. And on the opposite side, FlyQuest are.
Yeah.
You talked about having the energy going into this, but FlyQuest do literally have the energy, and they have shown that even when they're not warm, they have brought the play.
He doesn't have his voice, apparently. So he brings the energy, but he's, you know, kind of situation, maybe like me with his dog tree earlier today. But yes, this team, they do have that energy, and they have energy himself and his mom as well in the crowd bringing that energy for him. So it kind of doubles, triples, gets a little bit redundant, I think, at this point.
I wonder if it's sort of, because obviously every time FlyQuest do well, it erupts in here because it's a home ground audience. I wonder if it's the inverse, you know, when it's a bit rough for FlyQuest, it has been a bit quiet. Whether that's noticeable for the players, really, where it just feels that the energy's been sucked out of the room to an extent. That's going to be difficult, but like I said, just playing on stage is a sort of more new experience. I don't know if the expectations were really there. It was exciting, I think. FlyQuest were a hotly anticipated team for stage 2, but to see these guys be the top team in America, at least you can't take that away from them from this event. You are the best team to finish out from this region. It's still a lot to learn and a lot to get used to.
And FlyQuest ended up, you know, 2-1, like you mentioned, in that group stage. And at the moment, we'll see how they can improve against, you know, the opposition when that they've sort of already beat. But we've seen how Na'Vi are constantly on the up and up. Like you mentioned, they're getting better and better. And that's a reason why a lot of us have them to win the entire tournament, even though VP's looked as dominant as they have been, right? There's a reason why these are the 2 top teams in the world right now. And FlyQuest are trying to enter into that domain as well.
The best and last remaining American team getting ready to play against the current world champions. I want simple 2 to 5 word predictions. Go.
Ooh, skip me, go Ryan. I'm just kidding. I think 2 to 3 words. FlyQuest with a 2 to 3 loss, actually. I think Na'Vi's going to win.
Ooh, Na'Vi's good in a rematch.
They are.
FlyQuest better be prepped for it.
And that is the analysis from our desk. We're going to be heading to a break so that those teams can get set up. So don't go anywhere. When it comes back, the last hope for America will be playing against the world champions, looking for a run back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There's no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best. The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
Hey, we're Navi.
And we're here in Atlanta to win the grand finals in Marvel Rivals.
It's time to go 2 for 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 matches left to crown the winner of the grand finals. We just found out one in FlyQuest, and they'll be versus Navi in what is going to be an absolutely electric matchup. It's FlyQuest versus Navi. And my friends, we can see the hype right now. Ready to run. What the? Someone must have let the devil out here. Ladies and gentlemen, he's not just a land shark, he's a legend. Please welcome to the stage the voice of Jeff the Baby Land Shark, Mr. John Bailey. Here he comes. John, it's good to see you again. Oh yeah, I gotta step there. Hey, listen, good to see you again from Comic-Con to LA. It's been a while. Now we're on the other side. Yeah. How does it feel? You know, you've been a part of so much of Rivals. How does it feel to see this crowd and all this come together?
Well, first of all, I'm super honored that Marvel Rivals not only added me to the game, but also to be the announcer for Marvel Rivals Ignite, Marvels and Esports, you guys.
Yeah, quite literally, this man. A man of many talents. I have to say, going from all the way to the voice record booth, right, to what Rivals has become. I mean, did you ever think it would amount to where it's at now?
Oh, it's freaking huge. I mean, I thought Jeff was huge when his head gets big and he eats everybody, but this game's way huger than that.
Hey, listen, can you tell me, what sound would Jeff make just seeing that there's $1 million prize pool here on the biggest stage of Rivals?
Oh, yum. He'd probably eat it.
He would eat that. That's how appropriate. Also, I have to ask. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but right now, probably in the meta in general, the biggest villain right now is Jeff the Baby Land Shark. Did you expect that? How does it feel voicing and being the voice behind such an iconic hero?
Well, I'll also say I saw that there is one of the teams here in the competition that's playing Jeff. I'm just saying, he's freaking awesome. I never thought it would be this level, so this is freaking amazing, and I don't know how Jeff would react, but I think he'd be pretty shallow about it.
Well, our 3 teams left. There's Vision, Fate, and Dredro. Vision, Fate, and Dredro are our Jeff players. Can we get a little line for Vision, Fate, and Dredro? Listen, y'all, not only does John, again, voice the Jeff, but the man behind the scenes here and the epic voice of esports. I mean, have you been following along and seeing just what this has amounted to so far?
I've been trying, and I see some people getting a little discouraged. I see some people celebrating. You know what? Jeff Prime blesses that game. You're welcome.
Last for you here on stage, for me at least, is when you look at what Jeff was as a hero, right? And now, I mean, the popularity is skyrocketing, right, on the charts. I mean, how cool is that? Because I feel like when people think of Jeff, they got to think of John over here.
I've been at this career for 20 years, and I've worked on so many games, and I've never gotten this much love and support for a character that I voiced out of all the ones I've done except for Jeff. And I tried to make him as cute as I possibly could, and I feel like he's brought a lot of people into the gaming community. He's brought significant others, he's brought kids to play with parents and vice versa, so I think Jeff's a great character. He's introduced so many people into the gaming world, and now esports! Yeah!
It went from love to Jeff, and that says a lot because this man is a voice of many, so that's awesome to hear from you. Listen, he's hungry, as Jeff always is, for some more questions. We actually have some crowd here that want to ask a couple questions to John Bailey himself. Let's take it to the crowd.
Hello. So, I just wanted to ask, how did it feel seeing how Jeff, like the character, has become so big in the community?
So how does it feel for Jeff, the character, to become so big in the community?
Well, when I saw Jeff from the comic books, way back before I even knew about this, I was working on Deadpool stuff, and I was like, oh, I remember him when I got the audition. I was like, oh, yeah, and I knew how cute he was. I knew his potential, but oh my gosh, did they not make him the most adorable character in the universe? He's so freaking cute.
Stand by here. I'll bring it back.
All right, and with that, I'd love to that all your voice lines, like, you know, yeah, for the heroes, Wolverine, you know, the great Alpha out there being able to, you know, voice Psylocke. For you, when you saw your script there, was it just, were you cracking up at all the lines?
Well, it was because there wasn't much of a line. And I cannot thank Bright Skull and their director enough, because that guy helped me walk through these things. But it was more like, Jeff feels this way, or he reacts that, and I had to kind of make that up. And that was a lot of freaking fun, to be honest with you. And if you ever ask me what he says to Rocket, I'll never tell.
Well, we got another crowd question coming right at you. Let's bring it on over again to the audience.
So, besides Jeff, who do you main, and what's your rank?
I don't main anybody other than Jeff when I've had time to play. So just so everybody knows, because everybody asks me all the time, do you play? I wish I had time, but I'm working on more than just voiceover work. I do lots of different stuff. I played one time during the winter event. We won, so Jeff is undefeated. Yeah!
1-0, that's all it takes. That's all it takes to be a grand champion over here. And again, we have, let's go with one more question here from the audience.
So Cozy asked my original question. My next question is, when you came and started voicing Jeff, what did you use for like reference material for how you wanted it to sound, or was it something that they directed you towards?
So yes, whenever you first kind of saw the inspiration of Jeff, like how did you find the voice, right, and the inspiration behind that, as you know, you were elaborating earlier to make the iconic Jeff voice now?
So I get this question a few times, and a long time ago I worked on another game called Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, and one of the characters, thank you, there's somebody that's played that game. So that's a million years ago, but there was characters that I was voiced in that. One of them was the symbiotes. So I'd already kind of created this whole, this little creepy thing. And then there's the meme with the, I'm just a baby, on the freaking internet, and I just mash them together. I'm just a baby. There you go.
Walking by the booth would be amazing. It'd be like, just happened over there. Okay, lastly, we got to pump it up. Do we want to see Jeff in the MCU?
You know what? The MCU officially put it out there on X. I think it was earlier this year that Jeff is confirmed to come somewhere, sometime, somehow. I don't know what that means, but Marvel said that, not me, and I'm waiting by the phone if they need me.
Come on, Kevin. Let's see it here, everybody. And we're going to go ahead and bring it on over. Thank you again, John, by the way. Oh, wait, one more thing for John.
One quick thing to everybody here. Black Panther and Jean Grey Phoenix are actually, Crystal Lee and James Mathis Jr. and me, we're all signing back there at the meet and greet section. And one thing for all you Marvel Rivals fans, it's time! Let's get ready to rival!
Mr. John Bailey himself as we take it on over to Toucher.
I'm here in the crowd looking to speak to some of the audience to hype us up for the event starting over here. Who wants to say hi? Who's rooting for any team in particular? Oh, who could you be rooting for by any chance? What's your name?
Goodspeed.
Goodspeed, what's been your favorite match so far?
Oh, my favorite map so far was probably the 100 Thieves Hell to Heaven yesterday, with Terra just going amazing, carrying that game. I mean, Citadel had the 6K, but Terra went insane, and he made Citadel his babies. He was their father.
Do you think FlyQuest are going to come back through the lower bracket and take it?
Of course I think FlyQuest is going to take it. FlyQuest is going to take it all. Vest to go. Smart Chief to go. They're all dying. They're all sick. They all went to the hospital. It doesn't matter. They're winning it all.
Do you agree with them? Let's go to someone else. Let's move on over here. Let's have a look back here. What's your name? I know you. This is Diatonic, everyone.
Hey, everybody, how's it going? Diatonic here, and yeah, we are rooting for Navi in this household. I heard they have a specific captain ready to lead the charge.
Do you think what do you think is going to be the score between them and FlyQuest?
I think it's going all the way. I think it's going to be 3-2. I mean, you know, they played group stage 2-1. Now looking for that run back. I think Navi's going to get the run back and map number 5.
They're going to get the run back in that map number 5. Thank you very much, Diatonic. Let's squeeze it back a bit here because you may see some familiar people. By any chance, who are you rooting for?
FlyQuest.
FlyQuest! Tell me now, what's your name, by the way?
Hadley.
Hadley. Do you think they're going to take it all?
Yes.
Do you agree with her? Let's move over to the front for one more. Let's talk to someone here. What is going on here? Hey guys, how's it going?
Doing all right. I kind of miss Crazy Raccoon a little bit. I don't know where NX went off to, but it seems that he's missing, so I hope he shows up very, very soon.
Well, at least you got snacks, because we also have American Man here.
Cozy forgot to ask Jeff one question. Who's going to win the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals? It's FlyQuest!
Do you agree that one, Dad?
I guess so. Crazy Raccoon.
All right, so for one last time, do you think Navi's gonna win this lower bracket game? And who thinks it's FlyQuest? We've heard what the crowd think. Let's take it over to the desk.
You can run, you can hide, but you can never escape American Man today here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals. Listen, it's so cool to have John Bailey on. You know, if I asked him, I think he was just going to say yummy, yummy at the end of the day. But we have our matchup. We have what is going to be an epic end of a tale for one of these teams, FlyQuest versus Na'Vi, the champion of old now to FlyQuest and VP, both being that team that's chasing the tournament. Now, I've got to ask with FlyQuest in general, let me go to Ship here. What'd you see happen there on the O3?
I gotta be honest, Fly did not look like themselves. I've heard about the sickness, but they're a team that is locked in right now. But in that matchup, they were losing left and right. Only getting 1 point there on Yggdrasil. Just did not look like themselves at all.
Do you think it's like obviously like the nerves of it as well? Because like Virtus Pro is a scary opponent. They've scrimmed each other a lot. It's the first time that these two teams actually met in the event thus far. It did feel like Virtus Pro just gave them the lurgy in the draft as well, finding that like put them in a box essentially for FlyQuest because they haven't been together that long as a team. They don't have the same adjustments that you'd see from Na'Vi potentially, or even 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think anxiety comes into play without a doubt, and fear and anxiousness when you see that team across who has been in the same position, not losing like at all across the board. You know, you start to think, can we do this? And when you get in your head, stuff like that happens.
Yeah, for me, you know, it's why we give so much, you know, if you look at VP, I mean, they have so many players that are experienced too in other, you know, game shooters. Some of them have been here quite literally before, right, in some instances. And so we lean so much on experience in general, like Envy, that's why we liked them so much going in. They had a lot of experience on that team, so it does come to play. But for me, listen, I had this, funny enough, I had a conversation with XQC. We were talking about game sense and game mechanics, right? Both those are the two merriments of how you put together an amazing team. For me, when the nerves kick in, right, which one do you think folds first? Is it the game sense or more just the pure talent?
I think it's the game sense. It's the comms as well, because like whilst there's people lost their voices and stuff, in those kind of moments, you're talking a lot faster. Like us on stage, what's the natural thing that we do when we're on a broadcast as opposed to being at home? You talk a lot faster because you want to get your point across and you don't want to leave any gaps and stuff. It's the same when you're on stage, times 100. But the one thing I wanted to ask you two both is, this is almost like a mirror of what we saw from FlyQuest in stage 2. They were in that upper bracket, they lost it, and then they bottomed out and lost to Envy without picking up a map. Does this feel like it's a bit of that poetry emotion again?
Yeah, that is definitely a fear. I find a lot of these teams that are known to be storied, strong teams, once they start losing, they just keep losing, so they've got to turn that around right now.
We were just talking about that. Whenever they was just 0-2, I was starting to fear a little bit because we've seen FlyQuest start to kind of tumble from there. But for me, it's about mental as well, right? We're talking about mechanics, game sense in general, but it's the overall mental. When you go to like tennis, when you start losing, it's tough to kind of snap yourself back into it. So yeah, comms and all that stuff start slowing down because, can I do this? What's happening? I thought we were going to win. It's all that stuff that you have to just get through and play your part, do what you can do, because FlyQuest, they have the talent, and a lot of that talent, Vision. We just talked about, we just met with John Bailey, voice of Vision over there, and voice of Vision. Maybe one day. Voice of Jeff, and Vision though has been such a great representation of the baby land shark, if you will. Yeah. On the opposition though, Fate.
Yeah, if Fate was one of the early adopters of it at like the mid-season finals, where everybody was almost laughing at him for choosing it. But it feels like, I was talking to Moxie about this the other day, because like Citadel versus FlyQuest, it felt the Vision got like 15 bites and thrown off the map, eliminations off of the It's Jeff ultimate, and I'm like, what do? Do you go like Cloak and Dagger to try and dodge it with the cape? Do you try and block it with shields? And she was like, the problem is that Vision's so good at waiting for these fights and all of these big cooldowns to be used, that's when he swoops in. So you have to ban it out like VP did.
Yeah, listen, for me, if you're FlyQuest, you have to point to the sign and say believe, because you have the talent, you have what it takes, right? And that's what we want to see these great players do, is go out there and get it done. But on the other side, Na'Vi, the team ship that, again, claimed the crown, they're coming for it again, and what a path they've taken here.
And they're warm. They're used to this. They've been in these shoes before, and they know how to win. And this team has been looking better and better as this tournament's gone on. And their coordination is wild to witness. It's a ton of fun to watch. But we'll see if they can hold on into a team that has been doing very well against them in scrims.
Yeah, listen, me and Shiv were talking actually yesterday about kind of like a dream team. Who are going to put the team together with some of the best players in the world. No question about it. I mean, you have a lot of them just on this squad alone. Crook was an absolute animal yesterday and what he was able to do at the strategist position. And for me, I feel like they just get so much extra out of what's not support, but strategists they are getting it done.
Yeah, it feels so. And like we've seen Na'Vi be fairly confident on stuff like triple strategist when that was super meta around stage 1 mid-season finals. But the way that Na'Vi are playing compositionally seems to suit them a lot more. Level 1 Crook MVP from mid-season finals after Rad, that's now Na'Vi, won that event. It's not as if it's been a quiet event for him, it's just that other players, Jerky especially, has really started to shine as a potential MVP for Na'Vi, but also like Rajaro and stuff. The impact that he's had on that Vanguard role has been absurd for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the whole team has talent for sure, but that backline we were talking about, I mean, when you dive them with Cap, you look at Crook, Cap's in danger. You know what I'm saying? That is the crazy thing that blows my mind. Crook was in a 1v5 situation, ran away, came back, and got a 3-piece or maybe even a quadra. That blew my mind.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Delina trying to go for the hero play, right? And then we Psylocke Frozen. We've seen that now with Tanuki going slamming down Frozen as the Winter Soldier. You know what? Shiv and I, we had the pleasure of casting Na'Vi versus FlyQuest in the group stage.
Yeah.
For me, it obviously was a, you know, I wasn't completely surprised that VP won that. I was shocked it was 3-0, right? Obviously, that was the shock. When you look at what they went against with Na'Vi, though, in general, and what Na'Vi's path has been to be here, like, they repeat, right? Mid-season finals to grand finals now, result questionable, and Shib, they look dominant on Wakanda whenever we did cast them, but then obviously in Midtown was a little different story, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this team is the loser bracket legends. They will keep pushing, and they found their footing. So, yeah, I don't think it matters about the map. They always have a solution. We've seen them do these weird strategies where they're taking high side position with rocket jumps even to start off fights. And that kind of strategy, you know, driven by Trust Me on the front line is really what drives them to find these crazy wins.
Yeah, and not only that, you've got like the one loss that Rad Na'Vi had in the play-in stage as well against Envy. So it was 2 series loss that they had, the exact same as this event, because they've lost to FlyQuest and Virtus Pro, the only 2 events in. So the one thing that I keep hearing from Na'Vi is same script, same script. They are just like, we've done all of this before. It's the harder route, but we've managed to go all the distance last time. Why not this time?
Yeah, talk about a team that has mastered the mental, right? Like, they just don't shake at all. They always look ready for the challenge and rise up. And listen, just because it was, what, 2-1 their FlyQuest in the best of 3, it's best of 5 now. There's a lot that can come at play when they line up together. And so, you know what? I already know what to expect here. I'm going to throw it, though. Who do you got taking it to the grand finals? Rye.
I've got Na'Vi winning this event. That's why I've got the golden tie, because it is just, since the interview that I had with them, their scrim win rate was shocking. They won't be afraid to admit it on the last day. It was really rough going into this event, but as soon as they get into the officials, that momentum's going, and that's been stifled from FlyQuest from that last series. They have to bounce back very quickly.
Fly's been punched in the face, but they will get back up. I believe Fly comes back in here and takes this thing.
Absolutely. They know what they can do. They have the talent. We can't have it be EMEA versus EMEA in the grand finals. We got to get the good old classic America versus Europe. We'll have to see if we find that. But first of all, we have a lot of great costumes out there. There is an exclusive DreamHack bundle that you can get your hands on right now to go ahead and represent what has been absolute awesome cinema here on the big stage. Guys, FlyQuest, Na'Vi, this was the best match in my opinion from the group stage. I expect it again, as we will be meeting what is going to be a fate of one of them. Finally, I want to ask you personally, if you look at one player to put it on the back here, is it Energy? Is it Vest? Cooper? There's so many great players.
Yeah, they do have great players. Me personally, you know, maybe a little Vanguard bias. I'm going to throw it towards Vest, who I think has looked dominant this whole tournament. One of the highest eliminations and final hit rates of a Vanguard. What do you say for Na'Vi?
I do like Vest versus Rajaro as like a head-to-head. Like, we do like to focus on the duelists especially, but I think it's the front lines when you got Trust Me versus Spark Chief as well. It's going to be really good to see how those two match up.
Atlanta, let me hear you viewers watching. Let's see the emotes. We've got our last 2 teams. Na'Vi versus FlyQuest. One will make it, one gone. Etched not in history as we find ourselves the grand final result.
It's time for the lower bracket finals! We are about to decide who will be going to the grand finals to play against Virtus Pro. For one of these teams, the journey ends here. For the other, the key to immortality awaits. So please join me in welcoming our two competitors, our gladiators, our rivals. Starting off with the team from the Americas. Please join me in welcoming FlyQuest! Spark Chief, Cooper, Zenos, Vision, Energy, and Vest with their coach Legit. It's been a tough road to get here. You started off so strong, but find yourselves down here, warmed up, but in the losers bracket. How prepared are you for Na'Vi, who you've already played in groups?
At the end of the day, we're here for a reason. We're not going to go down without winning a good map. We're going to win this series too, and we're going to go back to BP, and we're going to beat their ass again.
Crowd seems to agree with you. It is your time to say something out to them, to hype them up, to get them behind FlyQuest, your home crowd. What are you going to say to get them in?
Just remember, guys, we're here for you. We need you here for us. Whatever happens, we just need you to cheer for us one last time throughout this entire day.
One last time, get yourself seated. It's FlyQuest! The winners of Group B, with the hungriest Jeff in the game and one of the undeniably most in-sync duelist duos of all time. It's time to fly. And time for our second team from EMEA, the current world champions. It's Na'Vi! Leading the team, trust me! Jerky! Fates! Level 1 Crook! Rogero! And Naga! Jerky, this team's been here before and fought through it. I feel like I'm parroting myself from yesterday. Do you have it?
I mean, looking to my side, we have Captain Germany next to me. He's ready to put in the work, so I think we have it.
You didn't have it versus FlyQuest in the groups. What makes it different now?
I guess you guys are just gonna have to wait and see.
You're gonna be heading into this. This is your rematch, and you're in front of an opposing crowd who are definitely seemingly behind FlyQuest. But there might be some people who you can persuade over. Why should they root for Na'Vi?
I mean, I can't trash talk here. I think these guys are amazing. We are amazing, and I think everyone here supporting us is supporting esports in general. So I don't wanna say any mean words. Just enjoy the show, and we'll do our best.
And for the final words, let's head over to Captain Germany himself. Trust me. What do you have to say to the crowd out there?
Assemble!
Assemble! Please head to your seats and join me in welcoming Na'Vi! The current world champions looking to make it number 2. They are the final boss of Ignite. And they're here with the run back and the keys to the $1 million prize pool. For one of these teams, the journey ends here. For the other, an ascension to the upper bracket to play against Virtus Pro. And there's only 2 people who could do it justice. So let's head over to Vicky Kitty and Got Moxie for our lower bracket finals!
Thank you so much, Setcher. As the voice actor of Jeff John just said, let's get ready to rumble for our losers finals, Moxie. Best of 5. You heard it from the players. Captain Germany himself. I mean, you know what? I like the confidence that we're seeing so far, but everything's on this table for this run back opportunity.
I like as well the fact that Na'Vi was saying maybe we're going to be seeing something a little bit new, as this was a team that was known for being the innovators. They were one of the first, the OGs in getting to engineer that Jeff composition strategy all the way back in June. It wasn't even at our mid-season finals, and it is going to be Hellfire Gala, starting things off with a bang as we party on Krakoa, one of Jeff's best maps. But Vicky, you and I, we were talking about it. When it comes to the ban strategy, there is one hero that FlyQuest simply cannot allow through. We are both in agreement that Psylocke needs to go.
Yeah, please, because if we've learned our lesson after our last series, Psylocke being a problem is going to be the same issue going into the series. Jerky cannot get enabled with the amount of times we've seen Jerky pop off on that Psylocke, getting the MVP game after game. And you know, when you take a look at the head-to-heads alone, that's kind of what I was expecting. If we do end up seeing the Psylocke get through for both of these teams, I'm expecting to see that Energy v Jerky matchup.
Well, we could also potentially get to see that Hella Namor matchup into the Psylocke, because we've seen FlyQuest on this map in particular like to run the Hella, like to run the Namor, a composition which is very, very good at shutting down those dive pushes if the correct conditions are enabled, one of which being winning the first fight. So often we talk on Domination about these compositions needing to have to win that first fight are going to be. And for FlyQuest, yes, you just got beaten, but you did at least come through with game time. For Na'Vi, they're coming in cold. They've got to hit this ground running.
And I like how you bring that up, because sometimes that's the momentum that you need to carry into your next game. Yes, you may have just gotten beat, but now you're more fired up than ever to go into this next series, to prove a point when you're here in home court, when the crowd is rallying with you. And if you're Na'Vi, I like hearing that speech. They recognize what a great opponent, what a great team FlyQuest is, but they're also looking to prove that they are here to take it into the grand finals.
Well, from looking to listening, we're going to hear what exactly Na'Vi sounded like yesterday when they had the game-winning comms beating 100 Thieves.
Wow, a team of many words, let me tell you, and I like the passion that we see here from Na'Vi while we get set up and we get to see how this series is going to go. Because remember, Moxie, we keep highlighting it for a reason. The rung-back potential between these two teams, right? We got to see FlyQuest originally in day 3 of group stage beat Na'Vi 2-1. That's why I'm expecting in this best of 5 to go the distance. You have more opportunities for the pick and ban phase. You have a better chance of trying to find the adaptation in case maybe you need to try to run a different composition.
Yeah, Na'Vi, I call them the boomerang team, right? Because you get one, you get to throw them, and then they just bounce back. And Na'Vi, they got the opportunity to watch Virtus.pro beat FlyQuest. In particular, they got to watch how Virtus.pro played the ban draft against FlyQuest. So are FlyQuest going to be struck with the same strategist sweep out that we saw previously? Because as the desk talked about, that was previously a strategy from this very team.
It's good to know, and that's something else that they were watching, right? And with everything on the table, when you have a $1 million prize pool, the separation between second place and third place is essentially a $40,000 USD money match. That's how you have to consider this series of this best of 5. And now understanding that they had some time to watch, all right, do we fully go in and ban the strategist backline?
I mean, Na'Vi, they've liked playing for these Mantis compositions, so FlyQuest might continue the instant ban on the Mantis. For that reason, level 1 Crook, we talk about, you know, Fate being one of the inventors of the Jeff strategy. Well, level 1 Crook has always had the Mantis in his corner, trying to push it into the meta all the way back from Season 0 and beyond. So for FlyQuest, that's one of the problems that they're going to have to deal with. It's going to be a matter of, do you want to instant ban the Jeff? Do you want to instant ban the Mantis? Whichever one doesn't get immediately grabbed out is likely going to be the first save.
We get to look down below here too, Spark Chief. being the vanguard of FlyQuest, as well as Jerky. We keep highlighting the Psylocke problems. Jerky is so crazy. We've been seeing him really perform within the bracket stage, and this is just the bracket stage, by the way.
The final hits, look at the difference. I mean, it's a Psylocke. Psylocke is going to be coming on through with a whole host of these final hits because all of that damage is concentrated, right? And for Psylocke, a lot of the time when she's actually in the middle of those fights, she's going through with those dashes, she's managing to be able to find those eliminations, she's trying to get as much damage done as possible as well to build up the Dance of the Butterflies, where we saw it even in the previous series. If Sparker is on the Psylocke and there's a Groot in play, he will literally just shift his attention swing to the Vanguards to prioritize the ultimate instead.
And why is that? Exactly, to be able to boost up that ultimate. Of course, you know, when you have that side-by-side, again, it's the difference between a duelist and the Vanguard, but it's important to know, just looking at what SparkG's Vanguard pool is. You talk about the Groot, that's the #1. Angela's kind of been like the new thing coming in from left field, Venom, and the Cap too. So then you look at the way that both Na'Vi and FlyQuest had battled it out against each other in the past. We got to see FlyQuest ban the Bucky, the Atom, the Loki, and even the Emma, while they were protecting their own Psylocke and Emma, which is also important too. When you expect the Psylocke from the other side, how crazy it is to have an Emma for your own team to be able to get into that diamond form and get the choke slam.
Yeah, I mean, Emma doesn't really see all that many bans unless it's particularly on Convoy, as maybe we get to see that as the answering response, right? Rajaro has looked so incredibly solid, pun entirely intended, when he gets to use that diamond form on the Emma, putting pressure on the Vanguards and also allowing Na'Vi's backline full buffer between themselves and any aggressive plays from their opponents, as we can have a look and see another one of our statistics, and this is the team as a whole. The bracket stage, everything done by all players on FlyQuest and all players on Na'Vi. 484 final hits coming through from their side, and I feel like a big chunk of them is probably from Jerky Slices.
It's just crazy how there's that 80 KO differential between these two teams. As we're getting locked and loaded, everyone, thank you so much for your patience, but it is time. The losers finals here within the Marvel Rivals Ignite 2025 Grand Finals. Our teams have worked so hard to make it onto this stage, and now it's do or die if you are FlyQuest right now looking to make a comeback.
Here comes the ban draft. Na'Vi going to be removing the Jeff. FlyQuest sticking to their former plan against Virtus.pro and taking out the Mantis, but look at what they've done. They've saved the Loki instead of the Mantis, which means that Na'Vi, they're going to be forced to choose. Do you remove the Mantis? Do you remove the Atom? Both of these things the Loki is going to be able to enable, and Na'Vi, they let the Atom through. Mantis is targeted instead.
Which is something we've been seeing a lot more often, Moxie. You and I were actually talking about it right before today really started and trying to find where that Atom is so it's not a problem as they get the Protect onto the Venom.
This is actually huge from FlyQuest as well, because that Loki save now minimizes the impact of the Psylocke, because those dash damages from the Dance of the Butterflies are going to be absorbed by the Doppelgangers, while also having Regeneration Domain to heal all the way through it. Jeff is now going to be banned out, which means that Na'Vi don't manage to get Fate on one of his staple heroes, because they went for the save on the Venom instead. So that in the neutral, they have the Venom to be able to create the space for the Psylocke, something that Jeff just doesn't do, and that's why we're going to see Na'Vi yet again go for a dive component on the save. It's the Psylocke that we just talked about before FlyQuest get the opportunity to lock it out. This now means that this next ban has to be something like that Luna or potentially the Emma, but no, they remove the Daredevil instead.
This is interesting right now, a completely different look. It's almost like with FlyQuest, they have adapted after that last series. They have taken note after what they just played earlier against VP, what the problems were when it came to dealing with certain compositions. And now we get to see the last Protect, and it's going to be the Cloak and Dagger.
This is really, really smart from the side of FlyQuest, because you banned out the Captain America, right? That means that Na'Vi are likely going to be playing the Venom. Venom is just a hitbox, a walking hitbox into the Terror Cape blind with that 28% increased vulnerability damage for the next 3 seconds, meaning that Trust Me is going to be in and out in shorter intervals, which means that Jerky, his uptime is going to be impacted as well.
It was crazy too, with FlyQuest also looking at their bans like, man, EMEA, this is a full strategist lineup ban once again that they're dealing with. That's why they were forced to protect the Loki and the Cloak, almost like what they were expecting at the very end as we get started with our very first map on Krakoa.
It's been a very long time, though, since Loki has been able to go into that 2-2-2 strategist format with the nerfs that were hit onto him in terms of numbers. The regen domain still as strong as it was before. The ultimate still as strong as it was before. But do you manage to get a good copy off? Because all you really have in terms of access is your Cloak and Dagger. Yeah, you might be able to snipe out level 1 Crook on that Luna, but what Na'Vi can do is stack the bodies in front of it because the Loki needs line of sight to get the ultimate, and that time might be the difference between Jerky getting an elimination with Dance of the Butterflies and FlyQuest being able to stave it off.
Nice to note here too, with the portals being opened up, and you also got to see Na'Vi getting a little bit of that shield just in case it opened up these fights, but it's about taking control over the high ground to start off this fight. As you can see, FlyQuest now making that swap up. That is over into that Magneto, one of the best roles he represents, as Energy and Vision are rocking the team up between the Namor and Hela.
Na'Vi didn't walk up though, they portaled in. Trust me, on the Venom will be able to regroup with them because they wanted to hold the high ground off of the angle for the Hela and Namor, but FlyQuest still managed to find the first pick, and BRB was not up to save level 1 Crook. FlyQuest now with the Magneto putting their position onto the point, forcing Na'Vi into a brawl tempo rather than a dive, and that's going to be first cap picked up for FlyQuest.
Just as quick as they started up this fight, now they're going to be able to take control over the fight, but it's not over. Look at the split position of Na'Vi to the side, as Na'Vi, they retaliate. They find both strategists off of FlyQuest. No sustainability here for FlyQuest, as now Vision, he gets the retaliation, but Jerky being on the sidelock gets enabled together with Rojara.
I mean, Jerky just has everything that a Psylocke could want, right? A Venom to create the space, the projection team up coming on through with Rojara on the ammo, and the idle aura from level 1 Crook. We said that you had to be worried about the Psylocke, and Na'Vi have absolutely everything that the Psylocke could desire. Their Dance of the Butterflies should be absorbed by the Doppelgangers, but Na'Vi have the Endsong Inferno to shut that down too.
Off the Snowflake and a BRB, you're going to be able to get a lot more aggressive as Trust Me's looking to make some space. Look at Jerky. He's creeping about before he tries to get the jump on the strategist up on the bridge. Invisible, the follow-up together with the team up that Emma Frost provides here. He's looking for the opportunity to get the Dance of Butterflies, but they need to wait for the strategist ultimate to come out. But with Cooper going down, no God of Mischief, it's up to Zelos and the Eternal Bond. As a meteor comes up, it must find itself going down onto Na'Vi. Now as they try to survive, they're holding onto these ultimates for quite some time.
Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, Horde of Proteus from Vision, but Endsong Inferno prevents any momentum picked up by that Namor ultimate, and Na'Vi are still in control of this point. Jerky with the projection manages to make it back to his ammo. Rojara shields him off with the Aegis, and FlyQuest are forced to swap. Tidal Dirge team up taken away. Energy has to go onto the Winter Soldier and look for the neutral shutdown on the dive instead.
It's the fact that Jerky, by the way, is already at 80% in ult charge after we just saw the Dance of Butterflies. Furthering your point, Moxie, about what you were mentioning about the Brute 2, as Cooper holding on to that God of Mischief after he had gone out early in that previous fight. You have to imagine now, as Cooper's looking on the back end.
It's too early! It's preemptive, which means that Na'Vi are just going to wait it out. Cooper has to come on through with the Fate of Both Worlds in response to Rojara's ultimate, but that means that they're not going to have the Loki ultimate to shut the Dance of the Butterflies down. It has to be an aggressive play when they've still got the Fate of Both Worlds up, but they haven't found the elimination. Jerky is on the field. The Loki Doppelgangers too are able to absorb the damages, but that means that they have nothing for when the Feast of the Abyss comes through, and Na'Vi in overtime are clearing FlyQuest positions.
And together with the anti-heal, even with the Eternal Bomb used up, nice Terror Cape to find level 1 Crook, but with Vision going down, they are outnumbered. Currently, Trust Me, Fate, here's popping off. Overtime, taking away, forces out the recontention with the portal.
Regeneration domain does mean that FlyQuest will be able to stabilize temporarily through that portal, but they don't have the numbers, they don't have an ultimate to follow up the bodies, and Na'Vi walk away with the Grove in firm, dominant style. Jerky on the Psylocke, we highlighted this player. We said that he was one of the stars. He was the one that they picked up, already testing him out in those scrim blocks before we got to see the pickup onto Crisis Late. And his Psylocke has been absolutely insane.
It's the fact that Fate also being on the Raccoon has not gone down once. Pesky. As you can see, Jerky literally 10-1, 6 final hits for this player. But I love the duo that we are also seeing, the follow-up with Trust Me on this Venom.
The amount of follow-up, like you said, that Na'Vi have, it's like Trust Me goes in and they look for these soft dive engagements, like when they know that Cooper has the ultimate, when the fight is fresh and regeneration domain is still active, they go for the soft dive, try and force it out, back away, stabilize, come back in again with the Dance of the Butterflies as they are just generating it so quickly. That's sort of the double-edged sword, if you will, about running a Loki. More doppelgangers on the field mean more bodies for the Psylocke to be able to farm the ultimate off.
He comes in clutch, and that's why Jerky's been able to get these ultimates so quickly in a lot of these engagements now as FlyQuest. They want to try to get this point first. We know how strong it is to take control over this fight in the very beginning, as Vision does have that ultimate ready to go. That's with the Meteor M. Smart Chief now making that swap over to the Angela to get more disruption online. But look at Trust Me and the Feast of the Abyss.
Smart Chief, like you said, on that Angela will be able to intercept some of these dive setups from Trust Me. Won't be able to intercept the Feast of the Abyss. And everyone from Na'Vi were already on the point to be able to follow up the damage and the anti-heal. And oh my goodness,
no.
They're just delaying the pick.
And this, every time you get a first fight stagger too on Dom, it is so crucial because now you get even more progress on the points. You extend your lead. FlyQuest, sure, they'll be able to come right back around. And with Vez making a swap over to the Emma, I do agree with this, right?
Yeah.
Even with the Magneto that we saw in our previous series, by the very end of that series, it wasn't really finding their mark. If you're not being able to land these Meteor M's, it's crucial in a lot of these matchups, especially when you have a Luna that you're dealing with.
Vez's presence as well, with the threat of Carbon Crush, should be enough to force Trust Me's positioning away from the Vanguard, allowing FlyQuest to start pushing their way forward, angling for that frontline brawl with both the Bucky and the Phoenix getting to play with the main core and the off angle. We still have to worry though about Jerky. With the Dance of the Butterflies, Silex Ocean opens the way. Jerky gets the elimination of the Cooper. No doppelgangers, no regeneration domain, no player from FlyQuest will be able to survive the onslaught, and Na'Vi walk away, but silver lining, it's at least a fast fight, a precious percentage picked on up in comparison to what it was before.
Is it going to be worth it when FlyQuest are sweating when they try to get the counter pick to deal with Jerky on having this Emma Frost, trying to get the choke slam that they're covering and enabling Jerky with? They still have Crooks, Fate of both worlds. They still have Fate and the Sia as Spark Chief. Force it back away, but now here on the Angela still is trying to get this disruption while Zelos can start the fight with the Eternal Bond.
FlyQuest, like you said, starting off that fight likely with the Eternal Bond off of the portal, getting to close the position onto the point. Endsong Inferno is the first ultimate to try to deal with Na'Vi. Out comes that Eternal Bond, allowing FlyQuest to move on forward, but we've got Fate of both worlds from Na'Vi's end, damage boosting the Endsong Inferno, and Cooper through the ultimate falls. FlyQuest now relying on Spark Chief in overtime. The Heaven's Retribution not going to be able to pick up the stall that it looks for. Energies onto the Doctor Strange, but Vicky, I don't think there's enough time.
The speed run after map 1 alone, a complete different outcome after we've seen these teams face off against each other. And now Na'Vi, they know what they need to do, Moxie. FlyQuest, they were not able to deal with Jerky, and again, it goes hand in hand with that pick and ban phase when Jerky gets a pop off on that Psylocke.
Na'Vi continue to be this bounce back team. They'll give you one, you get one. That's why they're known for these runs through in the lower bracket run. Speaking about one, that's the amount of casualties that Trust Me, Rajaro, and Jerky found themselves with. Fate, by the way, an entire 2 rounds of play, did not revisit that spawn room once, and that's what you want on the rocket, right? Because if the rocket's not going down, the BRB is always there in position for when Na'Vi need it to be.
And at that point, too, when you look at Cooper on the Loki, 0-7. I mean, when you protect the Loki and you're not being able to get these God of Mischiefs to get these falls to keep these fights going,
yeah.
I mean, then you're also not enabling your Vanguard. Your Vanguards are not staying alive to control that space.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw like these sort of shades of counterplay against a dive composition from FlyQuest's comp, right? We got to see the Bucky, we got to see an attempt at the Hella Namor if they'd won the first fight and been able to actually push Na'Vi into a full reposition retake situation. That would have had a lot more traction in terms of what it had pick potential wise. Then we got to see Vision moving over to things like that Phoenix trying to play for the stun, because Na'Vi, when they dive, they're stacking their players. You can get a multiple body stun, then you can follow up with either that immediate pick from Energy or the Winter Soldier looking for those hook controls, but we never really got to see that come into fruition because Na'Vi just play around it perfectly. They had so many ultimates that they could just steamroll.
And the team of two, the wombo combos of the ultimate follow-ups between Na'Vi just dipped that of FlyQuest, right? You saw the attempt on having the Strangling Prison together with the Whale. Well, guess what? Na'Vi together with Fate and the Sia, the Phoenix Endsong Infernal, the Damage Burst 2 whenever you see Trust Me with the Feast of the Abyss was just so much to deal with.
And they managed as well to pick FlyQuest for so many of those strategist ultimates too. Like, that's the reason why we were seeing so many casualties on the side of FlyQuest, because when it came to that trade of those strategist ultimates, the Luna with the Fate of both worlds for the damage amp, Fate, like you said, with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, both being able to output a 40% push when they're active, just meant that FlyQuest never had the actual heal resources to stand up to all of the incoming damage.
It's the fact that Jerky only went down once, by the way, had 16 final hits too.
16, 11.5 thousand damage. And I mean, Psylocke players, they're not normally, well, sometimes they are like the one with the most amount of damage. Back in 4.0, we would be expecting it to be the Phoenix because of the Beyblade tech. But when it comes on through and you have a Loki to be able to use as a pin cushion, a Groot to be able to use as a pin cushion, you're pushing your ultimate up. You've got the Luna to enable to go aggressive. You've got your Venom creating as much space as possible so that every single time you want to commit, you're not being marked, you're not being cleared out, you're not being forced into downtime and thus not doing any damage. It was just constant pressure from Na'Vi's end, and that's what Dive is so formidably known for, right? We've both got to see Dive as a composition for a very long time, and one of the things that it punishes is when these teams try to walk into these fights without that game plan in mind, because it interrupts, it intercepts when you're still ult-tracking, when you're still trying to work out what do I need to do, where do I need to go.
And it's more important too when you're also able to force out these staggers off the very beginning, because you're not only staggering the time for them to come out of spawn, you're staggering their ult economy. You're preventing them from leaning into these win conditions, and to be able to start the series off in our best of 5 with such a dominating fashion when FlyQuest usually has a pretty good record on Krakoa. I mean, in this grand final series alone, they've been going 2 and now 1. Before they were 2-0. And then you look at Na'Vi, they hadn't even played on Krakoa. They just come out of the gates and knew exactly what they had to do.
Yeah, for FlyQuest, it's about just reset, right?
Yeah.
It's not a best of 3. Losing domination isn't a nail in the coffin. You still have an opportunity to be able to bounce back in the series, but it needs to start right here. You can't go into the half 2 maps down, especially when the silver lining of losing one of those maps is getting to determine where we go next and which side.
Having to highlight some of the biggest plays too from that very first series. We saw a freeze come out onto the Groot. I believe it was actually level 1 Crook who had gotten that, from that Luna. Canceling out the Groot ult, something else you have to look for. If you're gonna expect Na'Vi to keep going forward with these strategist bans.
I mean, do you just go for the instant ban on the Psylocke? But then again, that means Mantis or Jeff is going to be able to make it through. So it's a tough one for FlyQuest, because as we talked about, Na'Vi is a team that is known for masterfully navigating through the draft. They're also a team that is known for being next to impossible to being able to fully ban out, with the flexibility, with the fact that they play so many different things to such a high level, which has now become, I would say, a requirement for Marvel Rivals at this level.
I totally agree here, and we're getting set up for going into game number 2. Moxie, I mean, what do you think FlyQuest needs to do differently? You're looking at Energy, who usually is that MVP piece that needs to be enabled, right? When we take a look at the other side, we've highlighted why Jerky is so deadly, but then on the other half, the young gun legend, only 17 years old, Energy, he wasn't really able to get anything done despite the bans that we saw coming out really focusing on the strategy. But that also kind of goes hand in hand to what we were saying before. When your Loki can't stay alive and there's a Psylocke ultimate waiting for you at every choke before you even get to the point, how do you try to navigate around that?
I mean, there's always going to be a disparity, right? If you're constantly losing your strategists and your vanguards are never getting their uptime, there's no space being created for your duelists to be able to do what they want to. That's why they swapped off of the Hela Namor. Those are two duelists who require so much space and so many resources to be pumped into them. I think for FlyQuest to try and find a way back into this series, what you do is you try and take us to a convoy map, because that is where we're getting to see the Emma ban first and foremost. And if you remove the Emma, you limit Rajaro, but if the Psylocke does manage to slip through, you also impact Jerky's uptime by removing the team up, which would heavily impact the uptime charge of the Dance of the Butterflies, allowing FlyQuest to actually build the strategist ultimates to go against it.
And I believe it is a good idea to go to Convoy here too, right? Because if we do end up going, we have to avoid Yggdrasil, no matter what, right? Because it's Na'Vi, right? Na'Vi loves, this is basically like their playground, so they're not going to go to Yggdrasil. Maybe thinking Midtown here. We have seen them fall twice onto Midtown, but they also have been able to take at least one series there. Meanwhile, though, you look at FlyQuest, and it's kind of a checkmate because their best Convoy map is Yggdrasil, but it's not as perfect of a record as Na'Vi. So thinking here, maybe Midtown, as we've gone 1-1, for FlyQuest and getting everything settled, you have to also think about it from the player's perspective.
Yeah.
You need a mental reset.
Yes.
You just got 3-0'd in the previous series, and now it was a pretty dominating takeover for that first map.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where your coach is going to come in absolutely clutch, right? This is where you're able to say, hey, guys, it's okay, this happens. We just have to head into this next one and make sure that we play clean and we play to our own game. And we are going to see, it is indeed going to be a convoy map. It is indeed not going to be Path. We will be headed on over to Midtown. So this is one of those maps where Jeff is less impactful on first and second, but it's also one of those maps that attacking teams have started being able to work out how to break the spawn hold, either by front-loaded damage compositions and walking them down with the threat and pressure of a Storm Moon Knight Punisher composition, or we get to see token resistance on the front line to just be a smokescreen and disguise the movements of dive characters on the sidelines.
Gonna have to see how this pick and ban phase irons out, as is it going to be another target strategist ban line? Thinking with energy and how we've highlighted this player too, usually when it comes to the 3-3 and they start things off on the defense, they come out with the Magneto or even the Moon Knight.
It's not an Emma. It is going to be a Mantis first ban, which means do Na'Vi go, similar to the way that we saw Thieves actually, with a save on what they think is their priority target, and it will not be the Psylocke, it will be the Captain America, because they're one map up and it being a best of 5 series. Na'Vi get the opportunity to sort of feel out how averse FlyQuest are to banning some of these duelist role setups for Jerky.
Sometimes we even have seen time and time again the Doctor Strange bans on this map too, because it prevents the recontention with the portal. But I don't think it's going to happen here, because it could be very risky too, as we get to see the protect onto the Mantis. I like this. You get the damage boost on top of the speed boost, and it is the Loki ban to prevent the team up of the big AoE healing of the Mantis and Loki.
Yeah, regeneration domain is already a broken cooldown enough as it is. You do not need to be letting for the damage boost potential, as well as Na'Vi remove the Invisible Woman. FlyQuest are going to be removing the Rocket Raccoon, so no BRB to be able to bring some of these players back in either a double strategist lineup or a triple strategist composition, as FlyQuest are going to be saving the Luna because yet again they see the ban line format. Na'Vi are targeting out strategists, and FlyQuest do not want to be stuck with 2 off strategists when they have something like a Mantis and an Ultron available.
And it works so well on Midtown. You mentioned Ultron because you have more of that verticality, as the last protect is the Psylocke. Remember, FlyQuest not only take us over to Midtown, but they also choose what side they want to start on. And in defense, you also have to take care of the 3-3 comp that you may want to rock out with. And if you're getting focused when it comes to the strategist, that puts a dent to some of your plans.
Speaking of plans, the scuppering of the Adam Warlock has begun for both of these two teams. FlyQuest using that last ban slot because Na'Vi, they targeted the Loki, but these bans are not universal. They are one-sided, which means that they would have had access to both the Loki and the Adam to complete that really frustrating stall strategy of just Karmic Revival, God of Mischief, copy into Karmic Revival, so that even if you don't win the fight on first, you manage to absolutely sink your opponent's chance of going the full distance. As Na'Vi, I'm sure we're going to be seeing it in a moment. Jerky likely going to be onto the Psylocke. I am very, very worried currently about the composition that FlyQuest are showing to us, because as I said, they got the Mantis through, which means that they can play a triple strategist line. They're going with an Ultron, which is known as being directly countered by Psylocke, to the point that in 4.0 we actually even saw Psylocke being banned by some teams if they wanted to run the Ultron, and that was before she was buffed. And Zealous is going to be on the rocket, and Psylocke is going to be able to flank all the way around and catch the BRB Station 2.
Oh, my favorite, everybody, is listening to Moxie getting upset when she sees this Ultron into a Psylocke matchup. It is the absolute best, and it's exactly what you were talking about, right? Because we see a lot of these counter picks as Jerky, already taking some damage, but you see Energy taking control over the high ground as, once again, FlyQuest being on this defense, trying to get the disruption, but also the damage done to boost into that Galactic Legend.
So one of the benefits of the Ultron against the Psylocke, or against the dive rather, is that he is undiveable. And starting off on the defense, Vision does at least have so much distance between himself and the Psylocke. He's currently not being pressured by the one-tap potential, which does mean that FlyQuest are building Raging Ultron and allowing the triple strategist line to be able to stabilize with there's a staple on this Magneto. Moving on forward, has to deal though with the rushdown potential of Rajaro. The Carbon Crush will be shielded off, and FlyQuest are able to stabilize. Jerky still not able to find a way through, but look at what he's doing. He's not diving, he's building, he's been farming the dance of the butterfly. Soul Resurgence comes on through from FlyQuest, but that means that Na'Vi get to come on through with an uncontested invisible boundary.
Oh, Fate holding back a little bit with this invisible boundary, kind of putting it behind the payload. FlyQuest still holding forward, and now with the Galactic Legend, it forces out level 1 Crook to have the Fate of Bull Rolls energy flying all around them. Get the fly swatter as Naga tries to retaliate. Meteor M! It comes crashing down with the LeBron at the Fate. He cannot get away, but look right behind you, Spark Chief, noticing where that pesky Star-Lord is going to be backing away, because Na'Vi, it's back to the drawing board after losing out on Rajaro.
We might need to rename the meatball into the mosquito net, as there's just swords out of the sky. Na'Vi's Fate. Vision still as well, holding on to this Rage of Ultron. CC immunity will also have the aerial dynamics to stay above the Feast of the Abyss's incoming damage, but that's where the anti-heal starts to come on through. And there is Rage of Ultron, but it's not going to be able to save the players from all of that incoming damage. Does mean, though, that they've kept energy alive on the Star-Lord to take out Jerky, who was the next cycle of aggression from Na'Vi's end. And this Ultron pick is working out for FlyQuest.
It was big too because it was boosting into the dance of butterflies, but you cannot ignore who is harassing your backline. Again, look at Rajaro, that's Psionic Seduction almost online, but I'm also looking at these strategist ultimates too. They used up the Rage of Ultron earlier as a Psionic Seduction comes out next. Jerky, Dance of the Butterflies as he gets put to sleep thanks to Cooper being on that Mantis, the insurance policy that they needed, but they have to recontest as Spark Chief is alone up here in the front.
They look to do so with Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, but level 1 Crook pops Fate of both worlds, and only one of this healing strategists has a health bar attached to their ultimate. FlyQuest now relying on the Galactic Legend to clear the board, but Vez has already fallen. Invisible boundary slows everybody down into the Dance of Butterflies, stacked with the Galactic Legend, because this is about to be overtime. If Na'Vi aren't careful, they need to finish out the fight now before FlyQuest can stall for a portal play, and we go into second.
Oh no, run as fast as you can. If the Mantis can get back to the team, and she does get away here. You see the double jump too, just getting right back on top of the payload. But after clearing out this point, no BRB to help them out from Zelos after Cooper had gone down first, and that was the win con here for Na'Vi to be able to get that first checkpoint.
I'm really worried about this Ultron, Vicky. Not only are you up against the Psylocke, you're up against the Star-Lord too. Rage of Ultron at least has been generated, so FlyQuest, if they feel pressured, might use it to break out of Subway Tunnel. As Na'Vi just continue applying the pressure, there it is. Bulwark onto Vision, sending him him aggressively into Na'Vi's back line. Pushed on forward with Cooper's Soul Resurgence, and the Ultron might not heal as much as he did, but he still does the same amount of damage. FlyQuest button the hatches, stall out the momentum from Na'Vi, and are now in a good position with a flying composition to be able to scout and mark Na'Vi's rotations. But do they have the read on Jerky's position? Oh my goodness.
No way.
The Psylocke gets to use the crates. He's a hide-and-seek master.
Dude, he knows. Smart Chief is like, where is he? I'm looking for him. Oh, he heard him go invisible. They called him out. A few seconds of invisibility before backing away, and that goes hand in hand with seeing double with the Emma Frost team up as energy. He's found Trust Me, but Jerky's going to continuously be a problem to the backline of FlyQuest, especially forcing out Zelos and that BRB.
The problem for them is that Jerky doesn't have LOS until now to receive the Idol Aura. Flanks onto the left side, gets it from level 1 Crook. Level 1 Crook with the fate of both wards too. Trying to keep the teams the same through Energy's Galactic Legend, but he still finds the pick through. But look at what Jerky's doing. They saw the FlyQuest was split, and they punish the spread.
Give Jerky a pay raise. It's insane. Not even with the invisible boundary. You don't even need it. Look how low he is, and he's still holding forward. He's getting enabled as Trust Me helps him out. He goes down, but Jerky finds another.
Oh my goodness, that Psylocke was just able to find the elimination through the activation time frame of the Soul Resurgence. Vision does have Rage of Ultron, but he's not currently in the fight to use it. It falls instead of FlyQuest, stalling it out long enough for him to come back into play. There's with the Meteor and finds the connection onto Fate. No invisible boundary, but no Meteor M to absorb the Galactic Legend damage.
And now with Naga flying around here with that Galactic Legend, you have to look at Smart Chief trying to look for the interruption too. Jerky finds Zelos next, who has not been able to set up with these BRBs as well, as Jerky gets shut down. Vision knows what he has to do. It's a trade up on both sides, as Na'Vi, they're down in numbers. FlyQuest are looking to wake up.
Vision, the perfect timing. If he'd used the Rage of Ultron any moment earlier, he would have been taken down by the Galactic Legend, as it just manages to melt through the Ultron self-healing, and it was because of the Vanguards that he was able to hold on to it for so long. FlyQuest now continuing to put the pressure onto Na'Vi. 20 seconds later, invading into that space, making sure that Jerky doesn't have a position, but yet again, the two spread out. The numbers are too thin to absorb the damage of Dance of the Butterflies, and Jerky has brought his team back into this fight.
Dance of the Butterflies as Jerky's always in the driver's seat. Energy can't do anything alone, and with overtime taken away, Na'Vi are looking to get this next checkpoint.
Portal, can they get the portal off in time, or will Na'Vi pick up second before it goes through? Yes, they will. FlyQuest didn't have a player ready to be able to go onto the objective and hold the timer for that portal to come on out. Na'Vi get to move into third, but FlyQuest, yet again, with this flying composition, if they win one fight, because they have so much cover through the outside of this building, should be able to find the shutdown. But for Na'Vi, it's all about the Kraken impact. No Strategist ultimate ready to be able to stave it off. Cooper with the Soul Resurgence just isn't going to do the healing required.
And with Vaz getting taken down, Crook sets Na'Vi up to control this space. They're looking at Energy. He's got the Galactic Legend, but with the fate of both worlds used up, Energy's waiting for the very tail end of that ultimate.
Galactic Legend, but invisible boundary comes on through from Fate. The Winter Soldier's outside it though, and that was the one pick that FlyQuest needed. Vision has the Rage of Ultron, uses it after the Feast of the Abyss damage comes on through, trying to heal his back line. The peel is there, but it's insufficient. The anti-heal still applied, and it's Na'Vi with the Feast of the Abyss continuing to move the payload forward.
Oh no, this Venom's a whole problem. This is crazy. Seeing what Trust Me is doing onto the backline of FlyQuest. Look at Naga, Kraken, Impact, Online, Reset Potential, together with Jerky 2.
Bez might be able to shut this down. The Bucky has to use the projectiles, but no, FlyQuest has to use the meteor to buy the space back in. That Kraken Impact should be staved off though by the fate of both worlds, if they even allow it to come through in the first place. Heaven's Retribution peeled off by Dance of the Butterflies, and FlyQuest are losing player after player.
Too much damage output for them to deal with as Na'Vi, they're walking the dog with the payload. Jerky, he finds vision next. That destroys the opportunity to build into the Rage of Ultron. As Zelos, they force the overtime, the recontention with the portal from Na'Vi.
Kraken impact, Feast of the Abyss at the same time, just after Zealous' ultimate has ended. Cooper still supplying sustainability for FlyQuest. Is it going to be long enough? Vision 5% away from having Rage of Ultron online. Will be able to find the damage and the healing. Invisible boundary bolts for Na'Vi. They're losing their players though, and that should be FlyQuest turning the tide. They just have to deal with this Eye of Agamotto.
That invisible boundary was just a little too short. Eye of Agamotto, it does find Zealous, but a nice safety from Vez to get the bubble, protecting them and preventing Na'Vi from getting to the finish line.
FlyQuest finding the turnaround, preventing the full push from coming on through. The Mantis Ultron, when it works, it works. When you're not in control of the space and you're up against the Solid and the Psylocke, there are points where it really doesn't. But that Rage of Ultron, being able to have it build up, well, not as fast as it was before, but having the verticality, being undivable by the Venom, you only really have to worry about the Psylocke in those later stages of the fight, especially when we saw the swap over to the Winter Soldier.
And that's why, together with the Mantis, you get the damage boost, right? And then you get to reposition yourself around those rooftops. You get to get a lot more aggressive, and even when you get the Ultron's Rage, you could control the space. It depends on the situation if you want to try to get a reset or even try to hold up and control that space that you need.
It works on the defense.
Yeah.
It's not going to have the same level of impact on the attack unless you just have continuous momentum. Playing into this first fight is going to be absolutely nightmarish if Vision decides to hold on to this pick, because Jerky is already going to be established. He's going to be already in that same level of space. So too is the Winter Soldier, already going to be within distance to put the pressure when the Ultron decides to look for those angles, if they opt for it.
Can we talk about the difference, by the way? I know it's split up healing, but Crook is always so crazy. One of the best strategists that we have within Marvel Rivals Ignite, but we are rolling out as Na'Vi now on the defense. Look at this composition. Jerky is still on the sideline.
Energy is getting everything at the moment. It's a battle of the pockets. Psylocke versus Star-Lord, who's going to be able to find more value? Energy can try and follow up, but the question is on what? Sparkship on the Captain America is the answer, but he just can't get close enough. The pure potential of the Winter Soldier to deal with these flyers, the tainted voltage connections are so brutal.
Oh my. Bucky Barnes landing 2. First Energy next onto Vez. Energies has had enough. Now swapping over to the Solid, we get to see the 1v1 matchup that we were expecting, Moxie.
But only one of them has the Emma. Rajaro gives Jerky the lead in terms of that department, but Cooper on the Mantis gives Energy the lead in regards to the damage boost potential.
No, Vez has that Emma, and it's not banned against them. We're going to have to see, but at least with the bubble, you can protect your backline against the threat that is Jerky and Trust Me. As Trust Me looking to fly in a beautiful sleep, as we see from the Mantis of the hands of Cooper. But look at Crook and look at Fate. They have their ultimates, and they can enable Jerky, who goes in with a Dance of the Butterfly.
Dance of the Butterfly is Soul Resurgence from Cooper. The body stack is good, and they are going to lose a player on the trade. Fate goes down, no invisible boundary, which means no way of shutting down the Rage of Ultron. A sacrifice is required. Na'Vi turn their attention to deal with the Ultron, and FlyQuest sweep elsewhere.
You're seeing double here. It was 2 Dance of the Butterfly side by side as FlyQuest. They paved their path, they build up the space, and you can already see Spark Chief holding up. But when Na'Vi recontest here, Moxie, they still have the invisible boundary. Rajaro with the Sound of Seduction, and Trust Me with the anti-heal from the Feast of the Abyss.
They have to be so concerned about Rajaro opening that space, and Trust Me catching the disengagement with the Feast of the Abyss. There's the Sonic Seduction trying to force FlyQuest back. There's the Force Physics grabbing them forcefully back. And Vez falls. Level 1 Crook finds the elimination. Feast of the Abyss is surely going to be coming on through the moment fade of both horse ends.
Vez cannot not catch a break. And with Cooper going down next, Fate, he's had the invisible boundary. And again, as you hear in your nightmares, Naga was looking to get these resets, but they forced back FlyQuest. The moment that they lost Fez, they knew that that was going to be Na'Vi stopping him before that first checkpoint.
Look how pushed up as well they are. They're really going to pressure FlyQuest and trying to burn one of these ultimates before they can get to the objective or cost them time. Dance of the Butterflies finds the connection on the isolated back line, and blink and you'll miss it. FlyQuest are sent packing before they get an opportunity to react.
And Energy just witnessed a crime. There was nothing Energy could have done right there. Just literally looking at Trust Me and Jerky having their way up on that high ground as FlyQuest back to the drawing board. They're looking to recontest.
I mean, it's a lose-lose situation. If you preemptively pop the Freedom Charge, everyone from Na'Vi are just going to hold off on investing their ultimates until it's done. At least FlyQuest do have the ultimates now to be able to use. Speaking of which, Dance of the Butterflies comes on through, but it's healed. Level 1 Crook with the sustainability, Fate of both worlds. Vez might be able to shut it down with the Meteor and connection. Finds the pick onto the Lunar Snow, and that now impacts the rest of the team's sustainability.
That was the win con. That's what he needed to do, and it was great communication from FlyQuest. You saw the Invisible Woman shield coming up, and it was destroyed just like that. And he was able to get the Meteor M, and they're able to get this next checkpoint.
No Strange Portal. FlyQuest had already got the objective so close to the checkpoint that Na'Vi don't get the opportunity to stall for a Strange Portal play to come on through. And FlyQuest can continue this momentum moving forward. Rage of Ultron, Soul Resurgence, both of those are strategist ultimates that allow you to take momentum and space against your opponent.
Spark Chief, though, he's held all the way up, trying to take a different angle, and it's because they want to be able to control this choke. It can be so lethal as he dives into the backline together with Vision and the Rage of Ultron. They're forcing them back, and he finds Naga. Huge pick, preventing the Kraken impact. It starts rolling forward. Energy finding Crook, and it is Na'Vi that are sent back.
That's exactly what FlyQuest needed to do too, because Rage of Ultron and Soul Resurgence would not have stood up to the damage potential of Kraken impact. FlyQuest, by doing that, bought the opportunity for Zealous to build the Fate of both worlds and sustain against Na'Vi's win condition when we head into this next fight, and they'll be doing so without Jerky because Spark Chief tracked the Psylocke down.
He has to keep doing that because we always know Jerky is in that back line. Crazy to see how Jerky's been positioning himself. But Spark Chief is going to be able to protect his strategist. The Sonic Seduction coming out together with Trust Me and the Feast of the Abyss. Look at Fate with the invisible boundary that enabled that of Naga. And they're going to be able to wait this on the ultimate of Cooper. But Zelos could help them out as Energy moves up. Dance of the Butterflies on both sides.
It's the bait! Dance of the Butterflies forces Fate of both worlds. Look at the Winter Soldier, because that Kraken impact needs to be dealt with now. Aggressive plays comes on out from level 1 Crook, letting the team move forward onto the objective. The slam down of the Venom and the Kraken impact commitment, but Vez slows it all down. Meteor M absorbs the Bucky shots, and FlyQuest hold on.
Big hero, at least before Naga is still able to find Energy. Oh my gosh, the call out, by the way, from that choke is crazy. Knowing that Energy wanted to move up on top of the hook. He snipes him, the pushback. He can't get away. He gets whiplashed as he's forced back into the spawn room gate. And that's with him going down with the Rage of Ultron.
FlyQuest have to lose these players and lose them quickly. Na'Vi chasing for yet more stall potentials. Half a minute left. FlyQuest, they've got the opening. They've got the Rage of Ultron. Do they go the Strange Portal and try and flip these positions?
It could be a risk, though. Once you use that Doctor Strange portal, it's 3-minute cooldown, and with less than 15 seconds on the clock, is this the time to use it? They're looking to move up. They haven't swapped just yet. They want to push in with the Rage of Ultron first.
But this is dangerous. You have to worry about the bottom Kraken impact, but that first pick opens the way immediately. Na'Vi down the Winter Soldier, down the Kraken impact threat to hold FlyQuest off. Rage of Ultron gets bubbled, forces out the invisible boundary. FlyQuest disengage it because it's off of the objective, and they still have room to breathe. Dance of the Butterflies from Energy manages to bypass the CC coming up from Rujaro, and FlyQuest should be able to take second.
Off the triple, overtime activated. They stop Jerky, and they get this next checkpoint as Na'Vi are forced to hold back. And FlyQuest, as the crowd comes alive, they're giving them their energy. But this is what's scary now, Moxie. Once you force yourself into overtime, guess what? Now you still have only a minute and less than 20 seconds on the clock.
What's really scary as well is that they had to burn both the Ultron and the Mantis ultimate together. Now it's just fate of both worlds, which means that Na'Vi, there's so many more fights until we hit that checkpoint. They can use the Psylocke, they can use the Bucky, either of which to force out Zealous' fate of both worlds and find the value of the one that wasn't burned. Dance of the Butterflies, Feast of the Abyss. They're trying to find the pick even through the fate of both worlds.
They forced it out. They forced it out together at the very least here. They can't get the fall of the protection that we're seeing onto the backline with Vision getting called out by Rajaro. They force them back, and with the Diamond Form and the Choke Slam, it also forces the bubble out.
Fez manages to find a big pick onto Trust Me. FlyQuest off at the back of that. Think that this is winnable. They full send it. What a freeze from level 1 Crook. Na'Vi disengaging it. They've still got the distance to back on off. The Captain America putting the pressure on the back line so that FlyQuest can keep on moving on that objective. But we still have to look out for the Kraken impact. There's no strategist ultimate to survive it. It's all up to Vez to shut it down. Down to the Butterflies comes on through. Forces level 1 Crook's ultimate. But Na'Vi are still holding on to the Kraken impact. And it's truly going to be impactful when overtime hits.
Got less than 5 seconds now on the clock. You have to stay here with Jerky getting that pick onto Vision. No range of Ultron. Cooper has Vez! The Meteor M! It shuts down Naga! Leave my backline alone! And now they cannot get off the point.
Na'Vi have to just stall out this objective control for as long as they can to get this coming on through. They're so close to defender spawn. Vision with the Rage of Ultron forced into using it. Feast of the Abyss comes on through from Trust Me. Doesn't find the pick. Zealous is already down. No fate of both wants to cycle after the Ultron's ultimate is done. And FlyQuest are missing sustainability. They're missing numbers. Na'Vi are shutting them down. It's going to be a strange portal that allows Zealous to come back on through. Fate of both worlds manages to make it onto the card, and FlyQuest are thrown a lifeline.
This is what they saved the portal for, the 3-minute cooldown. But look at Jerky. He's got the Dance of the Butterflies ready to go as he can try to find FlyQuest. He uses it right on top of the portal. Both teams, both Dance of the Butterflies, they are having a waltz, but it is Jerky who dances on top as Na'Vi put themselves at match point.
A historic Midtown, one that will go down for the ages as Na'Vi shut out FlyQuest on third defense, and we go into match point in our best of 5. FlyQuest have to find the turnaround, have to adapt against this ban structure. They thought that the Ultron might be the answer alongside the Mantis, but it was such a risk against the Psylocke and the Starlord still being left open.
A 55-second overtime fight at the very end. Vez woke up at the very end together with energy here. 15 final hits for both of these players, but then you look on the other side, guess what? Jerky went 44 and 10. He has 28 final hits. And this is what happens in the pick and ban phase already too, Moxie. What are you doing when it comes to Zelos? What are you going to do when it comes to your strategist struggling? Cooper, you know, being able to rely on the Mantis is great and all, but also best hero when it comes to Loki. And then Zelos literally going down 12 times, being focused by the Venom and the Psylocke.
I think if we go into our next map and we don't see an instant ban on the Psylocke, it's likely that Na'Vi just decide to shut out that ban potential and save it, because that truly would be the thing that pushes FlyQuest out of the comfort zone. We'll have to see whether or not Desk agree, as they're going to be able to break down all of the action that we've just seen.
Oh, thank you so much, Moxie. I mean, I'm having trouble finding the words that captures the effort, the momentum, and what we saw between both of those teams on that fight. I mean, playing for it all, FlyQuest gave it everything they had on that last point, but Na'Vi has so much clutch in the veins, being able to stand so strong. Roy, what did you see there that Na'Vi did so perfectly?
I mean, they're just so good in the rematches. They sort of take some of the stuff that we saw from Virtus Pro, like from the draft before, making sure that Vision doesn't get the Jeff, that you can sort of try and target as many of those strategists as possible. I think the one good thing for FlyQuest in that last map was those signs of life at the end, where you have to go towards playing the Ultron.
Yeah.
Like, why is it taking that long to see Energy play Psylocke when it looks that sharp? It's those kind of adjustments that even though you've not practiced it, you have to bring it out now because your tournament life is on the line.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I think you remove Jerky Psylocke. I've been saying that for a while. I think that needs to happen. I think it would put them in a worse position. And Energy popping off there on Psylocke showcase that he has it in, the pool. but I don't know, man. I'm not sure what they can do at this point.
I mean, it just seems like history in the making, and Na'Vi setting themselves up to be back-to-back. Let's go, FlyQuest. We hear from the crowd. It's so electric here. The moment was right there, and they're letting it slip. We'll have to see if they're able to, because, Ryan, great point. We finally saw what FlyQuest is made of there at the tail end of those fights. I thought if they were coming together, and to your point, hey, listen, Energy has been playing Psylocke since I've been casting the man, and so we know what he can do on the hero, but to answer that as well, the dance of the butterfly at the end there from Jerky, getting the 5, both go off cinematically. Right.
He just knows how to find those like opportunities, those slight things. But FlyQuest, their backline has been hit hard with the like draft stuff being taken out. They're trying to put more protects onto the likes of getting like Lunar Snow, for example, Cloak and Dagger in that first map too. It just feels like for FlyQuest, they're making these right changes, but in comparison to Virtus Pro and Na'Vi, they have a little bit more experience, certainly playing up against each other. It just might be too little too late. I think FlyQuest now has a read on what these teams are trying to do to them, but you have to be able to pull out, like we saw some Jean Grey from Naga before. We saw the Ultron, which got nerfed super hard since Stage 2 into now, and then of course just Energy on that Psylocke. It's just a case of like trying to build that momentum. FlyQuest took us to this map because they managed to full hold Na'Vi in grips last time. Na'Vi are so good at being able to fix some of those issues and come back again stronger, you're not going to strike lightning twice.
Yeah, I mean, this side, when you're looking here at Na'Vi, they're running these duelists that have huge ultimate potential, and then you see over at FlyQuest, they only have really one with the Psylocke at the end there. They have that Ultron to bait out the backline cooldowns, but they have a Kraken Impact coming in at any time that could sweep the team, and you have that Dance of the Butterfly. It's so much pressure. We saw Ultron a few times there trying to make plays towards the backline, forcing on an ult, but it was just missing other times just due to the nature of not being able to move in enough with Ultron, so it didn't get the value that you'd see from a Kraken Impact or a Butterfly every single time.
I mean, honestly, I'm finding it hard to just capture what I want to say to these FlyQuest players, because I know what they can do talent-wise. I know what they've been. They've been the fit. You talk to people across the teams, the players, anyone. FlyQuest was right there with VP. I heard FlyQuest more than VP to be the favorites to win this tournament, and so my heart breaks because you look at it, 3-0 from VP. This isn't what they can do. I know they can do more, and so will they bounce back? Can they bounce back? My answer is yes. We're going to get a 2-1 and go from there, gentlemen. To make that happen, Ship, how do they do that?
I mean, again, I think they need to remove the Psylocke. I think that has been a huge problem for their backline. It has consistently found multiple KOs. And, you know, Bucky, although incredibly strong right now, Psylocke is so hard to patty kick. We talk about patty kicking. Maybe for those who don't know, the strategists look at each other, heal each other, try to survive some of those ultimates. You can stop Kraken Impact with a bubble from Magneto, but you cannot stop the Dance of the Butterfly from sweeping the backline, right?
We also get map choice as well as we go to Convergence and Heart of Heaven. If you want to throw in a curveball, how about the latest map to be added into the game? We've not seen Na'Vi play it. It's a risk because you don't know what your sort of anti-strategy to an extent, what kind of compositions, what they want to kind of do, but it has gone relatively well for you. You have taken a loss on it when you played up against Virtus Pro, I think, before, but it is one of these areas where you need to be a little bit unorthodox, because Na'Vi knows that, okay, yeah, you've picked Heart of Heaven a couple of times, you'll probably want to go there. It's the same with Midtown, right? I think Na'Vi's going to know that you were going to go to that map.
I mean, 100%. We saw these teams again go together in the group stage. I cannot express how elite FlyQuest defense was in the group stage on Midtown. They didn't even move. Na'Vi didn't see any life, and now they were able to go and take that whole map, and so it's like, where do we take them now? And for me, I agree. I think it's tough that you have to try to find a map where you think you can steal that W, and maybe, you know, we'll find that out here shortly. But I want to talk about a little bit of what we are seeing there from Na'Vi and Naga. This, man, did you see the hook on the Ultron on Vision? Takes him right to the back, like, come here.
Right, and the first map and the first start of Midtown, we saw him playing Jean Grey. Like, how many people have we seen go into that situation? I'm like, yeah, this character nerfed, it's fine. I'm going to sort of be able to play into just create a lot of sort of trash damage to help Jerky get those, like, final eliminations. But as soon as he needs to switch over, there's an Ultron, I'm going to go Star-Lord. Or I'm going to go, in this case, like Bucky, like you mentioned. It feels that he's just so quick at making those, like, hero adjustments to let Jerky look so good, because everybody else is starting to just adjust to the characters super quickly. Na'Vi know the win conditions from back to front. They know how to play this game, and if a new hero needs to come in, that's what Naga's going to pull out.
Listen, I talked to Trust Me on stage, and what he said to me was, hey, it's not easy playing for this team. They scrim a lot, they practice. It's a tough environment because they expect themselves to be the best. And honestly, you can't even see it over here. I'm ready to stand up and get on the desk to just show my tip of the cap of what it takes to get there through the pressure in the lower brackets of what they're doing. And guess what, my friend? We found out our next map. What do you see down there? Right.
Heart of Heaven. Which, Yeah, it's going to be the first time we see Na'Vi on this map. I would imagine that no matter what, it would be a map that we see in that best of 7 Grand Final 2. So Na'Vi, they're usually very up to speed, right? We sort of mentioned Fate on screen now. He was one of those early proprietors of Jeff when people were like, this is a trash hero. He's no good at the esports level. He was like, I can make it work. And it's one of the reasons why they're the world champions winning the mid-season finals. And it could help them out a lot here if they can get good on the new map added into the game.
Hey, listen, y'all, this is the hope for FlyQuest, the only hope for them to not be eliminated. Atlanta, you've been amazing for FlyQuest out there. If you want to give me your spirits, let's hear it from you right now, as we will be getting ready for this draft. It will be up for grabs here now as Na'Vi looks to lock in, and again, just that leadership behind Trust Me is what we continue to see. Let's see how they find out what they can do to shut down what has been relentless from Na'Vi.
I will say the major thing that's really hurt FlyQuest today is those just first bans onto Jeff.
Yeah.
It's so hard, especially on this map.
On
you
this
know
map,
that he's
it's
just going to dump
huge.
them off the back if you're on the defense, which FlyQuest is on first. Yeah, don't give him the Jeff. It's so hard to counter that ultimate in-game. Just don't allow it to be in the game.
Yeah, and I think something we want to touch on again that you had mentioned is when you take this team, when you take Na'Vi down on a map like we saw in Midtown and you hold them early on, that team goes back and studies, and that will never happen again. You need to do something like this where you're coming in on a new map, as we see that lock-in from Venom, which makes so much sense for Trust Me.
Yep, Trust Me gets his symbiote. We have just seen this man stall after stall, point after point. I was talking to Shiv yesterday after matches. I'm like, Trust Me, he never dies. It's crazy out here. And again, another hero I like on this map is Rocket Raccoon. He can actually hide very well within the fog of war, if you will, to get up and continue to get those respawn chip.
And you're seeing on Trust Me, when he's on Venom, he's consistently on the point. If you look back, even if you see FlyQuest take home a win in a team fight, Trust Me has changed the point. And there is that Psylocke band.
Oh, it happened. It finally happened. All right, so Jerky, what else you're made up out there? What else we're going to see the man play? Right, you watch Jerky a lot. What else does he have access to here?
I mean, he can play quite a lot, just all of the different types of duelists. But Daredevil, potentially, like we've seen some teams play it. It was banned out before from FlyQuest in that first map of Krakoa. So if I'm Jerky, I'm making that adjustment. For now, it seems to be more of the same. That Mantis is going to be one-sided protected from FlyQuest. You don't want that team up with Loki.
Yeah, if you're looking at the last save here into ban, I mean, did they try to get rid of the Atom v Atom? Like, there's a couple ways that they can go about it if you're Fly. Last save for them, listen, I mean, they might go with the Bucky again if you want to go ahead and roll that direction. Naga has been an absolute demon no matter the hero as they go 4-3-2-1, and it is the final lock. It is that Rocket. Yeah. I'm telling you, this is a great hero for this map.
Yeah, and Fate on Rocket. Honestly, there's the whole backline can run Rocket. We'll likely see Fate, but the combination play with that 40% damage boost has been massive throughout this tournament. Rocket is in such a good state right now. If you are able to, or if you lose Mantis, you need to try to ban Rocket as well if you really want to hinder a team, but it pretty much guarantees you will get that lock. Ooh, removing Phoenix, which we have seen Jerky play as well.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, Jerky Naga has done great on Phoenix as well. We saw an Aegis Sail. They continue to connect those as well. And so they are locking in the lineups, folks. Will we get the sweep or the beginning of a reverse sweep starting here at the heart of heaven, the newest map, as we see Angela locked and loaded? And once again, these teams are ready. We've got the casters to bring it to you. All the action right here live in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's get this thing going.
Thank you so much, Cozy. Heart of Heaven is where we go for map number 3. And you take a look at the pick and ban phase here, Moxie, and you get to see the Wombo when it comes to the Rocket being banned. They know what they want when it comes to the C and the damage boost.
Yep, that Cosmic Yacht Amplifier is so dangerous in these enclosed positions, and Heart of Heaven, especially when we head into second and third, has so many areas where that Phoenix combined with the 40% amp is just too dangerous to leave on the field. Speaking about that, Phoenix, Energy is likely going to be playing that same hero too. It's every single time that FlyQuest have moved over to this position, that's exactly what duelist they've decided to put him on. So I like that Na'Vi, just the way we saw Virtus Pro, targeted out the Invis woman to make sure that he has denied the Guardian Shield lifeline.
Take that away and you look at the rollouts that Heart of Heaven provides, hanging out on top of that terracotta rooftop. Energy getting to that position that you were mentioning too, but with Jerky being on the Hela, sure, you have no Phoenix, you have no Psylocke, but with Jerky taking an off angle, this could help enable Trust Me to get the dive.
Yeah, you've got verticality as well with the shift, where you can get yourself onto that rooftop angle and try and contest on the hit scan. Both the Phoenix and the Namor. Rojaro walks away with the first elimination. BRB will be able to bring it back, and Energy is still in his position.
Wow.
But a freeze from level 1 Crook sets up the pick, and FlyQuest don't have the BRB to bring the Phoenix from the Ashes this time.
That means that they go on the Doctor Strange and they'll probably portal to recontest just in case. With Brook getting taken out, it is FlyQuest that come out on top.
I don't think they need the portal at this point. As yet, Na'Vi, they lose too many players. FlyQuest, there was no portal cast. I don't know if it was used in terms of a cooldown, but Energy is actually going to be returning on the Hela, and we have something that's a little bit Season 0 coded in terms of duelist lineup. It's just missing that Punisher or Hawkeye, as Vision is going to make sure that Na'Vi are missing Jerky. Faye with the BRB brings him back though, and that means that Na'Vi still have the confidence to take the fight. Galactic Legend covered with the Bulwark. FlyQuest tried to shut it down with the Cosmic Gun Amplifier. Naga is going so low, but he's not falling, and Na'Vi's players on the ground level are sweeping FlyQuest numbers.
Biggest difference is that Cooper had gone down first from the very beginning of that fight, and when you're dealing with Crook, who has stayed alive, it enables Naga to control this point, as now they're already looking to get this payload moving. The Turtle, as now the recontention from FlyQuest.
No portal.
No portal.
Coming on through from FlyQuest, so there is still a healthy amount of time on the bank for Na'Vi as they push into second. Energy off of the Hela over to the Winter Soldier. Knows that Na'Vi are going to be trying to play aggressive, continue applying the pressure on the defense to not allow them to stabilize and get yet more distance covered.
Be a strat difference here as Trusty with the Freedom Charge, he rallies the Avengers to hold up, and look at the way that Na'Vi rotate through these ultimates, because you also have Cooper Spark Chief, who is looking to get everybody grouped together. Rojaro, he's found Energy, the BRB brings him right back. Cooper keeps them alive, the fate of both worlds, as the Whale comes crashing down, together with the boost, allows him to get the follow, but again, it's the BRB, but this time from Na'Vi.
Meteor M from Vez, used defensively against the Goddess of Death, doesn't find an elimination, but buys FlyQuest the opportunity to turn the tide. Na'Vi, though, combine Meteor M, Cosmic Yawn Amplifier. So much damage done. Requires less time to fully charge up for the pick potential, too, so FlyQuest don't get the opportunity to overload it. And now Na'Vi continue the momentum as FlyQuest give up Kraken Impact Charge to swap Energy over to the Psylocke.
Even in the second segment, when you're playing so close together, you have the walls next to you, they don't want to waste any time like they did in our previous series when we saw FlyQuest play in Heart of Heaven. Now look at Energy already onto the Psylocke, but it is Naga who has the Galactic Legend, and there is no strategist ultimates from FlyQuest to help them out in this equation.
The Psylocke is go big or go home, and FlyQuest are in danger of doing just that if it does not work out for them. Through the clouds, Energy moves, Galactic Legend directly on top of FlyQuest's players. No space to disengage it, and Na'Vi find the pick. First off to Zealous, no more Rocket BRB, which means that all of the numbers are just going to continue falling lower and lower as Na'Vi continue moving forward and forward.
It's a checkmate from the very beginning of the pick and ban. When you don't have a lot of strategists to work with, the strategists from FlyQuest, they're struggling a lot. They didn't have those ultimates to deal with the Galactic Legend, and guess what? Now Na'Vi, they get the second checkpoint.
They do have a couple of split players, though. The Hela wanting to play the off angle rather than with the core stack does mean that Down to the Butterflies has pick potential. But Na'Vi have so much time, plus the Freedom Charge to be able to sustain through it. FlyQuest have to make a move now. What's going to be the go sign? There's the Dance of the Butterflies. Freedom Charge not enough to keep level 1 Crook up, but at the end of the Psylocke ultimate, Rajara is able to catch him with the Mag Cannon, and he has fallen. FlyQuest have to rely on fate of both worlds instead.
Rajara's been popping off, and even with Spark Chief being able to find Jerky, it is the BRB again. The Rocket having so much potential here on this map, and together with the Sia, Rajaro, he does it again, while Jerky, he gets 2 more, and it's a mop here onto FlyQuest as Na'Vi are clearing another team fight.
FlyQuest are forced to hold on to Meteor M2. They know that Jerky has the Goddess of Death. They know as well that level 1 Crook, the fate of both worlds. They need the one-shot potential to try to lock one of those ultimates down. Freedom Charge should be able to pave their way onto point, but if it comes through preemptively, Na'Vi can just disengage and play the angles that afford the Hela for those pick potentials. Look at Jerky on the sideline too. FlyQuest, if they want to contest this objective, go directly past the Hela.
It's giving us Psylocke vibes here with the way that Jerky's taking a nice off angle, but it's to split the attention away from FlyQuest to enable Na'Vi to hold up. Look at the follow-up, by the way, between Trust Me and the Captain America as Naga, the Galactic Legend, over to the high ground.
The overlap! Meteor M absorbs it, but at the same time, Freedom Charge is burned, and now they don't have anything in the pocket for need to find the pick and shut down onto the Hela, but the wrong Hela has fallen.
Count the freezes from Crook as Jerky takes to the skies. No BRB as Energy gets the retaliation onto Jerky. But look at the space that Na'Vi have built up as they get to the next choke, and Vision's forced to back away.
They're going to have Meteor Fade the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier too. It's fresh into the fight, so Vision will have the Blessing of the Deep to try to interact with the both of it. Cosmic Yawn Amplifier comes on through. Everyone from Na'Vi getting the damage boost potential. FlyQuest have to send players onto the objective, otherwise the round finishes. They have no choice but to go directly into the damage, past the Vanguards, past the Starlord. Na'Vi are not allowing FlyQuest any opportunity to turn it, and they will complete the full push with what a time bank on the clock.
Everything on the table to make their way into the grand finals, and what separates Na'Vi from making it there is one more round. What a performance so far as FlyQuest. They keep trying these different strategies, Moxie. They keep trying to go for these different team-ups. If it's not the Namor and Hela, they swap off. Then they go right back over again. But even between the Sia follow-ups and the positioning, too, of the Sia alone behind that one wall at the very end of that checkpoint, I mean, you can't even get through the other side of the choke.
I mean, Jerky as well just kept them permanently on the toes with the Hela pick. I think that was one of the problems for FlyQuest. Moving over to Heart of Heaven, it's a play that they've done before when their back is against the wall. Energy going over to the Phoenix is expected now as well. So Na'Vi get to come in with a full win condition. When they go for the strategist sweep, they remove the invis, which then impacts the resources that the Phoenix has available to.
Hello? 24-0?
Yep, 24-0.
8 final hits? Naga, what did you eat for breakfast this morning? Rajaro, 18-1. Rajaro too, right? Lighting up the feed, 10 final hits. As this is the last chance opportunity for FlyQuest. Again, the difference between second and third place, 40,000 USD.
FlyQuest looks stronger as well on their defenses historically on this map. Now they have to play the attack. They're not even going to be opening up with the Strange Portal, which is what they usually do, and then swap over to the Venom from Spark Chief to be able to meet them with the back angle secured for that Hela, but that means that it's predictable. Na'Vi, though, punish. If you don't use the Strange Portal, you have to go through the gauntlet that is the poke set up on this Hela angle, and they've already been able to find the pick. Trust me, just taking away all of the space.
And it forces the BRB to be used already off the beginning here, as trust me, he dives in and dives right back to help his strategist, because you can see Spark Chief also trying to take a different off angle. It's a nice fight Sky here, up and above. The skies are congested, and Spark Chief finds Jerky, but again, it's the BRB to bring him right back.
But that means that the Hela is out of the position that FlyQuest have to worry about. There is a window for them to get to be a little bit more aggressive, so now it falls to the Starlord to mark the Vanguards out and allow Na'Vi to stabilize, getting Jerky into a better and more punishing position. The AoE damage, the force onto Vision, means that he's not there to try and keep Jerky in check, but you know who is? Vez, the hero that FlyQuest needed when the hour was at its darkest. FlyQuest finally feet on the objective. Na'Vi, though, they try and turn it with a Strange Portal play.
Time to wake up, but here comes Naga. It's going to be the recontest. They stopped them here, but they too late. A pixel too late. The turtle starts moving up, and now that portal all for nothing.
And Na'Vi, they had to throw in the towel. They could not go for the commitment of the fight, because when you move into second, it's more important, especially on a Helicon position, to establish your angle before the fight begins, other than risking getting staggered on that fight on first. FlyQuest getting to move on forward though. Vision with the poke angle, trying to shut down the Starlord. Trust me, making sure that Na'Vi get to play the way they want to, aggressively running towards this Hela.
It's the mirror to get the counter pick here. Well, trust me, rallies everybody together with the Freedom Charge. Fate with the Sia, a freeze this time onto Rajaro as Spark Chief tries to find Jerky. And with no BRB, they don't bring him back. Level 1 Crook can keep this fight going. He's got the Fate of Four Worlds as we have a dance-off between both sides with Cooper.
Ooh, the Meteor doesn't find the shutdown, and that means that it's not there to stop the Galactic Legend the way that Rajaro is to absorb energies. Energy is still able to find level 1 Crook, though. He's brought back by the Rocket BRB, the Soul Drainer, trying to put a stop to the Starlord, but Energy's movement is good. He manages to make
take it out. Energy trying to do everything between the Galactic Legend to shut down that Meteor M originally, with Jerky getting taken out earlier too. And Vision with the reset, the Goddess of Death takes to the skies, and it's looking to take some space.
Goddess of Death looking for these players. Na'Vi looking to still keep Trust Me on that objective, making sure that FlyQuest don't get free push, making sure that they get to set up for another fight on second where the Hela is going to be in control of those angles, and that is why FlyQuest are already posted so far forward.
Nice little cheeky angle for a reset in case the Star-Lord needs to go back together with a team up of the Rocket. Look at Zealous with that Sia, but same thing for Fates, as now you see Energy taking a different angle here. Very similar, but you have to pinpoint where Jerky is, who also has a reset.
Goddess of Death is up in the hands of Jerky, but Energy isn't giving him the space to try and keep a track of Vision right now. Both the Captain America and the Star-Lord forcing the Hela's reposition, and she's got to burn the Goddess of Death, but the angle just means that FlyQuest can disengage it and wait it out without burning the ultimates.
Huge. That was so worth there. Can't get the reset and doesn't get the space with that angle specifically, while Jerky gets taken down at the hands of Spark Chief. They pinpointed who the problem is.
Massive play as well. That Goddess of Death does not give you a health reset the way Ensong Inferno does, so FlyQuest are able to time the Hela ultimate out and still find the elimination. Na'Vi down one of their duelists, relying on the Galactic Legend. Freedom Charge from Spark Chief trying to heal FlyQuest through it, as Na'Vi want to hold on long enough for Jerky to come back with the Daredevil.
The Daredevil's out, and now with FlyQuest taking the skies, Energy, Galactic Legend, Jerky, he's found Cooper, no sustainability. There's only so much only Energy can do, but at least they have time. 2 minutes, less than 50 seconds on the clock.
But the Daredevil is going to give Na'Vi all of the information about where FlyQuest are positioning. Crucially as well, all of the information about where Vision on this Hela is going to be. If they want to just walk her down, make her use Goddess of Death in a bad position, the way FlyQuest did against Jerky, they absolutely can. As Jerky keeps the pressure up onto Spark Chief to make sure that the Captain America does not pressure his backline.
See where Jerky is going to be able to position himself with Vision having the reset too with the Goddess of Death. The backline may need some help here as Na'Vi move up. Jerky trying to hold them back together with Naga up in the skies. It's the Sia follow-up here as they try to control the turtle together, and it's also going to be the damage boost forcing FlyQuest back, but Jerky, he takes him to court with the lawyer. Matt Murdock coming in, following up with Trust Me to fight Cooper and Energy.
That Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, the damage with the 40% boost, and then to top it all off, the late pick onto Vez. FlyQuest have one good clean fight left before we go in to panic portal territory.
Zelos having that Sia and looking to see where he's going to put his BRBs even bigger. Energy, by the way, over onto the Bucky.
Fuck the Groot.
Trying to get the follow-up. It's the bread and butter as he lets the double out. Jerky, but it's Energy finding Crook, but he's got the BRB. This is why the Rocket is so important.
The Wombo combo though. Spark moved over to the Groot, so close to strangling Prison. Na'Vi burn fate of both worlds now. They need to finish off the fight. They need to stop the strangling Prison. Connecting into the Kraken impact. FlyQuest have the Wombo combos. The objective is so close to the checkpoint. They should have second and a refresh on the time to head into third.
They're getting it here. Vision finding Fate. They're right there as they try to clear the next corner, but that was huge. Yes, the Meteor M was forced out, but that also prevented Naga from holding up with the Galactic Legend.
Also, FlyQuest did not have to burn the Wombo combo, Strangling Prison, and Kraken Impact, so they've got snowball potential headed into this next fight. It's all about Rojaro. The Meteor M can absorb both. The Strangling Prison, the Goddess of Death. Does Vision use his early to try to force that Meteor M out so Spark Chief and Energy's ultimates find more value?
A tail duel this time looking at Spark Chief here on the group. Strangling Prison still. Freedom Charge. They have to find Rojaro. He pulls up the walls, even with that freeze behind him from level 1 Crook. As the freeze gets retaliated now, this time onto Trust Me to delay that Freedom Charge. Goddess of Death, the reset from Vision, and he finds a 3K with a BRB to bring Crook back, but you won't have your teammates to help you out.
Na'Vi trying to get this exit trade onto Energy. They know that the Bucky still has that Kraken impact, which could come into play massively in this next engagement, especially when Zealous amps it up with the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier. It all comes down to this last fight. It needs to be a clean sweep because Na'Vi's respawn is right there. 40 seconds left. Can the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier wave goodbye to Na'Vi, or do we wave goodbye to FlyQuest in this tournament?
Depends if level 1 Crook stays alive for the fate of both worlds. Worlds to help them out. Here's a Sia, look behind you. Rajar gonna take it now. This is the opportunity. They have the number advantage as a reset comes in the 1v1.
Vision wins the 1v1. Repositioning around the bubble with the shift. Manages to shut the Nemo down. And energy is popping off. Baby's up by the fate of both worlds. The crowd goes wild. FlyQuest should go into the overtime half.
The crowd gives them the energy. With Vision finding Majaro, it's just a matter of time as the star comes out and they do it. FlyQuest, they take it to the finish line. We keep this going.
Oh my goodness. FlyQuest, they asked on the stage, cheer for us. And the crowd are giving them the energy. The Kraken impact balls. Vision with probably the most impactful 1v1. Like the confidence to see that Nemo bubble reset and then go behind him, changing the angle. And you can see FlyQuest players, they're so happy that they managed to get that full push.
But this is so stressful. Imagine being FlyQuest right now. They need your support from the crowd. Atlanta, they need to hear you. This is their last chance.
It all comes down to this. 1 minute on the clock for FlyQuest. 2.5 minutes for Na'Vi. FlyQuest, we have to say it realistically. If they want to continue in this tournament, they need to pick up first. But so many times on Heart of Heaven on the attack, we see it go to overtime. We see it being full held. This first play needs to be perfect. They need to find the first pick. They cannot afford to have that BRB used before Na'Vi, because Na'Vi in overtime, they'll wait, they'll hold the portal. They know in an overtime fight, you only need to win once.
They have to call it out. The gates have opened. We're rolling out. FlyQuest on the attack. Emotional stance here as Spark Chief together with energy are going to be rotating to the side. They have to call out where this BRB could be as they've called out where the Star-Lord is.
The shield for his team. The shield that allows FlyQuest to move from main onto the sidelines. They've already been able to destroy the teleporter pad coming on through from Na'Vi, which would allow that Star-Lord so much more aggressive plays to put the pressure on the back line. They find the BRB. This Captain America has allowed them to move on forward, and FlyQuest stop picking up the point percentage.
Huge cooldown, and trust me, won't be coming back. No BRB as Spark Chief tries to dive the back line. Beautiful protect off the bubble as Jerky finds Vision. But guess what? Zelos, he brings him back as their BRB is still up.
The strategists too, not getting to heal the team, not getting to build these ultimates because of the pressure coming on through from Spark Chief. But speaking of that coming on through, the portal has come on through from Na'Vi's end. Vision, untouchable, unflappable on the sidelines, picks up the eliminations, and FlyQuest in overtime should be able to pick up first.
The job's not over. No body block off the portal, but they get the overtime and they get this turtle moving.
You only need one. That is the staple play from the defense on overtime. When we see Na'Vi bank up these ultimates, they will catch them out. FlyQuest have to continue applying pressure, have to continue disrupting the ultimate batteries from this team, and Spark Chief is doing just that. The Captain America ahead of his team, buying so much space.
Mark Naga, that is the goal. Find where he is as Fate with the Sia. A huge freeze onto Trust Me as Jerky. He's found Vision. Spark Chief with the Freedom Charge. They need help. They need to sustain the BRB. It brings Cooper back, and this is important with the Fate of both worlds.
Meteor M absorbs the Galactic Legend. Best doesn't find the pick though, and Na'Vi, they force out Cooper's Fate of both worlds. Level 1 Crook gets to use his leader. The damage boost is there, but trust me, on the Feast of the Abyss, FlyQuest trying to do everything that they can to stop the Venom's ultimate coming on through. Vision dodges it with the Goddess of Death, but the damage will be absorbed by the Meteor M, and Na'Vi's Goddess of Death is still in play.
This is looking to get stopped as with nobody left. Overtime ticking away. They're desperate, and with none of their strategists able to hold it down, they get held back. But they got some progress, and that is the point.
They got first. That's the crucial part of their attacking push. They got first. Na'Vi, they were able to full push. It wasn't in overtime. They have longer than a minute, but they have less time than you would a full, normal, natural attack. If FlyQuest can complete the full hold, they continue in the tournament.
The stretch and the pressure right now. 30 and 11 for energy. They're finding these picks. They're creating this space, but it's time to lock in.
The defensive positions will be in their favor. If they want to go for a pick potential composition alongside that Hela, they absolutely can, but they have to be prepared for Na'Vi to do just what Spark Chief did. Shield the team, allow them to rotate.
And while Naga is 37-3, the one crucial detail is that they've been marking Jerky, who has gone down 13 times. The dive potential together between Energy and Spark Chief. They have to keep this up. 14 final hits for Vision as he goes 25-12. The crowd, they're rallying up behind him. Again, they have to try to hold back Na'Vi as they get started on their attack.
It's first fight. If you manage to win first fight for FlyQuest, especially if you manage to stop Na'Vi from generating ultimate economy off of it, FlyQuest will gain so much more confidence. If they lose the first fight, and they lose first so quickly, that's when the nerves will be there in full. As trust me, on the Venom, Na'Vi, yet again, holding onto that strange portal, wanting to use it when it counts.
They get the extra shield too, right there in the spawn room gates before they're gonna be able to put the BRB somewhere else, probably hidden in the mist. As you get to see where Spark Chief is positioned, up on the high ground, trying to give them more pressure, but everybody's on this rooftop.
Marking the rotation, the way that FlyQuest took to get onto first, but Na'Vi, they go up, they go above. Can they go up back into that grand final? It's gonna be Jerky on the Hela looking for the pick potential.
The Hallelujah as Vision gets to stay alive though, and now Jerky, he gets marked, but they haven't found the BRB. He'll come right back around as level 1 Crook, they get the retaliation. They find Cooper, both BRBs used up, and now Vision, he can't come in.
That's the soft dive, forcing the BRB first, and that means that, like you said, Vision will not get brought back, but Spark Chief and Energy together bring back FlyQuest chances. Vision onto the Strange, a minute has passed. Na'Vi denied any point percentage.
Naga has stayed alive for so long and needs some help as a portal comes in from Vision. FlyQuest, they're not giving this up just yet. They had the number advantage, so you can see where that BRB's positioned too, as Spark Chief is trying to stop them.
Energy has seen he's too vulnerable. On that Hela, moves over to the Phoenix, will still draw the attention of Fire on that dive on the isolated targets, but he's got the ability with the shift to reposition, get the item, get the bubble. Cosmic Gun Amplifier comes on through from Fade. For Na'Vi, they can't afford to utilize all of their ultimates, but they might just have to. Fade of both works from FlyQuest, holds the defensive position in it. Feast of the Abyss, layered with the Galactic Legend. It doesn't get the eliminations, but it does force FlyQuest off of the point.
But this fight is going to keep on going with Crook about to get the Fate of both worlds, and with the BRB bringing Jerky back. Look at Rajaro, who's backing away.
The Wombo, Energy and Vez, the Phoenix, the Meteor, the Ensong Inferno. Can it shut down level 1 Crook with the Fate of both worlds? Ensong Inferno takes to the sky. Vez holds on to the Meteor. Zealous gets shut down. Cooper falls. The impact, though, does manage to find the footing onto Na'Vi.
And with an Eye of Agamotto not hitting anybody with no follow-up, trust me, he's cleared this point, and it looks like we'll keep this going because FlyQuest already used up the portal.
Goddess of Death comes on through from Jerky. Na'Vi should be able to pick up first, and this next fight determines it. FlyQuest, no ultimates to their name, but Energy onto the Bucky, Vision onto the Hela. A first pick here from this team could be crucial.
Overtime now activated. FlyQuest looking to regroup here to stop them in this next choke as they're going to be grouped up together. Vision being here on this Hela.
Spark is looking for the back line. He's being cleared though, being marked by that Star-Lord. He can hold that position. He's got the teleporter ready to reposition to his back line. If he bites off a little bit more than he can chew. Vision looking for those angles, looking for those peaks. Manages to find a huge one. Face falls, level 1, Crook falls. FlyQuest with the board.
They're clearing the points. They're stopping them. FlyQuest are looking to take this to another one. As Na'Vi, they're looking to keep the stall going. With Fate going down first, that means no BRB.
The respawns though, Na'Vi's respawns are so close to where the fight is going through. Cosmic Yawn Amplifier is destroyed. Trust me, gets brought back by the BRB. Jerky coming back on the Wolverine for the pass. The block for cracking it. Backstands on off. And FlyQuest will continue in the series.
We go next, Spark Chief. The emotions are bursting. The crowd goes crazy. We keep this going.
Give them your energy. Give them your cheers, your support. They appreciate it so much. For FlyQuest, for some of them, this is their first ever international LAN. The headsets are off. They will hear you in full. Let's hear it for FlyQuest.
here. Looking at the emotions. Spark Chief, I'm getting word that he's been beating himself up. He's not happy, but look at the performance. It's thanks to him that they've stopped the rocket, that they've been able to break the BRB, that they're going to another game. Huge first pick off the rocket. With Fate going down there, that was the win con that FlyQuest needed. Energy, 42 and 14. He got a quad earlier with 19 final hits.
Spark Chief, like you said, the Captain America, the shield for his team, getting to move FlyQuest forward. Vision on the Hela, being able to ignore the ultimate economy that is linked to these duelists, the pick potential, the setups of Soul Drainer into the follow-ups of energy on the Winter Soldier, and FlyQuest. You can see how much it means to them, but like you said, that is the worry, right? For this team, for some of them, it's their first ever opportunity to be on a stage like this. And this is what it means to be a true professional player. When these moments count, can you close out the series? Can you have the confidence to be able to walk away with the win?
You are your worst critic, but we are going next. And with their backs against the wall, Na'Vi wondering, man, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy here, Moxie. Difficult, but FlyQuest made it happen. Even when it comes to a map that we've been seeing so many times, we're gonna take a look at some of these highlights, but even finding these isolation picks, I mean, we even saw a huge Meteor M from Rojaro landing in that side room.
Oh my goodness, I mean, look at the Meteor M connection there from Rojaro as well. Na'Vi, they had some truly insane plays, being able to full push Heart of Heaven with time in the bank. There's a reason that this team are the current defending mid-season champs. But FlyQuest, I would imagine we're going to be seeing a save or a ban onto the Captain America. Because, oh boy, did they assemble through that push.
I thank FlyQuest for allowing this to go the distance too, right? I've had 3-0s the entire time in our best of 5s. And now we keep this going and even making, Moxie, the adjustments, the different portions of this map was even more important. We get to see a really fresh, by the way, the 1v1 right here between the Hela.
The Soul Drainer forces the Blessing of the Deep, the reposition with the bird, so that the Namor doesn't expect, has to go for that 180 angle flip, where the Hela is already expecting, waiting for that bubble to burst. And that is the question now. Has the bubble burst for Na'Vi? Was the Psylocke ban truly the answer that FlyQuest were searching for? Is it going to now force Na'Vi into saving the Psylocke, something that we haven't seen before?
Something that they prioritized, right? When you take a look at what they wanted to save, it was the Venom, I believe, and the Rocket. So obviously the Rocket really came out, but the strategist ban lineup onto FlyQuest has been so difficult to deal with, but they're making the adjustments. That's the importance when it comes to a best of 5, not only in the pick and ban phase, but also in these matches that you get to see Vision. Man, it was the start after finding that Rocket first here.
It was the worry too, like you can see where all of Na'Vi's players are just returning to the fight because their respawn, it's right there. FlyQuest had to find these numbers, these eliminations so quickly back to back to back, and Kraken Impact is one of the best ultimates to be able to do it. As you can see, the moment where they understand, we won, we did it, we continue in this tournament, we have another chance to go again.
I love the sportsmanship here from FlyQuest. You see Bez looking at Spark Chief, his fellow Vanguard. We go next. Lock it in as we take a look at our results after Na'Vi had taken game 1 and 2. We go on to game number 4 here. Looking at the stats alone, Moxie, I mean, we highlighted already Energy, who had popped off. Vision, though, on the Hela, taking these off angles, finding these 1v1s, 16 final hits.
I mean, Spark Chief was just doing so much alongside Energy, right? When we had the Hela versus Hela, it's not often that you actually get a Hela 1v1. It falls to the rest of the team to be that distraction, to put the pressure on the Hela so that the other side can start popping off and finding those eliminations, and that's what the Captain America and Star-Lord were doing.
I have to give flowers to Cooper too, because when we're taking a look at the Luna Snow Freezes, it was Crook that was popping off. But Cooper, that game alone, had really woken up here. He had a lot of impact with follow potential alongside Energy, as you mentioned, together with Spark Chief.
They had so many wombo combos. That and the fact that they knew they were going to have a target painted on them. They knew that the Hela isolated was going to be too vulnerable, swapped over to the Phoenix, was able to get into a position of peel where Vez with the line of sight was able to set up the bulwark. And yes, you still lost the Phoenix, but that means that time, that extra time taken to find the elimination on the duelist is time not spent pressuring the backline instead.
I have to repeat how difficult this is going to be because Na'Vi are playing so well. I mean, the fact that Naga, they lost and Naga had only gone down in that entire game 4 times. He went 41-4, just to highlight the way that the duelists from Na'Vi are playing.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying to me a little bit ago, is it worth taking out the Rocket Raccoon? Because it's not just about the Rocket with the Cosmic Yawn amplifier, or as you correctly pointed out, the BRB in so many crucial moments bringing these players back. It's also about the team up that goes with the Star-Lord now, right? Because Star-Lord, he has iframes, he has 2 of them on his right click. They also automatically refresh and reload his primary damage weapon, which is one of the reasons why we see him so strong into dive. He wins his 1v1s so easily on those isolated players. But what you can also do now as the Star-Lord is fully commit all of those resources, both of your iframes, and then just hop back to your team with the Rocket team up. So going for that Rocket save on the side of Na'Vi, it meant that they were able to get the Star-Lord into really aggressive positions and try and put the pressure on FlyQuest backline on things like the Hela as well.
And before he backs away too, to get a little bit aggressive, right? We saw Rajara put the bubble on him a lot of the times.
Yeah.
And then to combat that, Vez really woke up too, I feel like, in that game, because then the meteorams would come up, and even though it would get destroyed, it's about soaking up the damage and also, and also forcing him to back away whenever he had that Galactic Legend.
Yeah, it's funny actually how many Vanguard ultimates can actually be kind of called a strategist's defensive. Freedom Charge, that's a defensive ultimate. It's also one that's probably more strategist-like than, say, something like an Ultron. But like you said, the value of the Magneto, it isn't about the pick potential of the Meteor M. So rarely we get to see it with the amount of coverage of natural terrain and also of shield potential. Whether it's an Emma, a Stranger Magneto, an Invis Woman, there's a whole plethora of things that can shut down the connection of the Meteor M. It's about that ability to absorb the damage, and even if you don't absorb the full duration of the ultimate, you give yourself time to react, and that's something that FlyQuest actually did. When we saw the Meteor, when we saw Na'Vi investing all of those ultimates in their overtime push, FlyQuest have the opportunity to just disengage and force Na'Vi into exhausting even more, which meant that they lost the snowball potential when we headed into that crucial last fight of second.
And the difference between that and when you take a look at the Vanguard lineup is like, you have the BRB, right, from Zelos, but it's not getting pinpointed as much as Spark Chief has when it comes to looking where Fate is positioned to. Something that Trust Me kept trying to do, but then was stopped every time the bubble then would come out to help Spark Chief find these BRBs, even when it's protected in the mist. As we get ready to go, game number 4, we're finally going to distance box. Yeah, I say this because I'm so happy. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything else when it comes to our losers finals.
Yeah, you turned around to me and you said, please, I don't want another free map series. I haven't got to cast a free map series first. And we get it. Vicky, you get your wish. I'm sure FlyQuest as well get their wish too. They continue in this tournament, but they have to get through a domination map that Na'Vi decide to take us to, and it will be Hell's Heaven. And if this isn't just the best Jeff map in the entire game, I don't know what is.
Jeff, Angela, when it comes to Factory and getting those environmental KOs. Oh, going into Hell's Heaven, there's so much to break down here too, because then you look at the progress with Na'Vi. They've won a series here on Hell's Heaven alone. FlyQuest, though, too. They've gotten 2-0 on Hell's Heaven, but in terms of how domination has gone, they're currently 7-2 with their record, and then you have 9-2 when it comes to Na'Vi.
Yeah, I like Na'Vi's game plan because I feel like this is going to try and force out that Jeff instant ban on the side of FlyQuest. No, they do stick with the Manta strategy, but that means that Na'Vi, it's not an instant ban. Yeah, I was going to say, it's not an instant ban. They're trying to force an instant ban onto something that isn't the Psylocke, and when it isn't an instant ban onto Psylocke, they'll save it immediately.
Not going to risk that anymore. Although that was the win con too for FlyQuest to really rely on.
Yeah.
Still was very difficult, but Na'Vi know what they need to do with no Jeff on the table.
Is it Mantis or is it Loki? It's going to be Mantis. Loki is probably going to be the reaction ban coming on through from Na'Vi. And indeed, there it goes, removing the team up, but also allowing Jerky on the Psylocke to not have to force out those doppelgangers in regen domain before the connection of Dance of the Butterflies is made.
Also takes away the opportunity from having a potential double res if you see the Atom coming in or Protect, as it is going to be the Captain again coming out.
Captain America banned now for Na'Vi. FlyQuest removing that one from Trust Me's hero pool. Invis Woman as Na'Vi yet again continues sweeping away the strategists. That's going to be limiting the impact of things like that Phoenix, as well as a double strategist lineup. So they have to do it. FlyQuest have to go for a save on the Luna, which now leaves a duelist or a potential other strategist up on the chopping block.
You have no other choice. Once again, it's a very similar look for Na'Vi and their ban phase when it comes to focusing on these strategists. But this time, we get the Venom off the table here too, so you're not going to be able to have that follow-up here with the potential. Well, they took out the Jeff earlier, but the Protect, at least on the Jeff themselves, is going to force out the Venom here from the other side, as they already got it before.
Oh, it's not going to be a Jeff ban. Na'Vi save Jeff before FlyQuest can remove it. That's going to be really rough. You've got the Jeff, you've got the Psylocke through on the side of Na'Vi. FlyQuest, is this going to be a ban on, I was going to say maybe Emma?
Ah, yes. Okay, because they didn't get the Logi ban earlier before, right? So that opened up the opportunity from having the double res. They don't want that to happen because then there's going to be so much stall. And then on top of that, you have the Jeff to go in for the itch Jeff.
But you know what that does do? That allows Jerky to get the Emma through and the Luna. Na'Vi have been able to secure yet again every resource that Jerky desires.
The Emma and the Psylocke team up too, so you're gonna see double trouble from Jerky as he's out of Psylocke jail going into this next game. All eyes on Cooper to see how you're also able to maybe get the sedation, but if that is to say if he does stick onto that Mantis.
Is Fate going to be going for the Cloak and Dagger hit? I mean, they secured the Jeff. If we do see an early Cloak and Dagger, it tends to be into a portal follow-up play, right? You set up the portal, you set off the blind. Surely Na'Vi don't decide to give up the Jeff benefit, especially when we start off on Hell's Heaven on one of the best maps coming on through for that Jeff composition.
Get ready. You're gonna be strapped in this roller coaster because Trust Me is on this Angela. Take a look at the disruption and then Fate being on the Jeff. You're going to be able to expect the itch Jeff off the map.
FlyQuest not going to have Spark Chief on the Captain America, but still dive. Spark Chief will be rolling out on the Angela, but it's going to be Super Soldier Factory, and it's now super important. FlyQuest shut down the itch Jeff eats from Fate because the drop-off location is right next to the point.
Get ready for those playmaking opportunities. Look at where Trust Me's position already on top of that pillar while FlyQuest decided to take onto the high ground in this 1v1 here on the bridge. Naga already going to be able to get that burst damage as everyone's grouped up together.
Normally, taking a linear angle is perfect for a Jeff, but against a Hella Namor, it's something you can't risk. Na'Vi with the wraparound rotations continue applying pressure on every single angle. As FlyQuest, we can see Vision already forced into burning the Namor's defensive by the pressure coming on through from Trust Me, who once is burned out will find the elimination. Energy without his mobility should be vulnerable too, but he does find a pick onto the Phoenix.
Big pick here after he was so incredibly low. He gets re-sustained almost immediately after you see the shish kebab. He gets sent down, but guess what? He actually was able to move right back forward.
No splash. Rajaro with the diamond form utilizes the kick to get himself back onto the point. And Na'Vi still have both of their vanguards up, but FlyQuest still have energy. And when he's hitting shots like that, that hella is a problem.
The 1v1 off the Angela is the one-winged angel to then find Vez off the map. That's what we're talking about when it comes to Factory as the itch Jeff comes in from Fate.
Does Fate get someone? He's making a beeline over towards the environmental.
The stagger.
Oh, yeah. That is brutal. He doesn't go for the environmental drop-off. Like you said, he diverts his course, he adjusts. He takes a left at the U-turn and decides to stagger out Cooper on the Mantis so that FlyQuest can't push forward now with the Soul Resurgence.
It's just a dead end out here too, but at least they'll be able to come in with that ultimate ready to go. Energy getting stunned out, but he does have the Goddess of Death for this next fight for a reset. Look for that Silent Seduction from Rajaro, as well as Naga close to that End Song Inferno. Energy backing away here together with Cooper though. You talk about the Mantis ult brings everybody together, and it's going to be Rajaro looking at them as they try to reposition behind the pillar.
But it's not CC immune. Energy, however, will be able to find the opening pick onto the rocket marker, which means no BRB. Ensong Inferno tries to slow down the momentum from Energy's pickoff, as FlyQuest have to worry about the Phoenix stunning them up, and Na'Vi have to worry about the damage potential of the Hela.
He put him to sleep up in the air, right on top of the pit. I mean, when you talk about Hell's Heaven, he straight up sent him to hell right there, stopping them. But at the moment, they finally get the flip, nearing 15%, but that's to combat that of Na'Vi already having 50%.
They don't have anything either to combat out the dance of this butterfly damage coming on through from Jerky. Nothing but the bodies stacked between themselves. Heaven's Retribution leads into Dance of the Butterflies. Everyone for FlyQuest all stacked up in one small space, and Jerky sends them all the way back to spawn.
Off of the Heaven's Retribution, I mean, who said you don't need just the brute as they find Spark Chief at the very end? Sure, we saw some picks off the whale from Vision, but with no follow-ups and being outnumbered, Na'Vi just reclaimed the point.
FlyQuest know that they're not going to be able to find the space for the Hela. Energy swaps over to the Winter Soldier. Vision now takes up the mantle of the Goddess of Death as FlyQuest look to make a rotation up onto the high ground. Na'Vi will be able to put the pressure through though with those Jeff bubbles and the eat. Spark Chief looking for the disruption. There's nothing to stop the It's Jeff connection.
And with the Sia called in now, it allows Naga to get that damage boost. The It's Jeff coming in next. Jerky, he gets stumped at the very end here too. After trying to make a play, the It's Jeff from Fate, he's found to himself as he's gonna try to get away. Shimashade to try to find his dance and get protected. Yes, they stun him, but it also allows him to get the follow-up as FlyQuest. Cooper getting stunned here. Energy gets taken out. No Kraken impact, and it is Na'Vi taking over this fight. As the portal recontest comes in, overtime is forced at the hands of Bez.
Serpentine sticking move, and well, FlyQuest aren't going to be able to move out of the way of that one. Assassin's Charge might have assassinated FlyQuest's chances at walking away with Super Soldier Factory.
No, the body block. The Angela is a problem, but at least we're out of Factory, and now we're moving on to Frozen Airfield.
It's not Monument. That's the big thing. It's not Monument, but that's the problem for FlyQuest, right? Because Na'Vi took that first round, if FlyQuest win this map, they continue in the tournament, but they have to go into Eldritch Monument, which is just as strong a map for Jeff.
Then we go right back to the pick and ban phase if we make it there as Cooper with some crazy sleeps here. But then you look on the other side, it's the fact that Rojaro has gone down once. Trust me, with the pop-offs. Holding onto the face of the portal, body blocking them, preventing them from jumping in to keep that overtime going. And then you have to look at what they have in terms of ult economy going into this next round, Moxie.
Yeah, you might have banned the cap. You might have banned the Venom, but Angela is just as good, if not better, a Vanguard for the plays that Na'Vi want to enable as FlyQuest going to be putting Vision off of the Hela onto the Adam Warlock, Energy onto the Phoenix. So we're going for a sustainability composition, but you have to worry about Na'Vi with Fate's Jeff. I feel like this is a play you can do only here on Frozen Airfield because of the environmental drop-off to get the Adam punishment when he goes for the res.
Fate Jeff and then the wobble combo potential too with the Dance of Butterflies together with Trust Me and that Strangling Prison, but he doesn't need it because he's found Vision here, but he's got the passive, the Cocoon, to come right back, but he doesn't have that Karmic Revival, so it's back to the drawing board here as he gets sent down next.
Oh, he comes back, brings himself back into the mix because FlyQuest thought it was winnable after Dance of the Butterflies had ended with the Soul Bond, and now they're going to be down that crucial cooldown. FlyQuest do have the Strangling Prison, but Na'Vi have the means of being able to dodge out of it. Fate with the CC immunity on the Itch Jeff cast, potentially as well Goddess of Death to be able to boost above it.
The fact that Na'Vi still have 5 ultimates, they only use the Dance of Butterflies, is so crucial. But then you look at FlyQuest with Vaz holding up, Spark Chief coming together, he's got the Strangling Prison, and look at Zelos for the sustainability to get into Cooper. Yeah, they stop it right through to the other side, and he sets up the wall.
The Trainer almost takes Vision out of the mix. And remember, he doesn't have the self-res. That Adam is going to be vulnerable. FlyQuest might lose players to the Invis boundary, combined Strangling Prison and Goddess of Death, but FlyQuest try and heal through it. It's going to be Cooper with the Fate of both worlds. Vision still holding onto the Karmic Revival cast.
And the Itch Jeff, Fate comes back around as a Dance of the Butterfly, another one from Jerky. Vision brings him back born again, as the Adam Warlock says here. And while he gets Bez together too, Fate had used up the hit chef earlier to get right back into this fight before.
Psionic Seduction from FlyQuest to push from their position of the red spot onto the objective. Na'Vi don't have the strategist ultimates, and FlyQuest, they don't have the ultimates, but they do have the resource. Soulbind is a defensive cooldown that has just the same value as an ultimate, and Na'Vi are feeling the pressure.
Still, we're stalling for quite some time. They're nearing 80%. FlyQuest finally, they flip the point. And now when Na'Vi comes right back around, Crook will have that invisible boundary. And then you look to the other side, FlyQuest, they need to enable energy to get another Dance of Butterfly.
Composition flip too, off of the Hela onto the Winter Soldier, because they know with that point percentage difference, FlyQuest have to apply pressure and then disengage, and that's what Bucky punishes. Both the grab from the invis and the hook could be the thing that sends FlyQuest losing one of their players too early.
And it matters if he gets that reset. If you get that Karmic Revival, you have to pinpoint where Vision is. As he's trying to get the Fault together, Naga's about to get it. The Kraken impact, the invisible boundary though, to combat that of Spark Chief. He brings them together as the Kraken impact gets taken in, and Naga, he gets the reset. Again and again we go. And with Fate and the Eternal Bond, Na'Vi, they move up to evict FlyQuest off this point.
Fate of both worlds denies the reset opportunity, but Jerky catches the disengagement. FlyQuest had to be pushed out of that position because of the threat of Terror Cape from Fate's position of the Eternal Bond, and Na'Vi will be able to claim the eliminations. FlyQuest do still have Vision with the Karmic Revival, however, and we're about to go into a final fight territory. Spark Chief, he did it before in Heart of Heaven. Can he do it again in the Captain America? Na'Vi decide to go first. They're going before FlyQuest get an opportunity to stabilize.
Love that Emerald Cross shield, by the way, prevents the hook from landing as Crook, he gets a finishing blow onto Spark Chief. Overtime taken away as Na'Vi are looking to finish it here. The back away though, as they call out Vision and the Karmic Revival coming in.
Karmic Revival is going to end in a matter of moments, and that's when Na'Vi decide to make that move. Kraken impact coming on through. No strangling present, but the Gruul isolates them. Now it's up to Energy. He's got his own Kraken impact with the healing from the invisible boundary. He dodges the cast of the Gruul ultimate. The CC frames on the ultimate carry him above it, but Na'Vi are carrying themselves through the fight. FlyQuest weren't able to find the eliminations.
And with Cooper coming back on the Doctor Strange, is it enough time with overtime? Spark Chief, he's trying to keep the dream alive. The stall as the portal needs to come out, but is it too little, too late? It is by a second. Na'Vi, they take the loser's final match and they move on to the grand finals.
Grand finals, an EMEA versus EMEA rematch of the ages. Will it be Virtus Pro, the team that everyone said was the strongest in the world at the beginning of this year? Or will it be the defending champions, Na'Vi, who bought themselves a moment of redemption, a chance to go up against their rival? But we have to say, what a play from FlyQuest. Truly a team that will go down, will be remembered when we look back on the Marvel Rivals esports scene. This is a team of prodigies. This is a team that were looking to prove themselves. And when the moments mattered the most, when those overtime picks came on through, that's exactly what you could do. Spark Chief with the Captain America so stable. Cooper always getting to come on through with those ultimates when FlyQuest needed the heals. And Vision, Energy, the picks that they required when the ultimates were removed, when we were playing in those neutral fights.
The survivability of the strategist from Na'Vi, man. Crook went down once. Fate only twice. And that's with FlyQuest. Trying so many different strategies. Sadly, I believe Cooper's KO countdown was like 8 seconds at the very end there. So by the time he was on the Doctor Strange and they rolled out and he sets up the portal, it was literally that 0.5, 1 second too late at the very end. But Na'Vi were playing out of their minds that entire series.
Oh, Na'Vi, like you said, they read it perfectly, that last fight. They know that FlyQuest are coming in with wombo combos, and they go first. The Emma's Psionic Seduction put so much pressure onto FlyQuest because we're about to hit overtime. If FlyQuest hadn't moved on forward, they would have been out of this tournament. They had no choice.
Shout out to FlyQuest and shout out to our esports parents supporting in the crowd from home. giving all of their support for the players who deserve their flowers.
You love to see it, the support. These players, they're still young. Their journey is just beginning. They got this far already. The future for FlyQuest truly is bright.
Energy was the same age as Sparker when Sparker first started his esports career. Just imagine that with the rest of FlyQuest and what they could do here. They've had a great performance and a great representation from the Americas region. And you can already see how emotional, the pressure, how it gets to you when you perform on the big stage, Moxie. That's why boot camp is so important right before lands like this.
I mean, they had that moment, right? Heart of Heaven, overtime, back against the wall, the hands shaking, and they were able to pull through. Like we said, FlyQuest, the narrative of this team being a choke team has truly been thrown out of the window as we get ready to throw it over to our desk to break down all of the gameplay and set ourselves up for a grand final, head-to-head EMEA v EMEA.
Ladies, what a cast, what a game. Na'Vi seem to do the impossible and that's set themselves up to be back-to-back champions. I am just blown away. We're going to talk a lot about Fly, but first, right, Na'Vi, how did they go through the lower bracket and get done like that?
It just seems to be the thing that they love to do, but you've got to give that Heart of Heaven from FlyQuest was great from them. The adjustments to take Jerky off of a lot of his like hot topic heroes, right? Because it seemed like he was really doing well this event, and the problem is if you do well in an event like this, you get targeted hard. So that adjustment was a little bit awkward for Na'Vi, but the thing is, they're used to being in those situations. Next map, they know to sort of protect, prioritize, get in that Psylocke, move around it, and just keep vision off the Jeff. He has not had a chance to play him at all today.
You can make plans against the planners. I mean, I feel like Na'Vi just had an answer for every single thing throughout. Outside of the Hell's Heaven at the end there where I saw some rotations I liked a little bit better from Fly. Na'Vi seemed prepared for everything, Chip.
Yeah, I liked Fly's comps a lot more towards the end. I wasn't loving the Ultron comps. Not a lot of success with Ultron in this tournament as a whole, so definitely looked more like themselves, but again, letting fade on that Jeff. We talked about Jeff, and they always provided.
That's what I was just going to say. We set it up here as soon as we saw the Jeff squeak through, other side not having it. I mean, it's just so hard on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, Moxie highlighted it as well with FlyQuest just as a team. They're just starting. It essentially feels like Na'Vi are 6 months, maybe 8 months ahead of where FlyQuest are, and this kind of experience, you could see it in the players' faces for FlyQuest Spark Chief, especially just the blood drain from his face, crying when they get that map win. This is not a feeling that they're going to forget, just how awful it is to be in this position. Once they get this chance again, they know how to be better and to do it better next time.
Yeah, I want to say this. I think Na'Vi going through the lower bracket was doomed there against the North American teams because you're right. It was just the practice and the experience this team had. They were the final boss to get through the lower bracket, and it's so tough to come into your first LAN over here and try to match that. VP, it's interregional. At least they have that going for them. They know each other better. I mean, to go against this kind of Na'Vi team, FlyQuest, it's so rough.
Needs to be reiterated, FlyQuest's first LAN here together. I mean, they look so strong. Obviously, these last couple matchups have looked tough on them, but I'm telling you, on the end there, looked like their old selves again. Definitely bouncing back, but you cannot stop Na'Vi.
When you have an event like this for FlyQuest, when you have unbeatable groups, when you basically drop a handful of maps, once you start losing those maps that you've been dominant on, not only at this event, but in stage 2 as well, it becomes a little bit of just a falling through the sky kind of moment. You have to quickly adjust, work out how you want to approach stuff. And for Na'Vi, they're sort of used to having maps dropped against some strong teams in EMEA, but they have the pivot and the adjustment in the right time.
Yeah, I have to say, I was talking to a lot of the parents of FlyQuest, from Vess's mom to Energy's parents as well. And listen, I told them, be so proud of these kids because coming here for your first LAN, putting up a performance like that, the crowd, if you heard this crowd, it's what it's made for here. LAN, first ever in Rivals. It had me hyped. My hands are red, fellas, for clapping, losing it. That was cinema.
Yeah, I could have ran through a brick wall when the crowd was standing up like that. I'm not going to lie to you, almost flipped this table here. But yeah, I mean, couldn't pull through. I mean, a team that we all love to watch. The crowd was, as you're saying, losing it, but Na'Vi has a ton of fans as well, and so does VP, which is coming up here shortly. shortly.
Right. I think, hey, listen, the question's been answered. It's not America or EMEA. It's EMEA. They're on top right now. That question has been answered.
I think it's, if it's any other teams than Virtus Pro that has essentially won every single event that they can get their hands on so far in Marvel Rivals so far, other than one who Na'Vi were able to get as rad, it just feels like these are two teams that are going to be the Achilles heel of literally everybody in the world that plays this game.
Yeah, I don't know how you ban them out. I don't know how you possibly ban out Na'Vi. They are so smart, and they always have a solution. They're comfortable on every composition. I truthfully do not know the answer.
No, honestly, I mean, listen, we would do interviews in group stage going into this, and they would say, yeah, you know, we're looking at what EMEA is doing and able to look at some of the comps. I mean, it's literally the heartbeat right now of Rivals goes through EMEA. Everyone here should be proud of that. And let's talk about, my gosh, trust me, are you kidding me? The leader for the team, we were talking about best tanks last night. How do we not say trust me? This man has everything you want in a leader and in a player.
Yeah, the last time that Virtus Pro and Na'Vi played up against each other in a best of 5, trust me, afterwards was like, this isn't an indication of how good EMEA can be. We, as both teams, could do a lot better. What's better than being in the grand finals of the biggest event for Mount? Like, this is a great indication of how good these teams are, but it's whether Na'Vi can actually start to match Virtus Pro again, because VP have been the top dog for quite a bit of time now.
If I had to give an MVP currently on the side of Na'Vi, it's got to go to Trust Me. Not only handling those bans typically on his own, but coming up with these plays, these strategies, these compositions. There is so much on his shoulders.
Man, I just love this. I love this stuff is what I'm going to say, because I am just all here for it, man. It's been so good, and this is exactly what you want here as we're fighting one of these teams that etch their names in history, y'all. We've got the rematch. One team sent the other down to, what, third place? It was VP that won over Na'Vi to get into the first seed, to carry that momentum, to never lose to this moment. Let's look at the bracket as we found ourselves the full Picasso painted here, y'all, and we find ourselves at the grand finals.
A full best of 7 against Virtus Pro, who have basically been undefeated in a majority of events that they could actually play. The one time meta-wise that things did not look good was against Na'Vi. When they were rad, they got the read on how to beat basically Goliath, right? This massive team that just seems to not lose, but it doesn't seem that that's really the case anymore. Both these teams a little bit ahead for Virtus Pro, but it seems even with how they want to approach this. They've been dreaming of series like this. They've been dreaming for their revenge in this moment.
And stats like VP hasn't lost a single domination. Like, that's something we can say in this entire tournament. Like, that is wild to say.
Listen, for me, I cannot wait to see what Nevix is against Trust Me. I mean, you take every role and you compare the player to the role and head-to-head, it's just going to be cinema in the making, quite literally. I mean, we are going to have ourselves a true in-game worthy of Marvel Rivals ride.
Yeah, I think I do also want to say, you know, as the EMEA person on this desk, like FlyQuest, I'm excited to see where the future of them is going, but also the future of like America, because there are a lot of young teams, there are a lot of people that, you know, Dark Zero hanging around, feeling the burn of not going this far in the tournament. This is the kind of thing that's going to push them to keep grinding, to keep performing, and to just learn what these teams do this year. There always seems to be that America resurgence, and I'm expecting 2026 is going to be a great year for you guys.
Yeah, two teams coming in with no LAN experience, right? You're saying young and no hero shooter experience as a whole. So again, time is only going to make these teams better, and they got third place here, guys. We still got some bread on the line.
Yeah, one thing I'm confident of, we were definitely looking at the top 3 teams here at the end. I mean, no question about it. Talent, skill, everything put together. Just like mid-season, it comes down to one play, one moment, one matchup. Y'all, we have the grand finals coming up next. After this quick break, my friends, we get to see all the action live here in Atlanta.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best? The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
Hello and welcome to Story Time here at Marvel Ignite. We're going over to EMEA, and best way to describe Virtus Pro, I think, is the winningest team from EMEA. You guys pretty much have won all of the major events apart from the one that would have qualified you for that first LAN. You qualified pretty early on, top 3 finish in stage 2, and then you went on to win stage 2 to be the champions there. Like, was it just like the relief of qualifying that allowed you guys to really be like, okay, now that we've qualified, we can sort of play and really have a strong finish in that group, would you say?
Yeah, I feel like if we had lost that chopped match in the end, I feel like our mentality would have been so terrible coming to the Navi match that I'm not sure if we would have beat them like we did.
You must be going into this thinking like, we're ahead than them still. We still have so much more experience than some of these guys. That's probably your biggest strength, right?
Yeah, and we've also been together for a while, so we all know each other, like we're good friends. I think it'll be fun. Like some teams just swap players as soon as something goes wrong, but we decided to stay together.
I'm really excited to talk to you, Dredro, because there's always people in like chat that want to see an interview with you, and it's been a while. But like, I did want to talk a little bit about like strategists, because we've seen you guys play a little bit of triple strategists. Yeah. How is that when you're like the main support, I suppose, typically on that kind of like role? That it's usually Saipei that's on something a little bit more flexible. You're more like just keep everybody up on their like HP.
I think it's pretty much the same role. But I would say it's Saipei playing the role that you mentioned of keeping everyone alive. I'm more someone that will adapt. So like if one of the characters is banned, I'm gonna play another one. If like Jeff is banned, I will rotate to like the Mantis or Adam. And Sci-Fi will stay on Invisible Woman most of the time.
So you're more like a flex strategist, would
Yeah.
you say? That's how you describe it. I know that people like to build up the sort of drama and rivalries with like other teams from a region, but I did want to ask, like, for teams like Citadel and Na'Vi, which players do you think are like a little bit underrated almost? Just players that you think that, like, because they might not be duelists, that they're either focusing on being strategists or vanguards. Like, are there any players that you think, like, we want to beat everybody, but we respect this player on this team?
I feel like most players are well rated on the top teams. Right? I was gonna say Polly, but I think most people rate him for being good.
Everyone rates him as
Yeah.
like the best tank in the world right now, I think. So I don't know. I don't think he's underrated.
That's everything from Virtus Pro, a team that has won pretty much all of the events in EMEA. We'll see at their first international if they're able to take that Grand Finals trophy, but you're going to have to keep an eye to see how they're going to do at this event, so stay tuned. Hello, welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. It's the second international event that we've had in Marvel Rivals so far, so it makes sense to talk to the winners of the first. We're here with Na'Vi. You guys were rad when you played in the mid-season finals, but going into this event was like stage 2, right? Like, you were talking a lot about like stuff like drafts against like Virtus Pro and stuff, and up against Citadel. What went wrong, I suppose, at the end of this stage, really, going into this event, would you say, Trust?
And now this question is directed at me because we've talked about it, right? The tweet I've done. A lot of people misunderstood it. I never meant it as a banter or anything like that. I was just merely disappointed that we trolled a lot of practice before the event as well, not really on the day, right? I mean, when you come to a tournament, when you come to an event, you prepare months ago, right? Weeks ago, and we just haven't really like prepared that well for it, and it wasn't enough. So I mean, Virtus Pro is also a great team, right? But I mean, we wanted to win, and we will try to win this one, right?
But does this event feel similar to mid-season finals or different because it's like the flagship end-of-year event for Marvel Rivals?
I think that in China, the play-ins helped us a lot. I think the extra practice was like super, super important. And I think that practice gave us, as we went into the bracket, I think we played, who did we play first? I think we played Sen first, and we 3-0'd them. So we had like a really, really good start because we had so much momentum. Like, we were so used to playing on stage. It's so chill. I think now it's a lot more like we're going straight into it. And I think also our practice has been very, very different. So it's like super, super different tournament. But we still have like the strong pieces, and I think we should have a good chance of winning it again.
I guess how important is vibes based at an event like this? Because it's like fresh meta, you've got teams that have a lot of expectations on them, yourself included, right? Because you won the last international event and you're representing Na'Vi this time as well, which is one of like the most historic esports like EMEA teams, right? So like, I guess the main factor is that you guys have that expectation, but you know how to deal with it because you've done it before, no?
I would hope so, of course.
For sure.
I think people are forgetting that we won the last tournament. Like, I look at predictions, it's like VP, Fly, 100 Thieves, Citadel, everyone thinks they're gonna win. We're being forgotten about. We won the last tournament.
But I mean, personally, I also heard that other people on our team was also happy with it, but I don't think we mind being the underdogs at all, actually.
I agree with that. Finals to extent, right?
Yeah, right. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. You know, we will put the pressure on ourselves. We don't need it from the outside as well.
All right, cool. So that was Na'Vi hoping to make it 2 for 2 for international event wins, this time with the Grand Finals. You're going to have to see how they do, and stay tuned to all of the action happening here in Atlanta.
the best of the best. The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Hey, we're VP.
Watch us here in Atlanta.
If you want to watch winners.
And watching winners we have been. I just ran all the way from the crowd up here. I'm a little bit out of breath, but it is time for the grand finals of Marvel Rivals Ignite. And I almost said Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA here, stage 2, because I am joined, of course, by the wonderful God Moxie. And of course, the magnificent Ryan Central. It's an EMEA desk for an EMEA finals.
There is one person I did want to highlight for our boy at home. He's watching along with a watch.
Yes,
just there, just the I don't have the same jawline, that's why I hide it behind a beard, but I did want to shout out the one that isn't here for EMEA as we celebrate what has been a terrific year for the region.
Oh my goodness, celebrating in style, right? A best of 7. And when Na'Vi are playing like that, Virtus.pro are probably feeling a little bit of pressure start to creep on through.
Virtus.pro, they might have a little bit of trauma when it comes to Na'Vi, but they are in the best shape of their lives. Virtus.pro, starting off as Team Cats, they won every tournament they were put into. MRCs, Marvel Rivals Invitationals, and not Ignites. They had won everything except for Ignite until stage 2 came around, where they finally were able to qualify for a LAN.
I mean, like you said, they're going to be feeling the pressure, and they're definitely going to be looking at the history between these two teams, because it was Rad back then, now Na'Vi, who dealt them their first ever defeat, true defeat, all the way back in our Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1, where we got to see the Jeff strategy for the very first time.
It really did feel like Rad at that time really exploited the weakness, I suppose, for Virtus.pro. Certainly with the new draft system, it felt that Virtus.pro were a bit slow to adapt to it, and that weakness was exposed for Citadel Gaming to get a 2 best of 5s to make sure that Virtus.pro did not go to the first international event. Now that they managed to qualify for this one, it seems that they want to go for, like, basically the lion's share of this prize pool up against the team that was able to win that international event the VP were not at.
But how the tables have turned. We immediately saw Virtus.pro coming in earlier using a very particular draft style, and what do we see the exact next game? The quadruple strategist bans, Moxie.
I want to see how these two teams are going to react to each other's ban draft in terms of those saves as well. Is it going to be the strategist sweep, or are we going to still see that respect paid forward? I kind of hope that it's the strategists, so that we get to see the absolute final fight lockdown of Jerky and Sparker to determine. I know Bobo, in terms of our statistics, was leading for the Psylocke best in the world, but Jerky and Sparker has been a matchup that we have been wanting to see in a best of 7 format since the beginning of stage 2.
Sparker has been so legendary, Brian. Just how much history is behind this. Just look at some of these stats for the teams.
Yeah, it's pretty much what we've seen from Virtus.pro so far. Not only winning like the MRC Season 1, but Season 3. They didn't play Season 2 because that was a qualifier for Ignite. It really is just a case of like every small third-party event that happened in 2024, 2025, every single thing other than Ignite Stage 1 went Virtus.pro's way, and dominantly, barely dropping maps, never mind like series. It just felt that this whole like system and approach is the thing that is catching him out, and Na'Vi have been excellent at doing that.
Well, it's not on that board. Virtus.pro also did win Season 0 as well, but they were under a different name there, so that's just how much history there is. Whereas Na'Vi, they went for a couple iterations to find this final roster that not only took them to the mid-season finals championship, but also bring them back here again.
Na'Vi, like you said, finding themselves in the same exact position. Actually, Ryan, you talked about it a little bit earlier, right? This is a team that had the exact same path, lower bracket run. What do we talk about when we talk about Na'Vi? They give you one. You get to beat this team once. Yeah. They go down to the lower bracket, they download your playstyle, they understand the ban format, and they come back and they home run you.
It is like Taskmaster almost, of just working out how to play up against them and adapt to them in real time, right? If you compare like the series that we saw Na'Vi lose against FlyQuest versus that BO5, it is a night and day difference for the mid-season finals champions. And it's a case of like, with you highlighting Sparker versus Jerky, There's so many like head-to-heads in roles, in individual spots that are so good to highlight because these players are flexible, they're experienced, and they are the pivotal parts to winning this tournament for each of their teams.
We've also got to bring up the fact that Na'Vi did seem to be, like you already mentioned earlier, Moxie, one of the first teams to find Virtus.pro's number, able to take the first series off of them, but it's been a bit since then. The last time Na'Vi took a map off of Virtus.pro was in Stage 2 of Ignite, Ryan, in that lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and it was a game that just seemed to not go the way of Na'Vi in the slightest. And since then, Virtus.pro just seemed to have an idea, an inclination of where Trust Me wants to try and take the draft. But we saw some nice pivots already today, like stuff like the Venom being protected, making sure the Vision didn't get the Jeff. Both teams wanted to really lean in onto that. And so I'm curious to see what kind of curveball, wildcard drafts we're going to see in the series today.
Yeah, Na'Vi even actually said it themselves on interview, right? They felt the last time that they matched up against Virtus.pro, it didn't represent how well they could do because of the ban draft. They said themselves it was a bad ban draft.
Yeah.
And that should mean that looking back now, they're going to be having a look to see what would make a good ban draft. And you know something that I would expect to see potentially coming on out? It's not something that's listed here. Daredevil.
Yeah.
I think if you target out Fire's Daredevil, it could be a really strong pick because Sparker's Psylocke is terrifying, but it's all the more terrifying when Fire on the Daredevil is getting to relay all of the information of where a player is rotating so that they can catch them on the hit.
And it's so easy to talk about how good Sparker is that Fi often gets left by the wayside of how good. He is an incredible communicative player. He is pretty much the person that puts all of the playmaker of this team, puts everything in place, communicates the stuff like you said with a Daredevil passive. It just means that Sparker looks good when they can relay that information, and Vi has a lot of creative cerebral ideas that just doesn't get mentioned because if Virtus.pro look rough, he's almost out of the server. When they look good, it's Dredro, it's Nevix, it's all of the other team that are taking their flowers. It's all set up from Vi. You have to recognize how good he has been on this team.
We were literally talking about it before the broadcast of just like this seemed to be Fi's event to really step up and pop off, and they did so. And then suddenly we started to see Sparker on that Psylocke just doing so much work. But speaking of the Psylocke, we've been hammering on it for this entire event for good reason. The newest player to Na'Vi, filling in the spot that was left after those mid-season finals, Jerky. This is their first time on the main stage for Marvel Rivals, but they have been showing up, Moxie.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing Jerky get played over Crisis purely because of the time that he had, plus the fact that it really is a meta that is there for his hero pool. He was picked up before Crisis, he was already in those trialing sections when they knew that Melia would be taken by Citadel, so they had a little bit of an opportunity to work out how to meld him into this team, and his Psylocke has been absolutely standout. I think there's going to be a correlation that one of the maps that we actually got to see just there coming on through from FlyQuest, as close as it was when the Psylocke was banned, and then when we saw the Psylocke being the first instant save, it had all of the impact with the Dance of the Butterflies coming on through. So maybe Na'Vi go the route of instant saving the Psylocke because it could be an instant ban from Virtus.pro.
It has been impactful. Over 400 KOs just in this bracket stage, Ryan.
Good lord. I mean, that makes sense. And you sort of made a good point, I think, about Jerky being banned out. He was a weaker, I suppose, when he wasn't on the Psylocke, and then Jean Grey got banned out too. But in that game, Naga went like 41-3 or something ridiculous, and they still lost. So it's those kind of moments where Jerky, this is his first like Marvel Rivals International land. He wasn't part of that Na'Vi team that won mid-season finals, but he's got so much experience beforehand, and now he's got the experience of being essentially an MVP candidate if they win this series. But also, when he's targeted out, he can sit back. The rest of the team could show up as and when needed.
Well, we're going to have to see, because now we finally get to answer the question, right? Psylocke versus Psylocke. That's where it is truly going to matter. Jerky and Sparker, if both of those players get the Psylocke through the ban draft, we are in for a treat.
But the bans have been so important. We've been looking at Sparker. It's not just been Psylocke where they have been impactful, but of course these have been the flashy character that has really impacted this event. And you can see the difference, but you've got to take into account with that total KO section, Virtus.pro played less games. Once again, Na'Vi find themselves in that lower bracket, having to fight their way through. More games means more KOs total, but it's about the ratios.
They were also, on the side of Na'Vi, getting to play into the Groot very, very frequently, which we talked about it on the broadcast, right? Sometimes for a Psylocke, your job is to try and hit the duelists. Sometimes your job is to try and hit the strategists. And other times when there's something like a Groot in play on that Vanguard role, it's to just shoot the Vanguard not go for the elimination, keep him alive, allow the strategists to build up their ultimates, because in this meta on 4.5, it doesn't matter if a strategist's ultimate is up to try and heal through the Dance of the Butterflies, it's still not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's a lot harder now, but it's also like harder, I think, to find that coordination with the dive, because characters like Human Torch aren't as strong. They're so good at just throwing out a lot of damage that, you know, a Sylar could just sneak in and just be like, pick, these characters low. You don't really have that kind of just damage on the board anymore, which means that it's a lot more focus going into like 2-2-2 setups and stuff. It makes it harder for Sylar to find worth, but these are the best in the world. They can make it look so easy in the worst occasions.
And those worst occasions are exactly what we're going to be seeing. You are up against literally the best of the best. This is the grand finals. It's a best of 7. There's no opportunity to say, oh, we just didn't get warmed up. We didn't get ready. Both teams have played. You have to win now.
Yeah, it is just every time I think we spoke to the teams, whether it has been Citadel, Na'Vi, Virtus.pro, anybody else, it's just we weren't good enough on the day. This is the day. There is no other day that's going to day more than this day. You have to show up now in this moment. Like you said, they've both played, they're both warmed up, but all of those thoughts in the back of your head, you need to silence them. You have to gaslight yourself into thinking you're best in the world to be the best in the world. Fake it till you make it. This kind of series is so important, and Virtus.pro are going to feel so comfortable in this.
Na'Vi, I feel like, also are going to be coming in warm, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to be a huge part of the problem for Virtus.pro, because they're going to be coming in cold. Like, yeah, they've probably been behind the scenes warming up, scrimming with another team, but there is a very big difference between scrimming and getting to play on an official game. And when your first game type is domination, that first fight, it matters.
It really does. Domination is literally every single time. We've heard teams say, oh, we sometimes struggle on domination. You can't do that in the grand finals because you are guaranteed to play it potentially twice here if you go all the way. So you need to make sure that you're locked down on that more brawly game mode. And Ryan, it's played a little bit differently to Convoy and Convergence.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much pressure on it because you always start here, it's randomized, but also it is a map type that Virtus.pro did get beaten up quite a lot on if I'm thinking of the early days, but now they are dominant on it. They haven't dropped a map of it so far, but even in that best of 3 series that we saw against Na'Vi in the upper bracket, it was so close. The Spider Islands pick as well from Na'Vi, they need to throw in curveballs like that, picking maps that you just don't see at this level because you need to find little gaps in the play of Virtus.pro. Otherwise, it is going to be a clean 4-0 for them, I won't.
Well, that's why I feel like Heart of Heaven has started entering the conversation, right, when it comes to these teams. And they want to go for that curveball when they want to try and force out everyone else from that comfort zone, while also getting to set up so many different compositions, because it has places where the Hella Namor finds its strength, it has places where the dive finds its strength, which means that you have to be flexible, you have to be able to play everything, and if you've been drafted out of one specific composition, you get punished on that map most of all.
And on that map, you have been seeing a lot of the Daredevil. You already mentioned it as well, because that waterfall, we saw it in the last series. Just a rocket hiding away in the waterfall, just sending out those healing balls, keeping everyone topped up. It's made quite the difference. We talk about fire, we talk about the Daredevil. While we wait for this series to get underway, just how impactful has the Devil of Hell's Kitchen been, Moxie?
It's been very, I mean, we got to see it on the Heart of Heaven map, right? And it was just Fi waiting around a corner, giving all of the information of like, okay, they're going to be walking, we're looking for the Venom hit, we're looking for the Dance of the Butterflies, and lead in.
Keep it going with me. Let's hear your final thoughts before we start getting ready to head into the grand finals, Moxie.
Oh, predicting a winner is going to be so tough. I think Virtus.pro could honestly take it.
Yeah.
We can't even be biased for our region, which means that we're really put on the spot and we have to say a team. And you know what? I think Virtus.pro, I said it yesterday, the storyline is that they're going to take it all.
Ryan, you've been following Na'Vi since the start, saying they're going to win since the very beginning. Before you're even on the broadcast days, are you keeping that going?
I have to, but I think my final thought is like, casters, start the bloody game. Let's get into this. It's a BO7 grand final. Like, come on. We need to get into this.
Well, we're going to do just that. We're going to be heading over to the stage. Cozy, please start us this game. Bring us the teams.
Every single story finds an ending, and every single hero will face their end game. Let's find out who the best in the world is. Atlanta, let me hear you. Viewers in the chat, spam the emotes. We've got the juggernauts, the winners of the upper bracket, Virtus.pro. Across the multiverse, one name has echoed louder than the rest. From dreams in June to the reality in November, the undefeated Titans, Virtus.pro. as the greatest strategist in the world, Saipei! Next in line, he smells blood in the water, the support that always bites back, Dreedro! The Vanguard, with all the ice in the veins. He's from Iceland, it's Fency! Fi doesn't enter the fights, he ignites them. Say what's up to Fi! The sweetest army knife of Vanguards, the one, the only, Nivix! And finally, when he looks you in the eye, you already know it's too late. The one, the only, Sparker! Alrighty, folks, now the gauntlet of the lower bracket, trying to go for the repaint. Give it up for Navi! They have been here before, they have lifted the trophy. They know exactly what it takes to do it again. The reigning mid-season finals, the lower bracket dominators. Let's get on our feet for Navi. Now we know him as the Shark, as the strategist that moves first and the map moves with them. Give it up for Fate. Your mid-finals MVP, the strategist himself, level 1 Crook. He doesn't just protect the team, he commands the battle. Give it up for Rajaro. The newest blade in the fight, he is Psylocke, the sidekick assassin. What's up, Jerky? Cold aim and hotter confidence. Say what's up to Naga. And leadership you can feel, an impact you cannot ignore. Trust me! All right, trust me. Come with me up here, Sparker. Come join me. Listen. Where you at? Trust me. Come on over here. Listen. Right now, we know EMEA on top. It's not about what region's the best. It's what defines EMEA. After y'all matched up in the seeding to get into this thing, we saw what that looked like. What is EMEA to you, the region? Tell the viewers. Trust me first.
We are the meta setters. We set the tone, right? What is played, dive, brawl, everyone copies us, how it works.
What's the definition of what the EMEA region is?
Good Marvel rivals.
Short but sweet. Listen, you're facing the player, the teams in the eyes that could end the perfect run, or in your case, the perfect story. You guys know each other well. Trust me, what do you have to say to Sparker and VP?
Good luck. You're not gonna win.
And coming over here, oh man, a little reach on, I love it. Hey, coming over here to Sparker. Trust me's over there. They've gone through the lower bracket. You faced them before. What do you have to say to Trust Me and Navi?
We beat you once this tournament, and we will beat you again.
Let's go! That's what you love to hear. Shake hands, gentlemen. Please take your seats as we get ready for the grand finals. One region. Take your seats, gentlemen. Take your seats. One region. One legacy. Two giants stand here at the biggest stage ever for Marvel Rivals. It's VP's first land. They're trying to chase their second crown. What will we get in this most epic matchup, my friends? It's time to ignite the battle!
Grand Finals! The stage of immortals ready to find our final champion for the year in Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Today, I'm joined by the best teams across the world.
I think the grand final is like what everyone strives for. But what grand finals means, you made your spot fighting against the other 4 regions that came here, and you earned your spot.
Just another game, try our best. If we lose, we lose.
This is where the upsets happen. It's all or nothing, right?
I'd love to win, but anything can happen.
Watching the crowd and knowing that I'm in the final match of the whole tournament, it would just mean so much to me.
The final is going to be crazy. We really want to represent EU well and become the world champions again.
I mean, it's obviously incredible, right? You go into the game, you know everything's on the line, right? No one remembers the second place.
We worked so hard the entire year, and to get to lift that trophy at the end will make it all worth it.
I mean, it would be the best moment, I think, of my life, right? So much more on the line. This is the next big thing.
We are prepared for you. We've seen everything you got, and we will end up the winner.
If I play my best, no one stands a chance against us.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rival Grand Finals as we head into our grand final matchup right here. I'm one of your co-hosts, I Run Chip, here with my co-caster, Dogman. How you doing today, buddy?
Doing great, Chip. Back here yet again. Mid-season, we finished that up, but now it's the grand finals. $1 million on the line, Chip. 862,000 euros, though, because this is a EMEA on EMEA fight in Chip. We are here in person in Landon. Let's just do one more dap to go because...
Yeah, you missed it.
We might as well... Yeah, you missed it earlier on, but at the moment, Chip, this is going to be a fantastic matchup. Na'Vi and VP. I mean, you talk about Marvel, you talk about Marvel Rivals. This is a movie. This is cinema in the making. Any of these stories of the players that we've heard about throughout, I mean, you can make a movie about any single one of them. You could see this ignite in the movie theaters if that was a thing, but going into it, Chip, grand finals, it's going to be our very first of 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much talent on both teams. The matchups are going to be insane. You look at Dredro and Saipe versus level 1 Crook and Fate, for example. Trust me, going against the other side of Nevix in terms of Vanguard fronts. And when something like that Psylocke battle with Sparker and Jerky, so many huge storylines and even more.
And yeah, I mean, you mentioned Jerky. Jerky, he's been all business. I mean, formerly of all business, picked up his pace of play recently to reach levels that of Sparker, like you said. He's been one of the best Psylocke players. Naga as well has had an incredible day today. So recency bias, it feels like Na'Vi is playing a lot better, but VP have that head-to-head that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, it'd be a crime to say it's essentially the skill matchup versus the brain, because it would essentially be a roast to either team that has both of those things, as we're going to be drafting in a moment here. I don't know what the answer is against these teams in terms of bans, because they have so many different compositions they can run.
Right, and they're all good in the current patch and the current meta, and we just had, I mean, let alone, this is how fast Marvel Rivals move, Shib. I mean, recently there was a patch a couple weeks ago that just came out. These players had to adapt and learn to not only the ban phase that's going on, the asymmetrical ban phase. We're going into Hell's Heaven first, an absolute classic, as we know. But yeah, I mean, there's so many things that go into it in terms of adapting, and Jerky on this side has been able to adapt, and a lot of these EU players are really good at dive, at this sort of surround Anaconda style, and at the moment, it's these two that are trying to take that crown yet again and repeat themselves. But it's Jerky, the newbie to the squad, and Naga as well, veteran of hero shooters, and same thing with Saipe on the other side for VP. This team is going to be an incredibly formidable opponent. I can't wait to watch. We just want to get into the game like they did on the stage.
Yeah, you mentioned those self-survivable, divey, Zootopia backline compositions that are very much KO fest. A ton of fun to watch, and that is exactly what we can expect to see as we dive into our first draft. Make some noise here in the arena as we start off our first game.
Start off the draft here, Na'Vi versus Virtus Pro. I mean, this is two incredible organizations as well. I mean, in esports as a whole, many of people know them, and to have them here in the grand finals, it just makes sense. Na'Vi goes for that Jeff ban, and on the opposite side, VP going for Mantis. We've seen how good Jeff has been. Also, the Jeff ban from Na'Vi has been a bit of a staple so far, countered by Captain America Protect.
Yeah, they're not too worried about the Mantis. They just want to ensure that that Jeff doesn't get huge ultimates. And here at Hell's Heaven, that is very much something you need to be afraid of. There's a lot of off-map potential. Can absolutely sweep your team. And the Psylocke ban there from Na'Vi was something I might have expected to see. I'm curious if they could potentially get the lock in a Psylocke, but we'll see shortly.
We'll see if it happens, because you're right, that could be a mismatch already, but Emma Frost bans could come through. No, they go for the Jeff.
Better lock.
Better lock for sure. We had him earlier on the stage, obviously, the voice actor of Jeff coming through, and for Na'Vi, you know, that's their protect, but what is the ban going to be for VP side? They have their chance now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to see here. That makes sense to me. You want to ensure Trust Me does not have access to that Venom. We saw how strong he is on that hero. It's a hero that allows him to buy time on point, and we saw throughout some of these matchups, Trust Me would essentially just fall on point. No matter if his team lost the fight, he would turn the point to his side so that it wouldn't move forward on, you know, on combo or convergence, for example, and then all of those fights were for naught because the point never moved, and that's all that matters in those modes.
Yeah, right now in this current patch, it does seem, like you said, he's been able to kind of counter most of the target focus onto him. Psylocke ban comes out for Virtus Pro. He's also the captain of the team. Na'Vi, Trust Me, that is, Na'Vi on the opposite side, going for that Bucky protect, making sure they at least get one of the strongest duelists in the game right now. Understanding you lose that Psylocke, you lose pretty much a free fight win because of how much damage Psylocke does, even through Shrouded Souls. You can get eliminations through it. So both teams making sure either side can't play Psylocke. Venom going through on Na'Vi's side, which is very interesting moving forward. But for VP, they go for the Invisible Woman ban. This has been something that's been picking up later as the tournament. We saw how good it was in the group stages ship, but at the moment it seems like we're kind of re-entering back into the stage 2 of Ignite, where Invisible Woman was so strong.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of success in terms of duelists, too, from things like Psylocke, Bucky. We've also seen Star-Lord especially take place here. But these Psylocke bans are something I think have been kind of slept on. And these teams at the very top here of EMEA and apparently across the world are definitely looking to ban that out.
Yeah. Now we're going to enter it, Shib, for that trophy in the background. Virtus Pro versus Na'Vi is about to come up. I know some of you in the DreamHack Arena might be walking around somewhere else. Stop on by, because these players have been putting in the work, like Trust Me have said, and pretty much the entirety of VP. Both of these teams know how much time and investment and work and effort it takes to get to this level. To be the top 2 teams in the world is no easy feat, Chip. There's a reason we're only left with 2 out of thousands of players online, thousands of teams even online in North America, EMEA, Oceania, and Asia region. So all of this comes down to this grand finals for $1 million.
Yeah, when it comes to Hell's Heaven, I have no doubt when that ban comes through a Venom, we will see something like Angela coming through in terms of the Vanguard frontline or Cap. So we'll see what they elect to do shortly. Emma on the table as well as we start up here in a moment. First fight means a ton. And again, Virtus Pro has not lost a single domination total across this tournament. Will Na'Vi be the team to make that happen?
Very well could be setting off on the very first match of the day, Shib. Or sorry, very first map of the grand finals, because, yeah, it's not the first match of the day. We've had an incredible amount of emotions going through as Trust Me with the portal. See where they want to go.
And immediately after this portal, we'll be making that switch. That's something we've seen Trust Me do a lot here. Setting up the portal, looking for a kidnap opportunity, which doesn't seem to come through instead. Just going to isolate and start up this first fight on height.
Just kind of controlling that for now with that Adam Warlock triple composition. Something we talk about in general, when you have that beacon, you want to find it on the opposite side. Dridro's BRB is found. That means they don't have that res. Jerky's going to fall, not going to be brought back into the fight because of them hunting down the beacon earlier. Fate able to trade it back, though. Adam Warlock on the side of Na'Vi, however, means as long as Naga can build up that ultimate, they can resurrect everybody back in the fight. Also, the Soul Bond coming out to keep that Adam Warlock alive. Meanwhile, VP kind of surrounding that point. Finzi on the back line, knowing the cooldowns are removed, needs to find eliminations before ults are potentially built, because VP haven't built up any.
Yeah, that pick is more valuable there on Jerky, in my opinion, just due to the ult being a little more valuable. Finzi, though, gonna find Naga now, but that res will come through likely. Level 1 Crook goes down from Finzi, who's looking clean on Cap. Naga gonna res back as stated as Fi gets one, and Finzi again looking so clean on the front line.
I feel like, Chib, we've seen these Adam Warlock comps succeed, don't get me wrong, but it does feel like Virtus Pro and Na'Vi are both teams that are incredibly good at not going down. You know, in the group stages and also back in stage 2 of Ignite, it did feel like Adam Warlock's success was also found in his pickoff potential. We need to see Naga start to find those pickoffs, maybe onto people who dive onto the back line, but VP, they're so smart. They're playing 2 heroes in terms of the duelist line that are hard to take down in Daredevil, who gets that overhealth, and same thing for Star-Lord with those flips.
Matt Murdoch getting so much value here for VP2 in this tournament. A hero that we weren't sure we'd see much, but at this level of play, clearly is very strong with some good coordination and just in the neutral can find a ton of value. The whole side of Na'Vi electing to drop back together now and prep for ults, but at this point, 60% on and counting. They got to get there soon.
Doors open as the map shifted about 60%. Now they come through. Root and everybody trying to peel back off. Here's the Jeff on the coastal side. Does grab two of his team. Pushes them back into the main side. Able to find Fine. Brought back by Jojo's BRB. Freedom Charge comes out. The fight hopefully long for Na'Vi. Remember, Naga does not have that cocoon. Using that passive earlier. If he falls, he's going to be able to fight. Root removing that res. And VP close out on the rest of Na'Vi, setting him to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, another insanely clean fight here from VP, who have not committed any ults besides Fi and Finzi in that fight. They will have 4 more for the next fight. That's exactly what you're trying to do here on Dom. Do not overcommit ults, so you have answers for the next fight. We will see a res coming in from Naga shortly, and the Strangling Prison from Trust Me, who's now moved over to that group.
Able to find Fate early, too. I mean, Na'Vi, the back against the wall, they give up the point.
Okay.
Shiv, that's round number 1. VP have taken it in this first map. Frozen Airfields, that is theirs. Now we're headed to Eldritch Monument on Hell's Heaven, putting them at round point.
Yeah, you and I had conversations in the green room of who we thought would take this. I threw this VP's way. You said Na'Vi. I said a 4-2, and you thought it was going to go the distance to Game 7 with 4-3 from Na'Vi. We'll find out who takes that home. I always like how we go against each other. And look at those ults available for Virtus.
Yeah, that's a lot of ults available at the current moment. We'll see if any Doctor Strange portal plays are going to come through. No bans onto that hero, so you can kind of go for those gimmick plays, but nobody wants to make that switch, right? It's a matter of the strategist ultimates, right? When we look at the side of Na'Vi, they can sustain, they can live long enough, they can build that res up for Naga too, who has the cocoon passive up again, but that was one-sided, Chip. That was incredibly one-sided for Team Na'Vi. They're gonna have to pick it up. I mean, it looks like the desk was split for a good reason, but the faith in VP seems to be restored at LAN. I mean, everybody talked about how good they were online, and now they're bringing it here. That veterancy for Na'Vi, they have some of it too, but can they kind of start that reverse sweep on this map? We'll have to find out. And the ultimates are gonna make a big difference.
Yeah, they're calm, cool, and collected. They just looked so composed there and did not lose their cool in any fight. Again, not overcommitting a single time, and that's exactly what you want to do on Dom. Start that hold, and then ensure you can stall for as long as possible. Nevix now going to be holding on the high side here, ready with that retribution. Going to keep up on height. Trust Me, holding on to the Strangling Prison now, looking potentially towards the backline. Rajaro is going to have that Psionic. Bond goes out early on as there won't be a ton of damage there. Sparker in the sky is going to be matched right back by level 1 Crook, who's going to stall, and that should be a oh, almost gets that pick on Nevix, and now Nevix goes down as Jerky gets the first pick. Dredro gonna bring Nevix right back into the fight, though.
Yeah, big BRB coming through to bring back him in the fight, and then also that Storm to keep everybody healthy on the inside for Na'Vi. So they're not giving up that point just yet, Shiv, as that BRB, or that See You Later keeps everybody healthy. Nevix able to find the pick on Rajaro, traded back through VP res, or sorry, Na'Vi res by Naga, coming through to bring everybody back with the crack and attack from Jerky.
And Jerky starts now, finding one. Does that no, it does not get reset, as there was a juke in that play. Still gonna be a pick early on. Out goes that Eternal Bond here from Fate. Nobody has the point just yet. Finzi gonna match it right back with the Freedom Charge. Keep the team healthy. Saipei hold it on there to that invisible boundary, as that will be the ult that can keep them on at this current moment. Looks like the fight's in their favor. There's that match right now from Saipei, who's not even gonna stand inside that boundary. Just play from downtown. Out goes the legend as Finzi cleans up one onto Naga. Down goes Fate from Sparker as they're still walking. The rest comes through from Naga though, but no, it is not enough at the current moment. The rest will fall.
And we heard behind the scenes as the wipe comes through on the Trust Me. Na'Vi, whenever they're forced under this group composition, look a little bit, I don't know, odd, right? VP have all the momentum on their side. They're able to kind of play whatever they want. Taking a look back at the ban phase, the Venom did get through, but the Invisible Woman ban also changes a lot in terms of their peel potential on VP's side. Their overall dive as well is phenomenal, constantly diving in, setting up Na'Vi, making them uncomfortable. It feels like Na'Vi's pulling a very similar Shrant that we saw at a FlyQuest last game, and we saw dive tends to beat this front-to-back style out of Groot and the rest of the heroes that Na'Vi are playing.
Yeah, it's all about now if they can find a solution. A team known for finding a way out of tricky spots a lot. Out goes the Let the Devil Out. It's matched right back by the invisible, the dance floor and the Strangling Prison here. Out goes the Sia from the side of VP, keeping the damage up as Dredro is going to bring back Fi. Fight continues. Down goes the Retribution, and everyone falls once more as VP have not skipped a beat here.
And the Rocket Raccoon advantage is huge too. I mean, in that fight, they pick off Fi, but Fi can play that aggressive. I mean, you talked about how the best players, by the way, the peel comes out, or the stagger comes out on the Rajaro. Brutal, as he's going to get really hard staggered. Body block shoved around the corner, eventually goes off, but that was nearly 10% given to VP. That's a huge advantage for them. But also, I was saying earlier, Shib, I mean, unfortunately for Na'Vi, they have nobody really to find these BRBs from Dridro. They're swapping Crook over to Rocket Raccoon. This character is basically broken in the recent patch, got buffed, as well as it's basically Adam Warlock, but in the neutral, every single fight you have a res that you don't have to commit for, you don't have to put yourself in danger for. So it's so smart that both of these teams are playing Rocket now.
You see Na'Vi making those switches as we discussed this late. It is a sign of a team that's really trying to find a solution, maybe panicking a little bit, losing that ult from Rajaro down to 50%. Out goes the Galactic Legend from Naga now, who's going to be matched right back by the Freedom Charge of Finzi. Everybody on the point is still healthy and holding on. Some damage goes out as the spin to win with the Blaster Barrage goes up. Sparker, though, gonna try to find one. What an escape there! And they are still walking, though, as VP is gonna find 1 and 2 as Jerky and level 1 Crook go down.
This is incredibly hard to deal with. They do trigger overtime. The Jeff's going to be able to touch for a little bit longer. Saifei dodges it. Fate goes down. The Edge Jeff removed. Saifei's movement, positioning on point portal. Is it even going to be there on time? It looks like it is, but everybody doesn't make it through. And VP win map number 1.
That was so dominant across the board there for VP. They have yet to lose a domination, and that still will be the case. Just textbook play across the board.
You can see they were locked in before when we saw the stage, right? The player announcements coming through, and you know, look on the other side. That was the former finals MVP you saw on your screen, by the way, in level 1 Crook, in which we were obviously gassing him up a lot yesterday. But today he takes down that first map loss. And this is what we talked about when we look back at the midseason. People were saying Envy was that number 2 team. I mean, they made it to the grand finals in that midseason. But this man, Sparker, everybody was wondering when he's going to get to land. When is VP going to get to land? How will they play on land? So many questions were in the air. But at the moment, they seem to be answering them, Shib. Map number 1 going their way, and they're trying to build that momentum that Na'Vi now does not have.
Yeah, and this is the first time in a while we've seen Virtus.pro have a very successful ban that was good into Na'Vi. I think they've really downloaded what they need to do to make their comp work and pressure through Na'Vi, who has just had such an easy time at some of these matchups walking towards the backline.
And Shib, they're playing for that. Their trophy in the middle of the stage. Can't wait to see one of these two teams lift that baby in unison. And we'll have to see who's crowned that final MVP too, because that does matter. Crook, as you mentioned, was that finals MVP last time at the midseason. He was kind of, I mean, a little bit silent here, but I don't know if it necessarily was his fault. Na'Vi almost played right into VP's hands, it felt like.
Yeah, and just looking, we were looking there at Finzi on that cap. I mean, I can't count the amount of times Finzi was finding an elimination, and not only in the backline, on virtually everyone is playing very aggro, and I don't think we saw Finzi go down once in that Dom, which is a testament to just great positioning and knowing engagement timing.
That's a great point. We'll have to take a look at those stats in just a bit, because that guy, like you said, Finzi, doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah.
I mean, neither does the opposite side in Nevix, right? This VP team plays around Phi, obviously, like you can see his incredible performance on Daredevil and a new hero. I mean, being able to pick up a hero, that says a lot within a couple weeks. Playing it at this high of a level is huge, but it's kind of cool to see him alongside the Angela, 2 characters that maybe people underestimated, I think, going into this, but now today you can see in tandem, they look dangerous.
Yeah, just building off that point there with Phi. Phi is known to be very aggressive on the duelist front, and that's exactly what you're looking for from somebody playing Daredevil, because once you get that initial pick, you snowball, and then you just walk down the rest and get that all quickly.
Cool. I mean, let's take a look at the stats. It was crazy games out of both Finzi and Sparker, like you said earlier, Shiv. You could see exactly that. I mean, Finzi nearly with 9K damage, but no casualties. Like you said, no deaths on his angle. Having a 22 KD, what the hell? That is crazy. I mean, to be infinite, basically. And then for Sparker on his angle as well, same thing. And then also nearly doing 14K damage. So these guys are both popping off. The whole team is on another level at the current moment. We'll see if Na'Vi can catch up as they have Convoy and Convergence to pick from now.
Yeah, and I feel like sometimes you look at the damage number and it's misconstrued. You think, oh, they didn't do that much. But again, we talk about when you can get eliminations with less damage numbers, that is typically a sign of very targeted and good damage. It doesn't just feed those strategists in the backline, which is exactly what you're looking for.
And let's take a look at our crowd real quick. By the way, make some noise if you're here now. We obviously saw some Finzi gameplay, as we see flying on the screen, as this man has been that guy on Captain America, and or rather on a lot of these anchor characters as well. Basically, you play whatever for the team. It feels like he's that flex and also anchor role, which is hard to do. This game, you got to be flexible in Vanguard ship. Can you talk about that too? I mean, you have so much experience on the Vanguard role in ranked and one above all in Celestial lobbies as well. Like, what is it like? How do you even begin to add heroes to your hero pool?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about putting time in. That's really everything. The more time you have on the 10,000-hour rules, you're always going to be better and better over time. But in this current meta, it's very much about those more divey frontline vanguards. Venom in an incredibly strong place. Cap as well, getting back to the back line. And then, you know, Emma doing a great job. But I think Emma has been maybe a little bit too banned out in this tournament because we're seeing these teams elect to not run Emma as much and still finding much more success.
I mean, that's an excellent point because of what we saw in the ban phase. We'll see if they do it on Convoy and Convergence, but teams are starting to realize, I think, that maybe it's, as you said, the Emma bans could have been a waste earlier on in the tournament. Maybe not necessary for this squad, and it does feel like Navi's played a lot better since doing so, but taking a look at Sparker, too, another guy that you've mentioned and then everybody talks about throughout the scene. You know, he's been around, he's hung around this block, and he even put down one of the prodigies of this team in FlyQuest with Energy building his way up, you know, was a future of this game. Also, Sparker, when he made his debut in the hero shooter genre, he was as old as Energy is. I believe they talked about on the desk as well, and this guy, nowadays, a veteran in the scene and still living up to expectations.
Yeah, putting time in and getting into the big stage. I mean, this is the first time we've seen this team again, folks, here at a LAN, and they are acting like they've been here forever as we glance over at Trust Me. We talked about this over there on the analyst desk as well. A leader of comms, bans, strategy, team fights, and ultimate commitment. So that is a ton on your shoulders.
That's a lot of pressure, and it seems like that's the common story that all these pro players, especially the in-game leaders that we have, I don't think that's talked about enough in this game because it's a bit faster than I think like tactical shooter IGLs are. But in a hero shooter, I mean, you got to think on the fly. I mean, it's a lot like comparing tennis to baseball, or like the downtime is just not there, right? You're constantly thinking things. You can't do set plays. Going over to the next map, we're headed to Spider Islands 2 ship. That's the pick that Navi had. They're also very interesting. They do some very interesting picks with those map picks, specifically taking us to Kunlun and those type of maps as well. This makes sense out of their squad.
Yeah, this is definitely a dive-heavy map where you can set up on high sides and commit towards the back line together. There's some off-map location as well, so we'll see what they elect to do. This is also very good for triple-triple as we head into our second ban phase of this grand finals. We gotta see here if Navi can bounce back and make this a 1-1 series on their map choice.
It's map number 2, and if you're in the crowd or in the audience, after this one, you're going to have a little bit of a break if you need to go to the restroom, get some snacks, because this is going to be a nerve-wracking game. I mean, even in the last one, you saw the fans of FlyQuest, they were incredibly nervous for a good reason because there's still an incredible amount of money, $320,000 for first place, right? If you go anywhere down below that, you are slightly, losing basically half your money. So it's a big deal. Navi going for that Mantis ban opposite side, VP, same thing. Knowing that on Convoy/Convergent map types, you want to take those two characters out of the rotation.
Yeah, they're going to lock in Finzi's Cap right there and then back over to Trust Me's Venom, which I think is a huge lock for them. I think this will enable what they want here from their more divey composition, and they are electing to attack first as that ban out of Sylark and Star-Lord, which we saw the match back and forth there once the Sylark was banned.
I think that makes sense. I think the Star-Lord ban on the opposite side is interesting too because Rocket still's making it through the overall... Oh my goodness, brand phase, excuse me. I just was walking around the venue, had a soda apparently. Meanwhile, for Navi, they pull out the Star-Lord ban, opposite side for Jeff. Or I just get a human like Jeff is in these games, right? For VP, they love playing around Dridro and Jeff. It makes sense to keep him on it too. Dridro, one of the best Jeff players in the game, and also one of the first to do it on the opposite side. And Fate, make sure he doesn't get it. He can't get his comfort pick.
Yeah, that's a really good ban and lock right there. Dridro's had huge ultimates on Jeff, which we've seen from Fate as well, but it's almost back-to-back consistency there from Dridro every time. And this is definitely an off-map location where you can find those eliminations. So we will start to see what our final bans out. You know what, Navi, I do like removing the Mantis and also the Rocket. This enables them to ensure there is no damage boost. The alt charge will not come back any quicker. You can't hard pocket something like the side of Sparker going in heavy on some sort of duelist or even Fi on Daredevil with that extra damage. So they are instead going to take and lock in that Rocket they found success with.
Makes sense. I think Rocket is one of the strongest heroes in the game as well as, and that's crazy to say. I mean, all these heroes, Jeff, you talked about before, that was the big thing at what we talked about mid-season. But we're heading into it. Yep, Mantis. Yep, all these heroes that people underestimated now coming into the limelight and now have been the main sort of heroes played in the main stage in which you are here. If you're in the audience as well, make some noise for your favorite teams in Navi versus Virtus Pro. You're over here in DreamHack Atlanta, Georgia. It's 2025, Shiv, and I can't wait to see what this future has in store because these two teams are trying to cement their legacy, not only at midseason, but they know the grand prize is right here, right in front of them on Spider Islands. That's one step further, one step closer to that end goal.
Personally, a huge fan of this map. VP 1 up here against Na'Vi in this grand finals. Best of 7, first to 4. Will they find another, or will Na'Vi bounce back on the map of their choice, folks? We'll be diving right in. We'll see if they run those triple comps.
We'll see if they run it. Chib, I need to bounce back. I don't know. I think it feels like I had an alter ego. They ate some dog bones earlier. Maybe that's why I had that burp in the draft phase. Now Na'Vi starting an attack. Gonna play that Rocket Raccoon matchup that they have unmatched on the opposite side. I feel like I like their draft at the current moment. And they're gonna start off the Storm Comp 2 for a second to see if they play against that triple ship. I mean, it makes sense. Sparker onto that Adam Warlock as well. They're figuring it out. They want to play Jerky onto that Adam, or onto that Hella. You know how good he's been on that earlier in the series as well versus FlyQuest. We'll see if he can play it to a high level here.
Finzi still holding that high as Nevix gets the early pick there onto Jerky. That's an early start. The res comes through onto Jerky early on as it is in the spawn. Saipei gonna find Naga, and that will not be res, so defense is clearly working for them, and they are running that triple comp.
Man, why does Na'Vi feels like they're playing what FlyQuest are running? Like, this is insane. VP kind of consistently playing these sort of compositions that do well, and just as a back-to-back composition, rather, a front-to-back composition right now, but they also have that Jeff, right, constantly in the backline. That was the matchup trade that Na'Vi gave up, and at the moment we'll see if Dridro can get value out of that hero like we've known he is capable of.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a ton of success with this comp getting out of a spawn door in a triple hold, but again, Na'Vi is the team that has the big brain. We'll see if they're able to do that as Saipei goes low, as Naga on the off angle tries to find one. Great positioning there as Fi finds Trust Me, and still this hold from VP is looking clean.
Yeah, invisible when you can't put the shield around yourself, but you can put it around a teammate, and he just left it there and just played back and forth. Almost went down, but Rocket Raccoon, because of how much healing he provides on top of the direct hit healing you get when you get hit by those orbs on 50 HP, it's just so much. Also, Jerky is just taking poke from Nevix his entire fight.
Nevix almost putting one right down early on as Finzi now gonna find Naga, who reses right back. Level 1 Crook now gonna get the first pick there onto Nevix, and they're walking. The eat comes through from Dridro. Might have to commit here as Venom does have an escape route. Potentially, really good aim looking straight down to not allow that to work out.
I mean, that KO box right there, it changes per map, right? Spider Island is that low, you could do it in that angle. Meanwhile, Jerky committing the ult and just pushes them back. Maybe he can find Fi. Nice bubble to keep him alive. The Jet Bolts are here. Freedom Charge to come back into it. That Goddess of Death is about to run out. VP are going to be able to have to commit with ults.
2 minutes still available here on this attack for Na'Vi. Here's some commitment. Ayamagamoto goes out for 5. Does not land on anyone available at the moment. Naga, though, going to find a pick there on a VP in terms of Dridro. Jerky onto Fi, and they are starting to walk now, but there is still some answers to get back to this point. Finzi onto Naga.
This is what all these good teams do, Chib. We heard this is like the deathmatch meta, and it's for good reason. Now Sparker and them eventually fall, but you never feel comfortable. You commit ults all the time because you build them up so quickly. And look, Sparker's going to come back into the fight. He's going to need to build up to that resurrection in this fight to bring back his team. Meanwhile, Na'Vi set up Jerky on the high ground. Can he find those eliminations? Cards coming towards the very end, Chib. We're at 1 minute and 20 meters left, or sorry, 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go with less than 100 meters. But Bait, see you later, pops it down towards that point. The damage output is going to be here. Fi goes down to the backside of Level 1 Crook. Jerky now with the follow-up on Nevix. The bubble has been used, and everything comes in terms of those spell daggers, resulting in Sparker falling down. He doesn't have his cocoon. They have to use the portal to come back.
Trust me, with some full commitment there. Rajaro as well. The portal will come through. Will it get there in time, though? Very close, and it looks like it will if they can commit at the last second. They do with 3 meters on available. Dridro goes under. Will this eat be huge? This is an opportunity to find some success here, and Sparker does have that res out and available there for VP. Dridro goes down as Level 1 Crook gets that pick. Sparker gonna find a 2-piece, or excuse me, 1, and bring back Dridro. Level 1 Crook onto Sparker now, up in the sky with a meteorite from downtown. Does not land as Naga takes out Nevix. The fight proceeds here as Trust Me just pestering that back line.
You know, this VP comp, it feels like it's a bit safe from them. Trust Me takes down Saipei, though, with the tracking. Nice shots from him. They Freedom Charge as well. Just make sure they can get that win. Fi falls low, gets his own Freedom Charge, too. But Na'Vi, man advantage. Jerky finds Fi. Can they find any more with 10 seconds left to go? They're still around this payload, and this convoy will not move forward as long as VP is contesting. But they still lack a lot of the members of their squad. They don't have anybody here. They also have no Rocket Raccoon to bring them back. They just used Sparker in that res. And VP They're going to get staved off for now. Na'Vi moving to the second phase. I like the switch-ups out of them, Ship.
Yeah, some duelist ultimates available here. Saipei is holding on to that invisible boundary, but you can actually match that right back with the last stand from Naga to pull her right out of that ultimate. Could be an answer if that is the goal here on this attack from Na'Vi. We'll see if that's what Naga is looking for. Saipei holding on, about the only ult at the moment. Dredro will be there as well, as they did commit on that defense. Na'Vi still going to be patient with those ults. Very well played there on their attack, as there is only 2 minutes on here for point 2.
2 minutes on. It's not a lot of time, but the street phase we've seen get snowballed before. We'll see how VP react. Fi on the Hella is an interesting choice. This team also not necessarily known, I think, for their hit scan play. Fi more for that Human Torch, for that Daredevil we've seen recently. So we'll see how he does versus Jerky, who's met a lot of the really good Hella players on the left side angle. Gets hit by that Dirge, has to fall back, but does have the overhealth from committing his shift and the Crow back to his team. But you do have that name world on the side of Sparker as well, ready to go on that defensive angle. We'll see if Na'Vi walk into it. They have the huge stun with the last stand out of Naga. Here comes the Invisible Boundary. Dredro on the backside. Fate, or Jeff ult
is going to find one. Is that going to work out? Heading back towards the team, knowing that the off-map potential may be low with that jump right back from Invis. Sparker onto Naga, though, who still, did commit that ultimate, and it did not seem to work out too much. Saipei did go down. Sparker holding on here to that Orna Brody as we see Fi in the sky with one onto Fate. They get two. Why don't you? Out of downtown throw there. Trust me, is week 2 is going to burn that E cooldown and going to reset with the team.
I mean, Fi's one of the smartest players in this game overall, and that's why he's here in the grand final. Sparker also with the follow-up. Obviously, we talk about him a lot more, but Fi has really put his name on the map for our international audience in this grand finals and in the playoffs group stages. He's been a huge component in Virtus Pro's success. Now Na'Vi want to walk up. They do have see you later engagement. We'll see if this fight stalls out with these freedom charges. When is this name or whale going to come in from Sparker and Naga?
They do have 2 answers right now in terms of ultimates, but you can be a little more aggressive with them as there is no duelist ult you need to counter at the current moment from the side of Na'Vi, and gets pushed away 18 HP and does fall there as the undead squid pops. Looking for Jerky in this off angle. Nevic's gonna find 2 with a 2-piece. Do I see 3 here? Gets matched right back with a Sia though, and up in the sky. Will we see a pick here from Jerky? He's trying to find an angle. Doesn't look like that will come through at the current moment, but the space is being taken here from Na'Vi, who still have Rajaro and Naga available.
Fenzi with the freedom charge, dives to the backline. Sparker still with that whale. Same thing with Naga. That's going to be the biggest component. Dirge on the backline to slow down Saipei. They're all connected with the overhealth, but where is that whale? Is he going to come down? Naga already finds Saipei without it. Meanwhile, both teams kind of stalling it on the objective. Here comes that Jeff. Ultimates Jeff on the backline. Jerky gets slowed down, taken down by Fi. Here comes the whale. Blocked by Trust Me, though. Nice job staying away from it, but Virtus Pro still missing members of their squad. Are going to need to rely maybe a port or something. But Dredro, and this heat that you called that earlier, takes 2 off the map. He swam to the edge and removes them. VP gets stopped and not, or rather stop Na'Vi on the defense.
Na'Vi just not committing those ults aggressively enough. Coming in heavy with the Itch Jet, finding a 2-piece there onto the back line, and that will be the swan song of point 2. Not able to get it quite there. Na'Vi gonna have to defend a little bit tighter here. Let's see what composition they run to hold them on point 1 for as long as possible.
Good stuff out of VP there. We'll see them as they switch over to the attacking side. You can see at the very top of the screen the attacking little sword, and for Na'Vi the little shield.
Yeah, I think one of the major things we need to see there, again, we talked a little bit about Na'Vi just not committing those ults. A lot of the times they were trying to wait for the perfect moment to make a play, and that is the downside to trying not to overcommit, is sometimes you don't commit enough, and Na'Vi seemingly holding those ults when they could have cycled them a few times.
And Saipei on the opposite side, Invisible Woman. You see the pools, you see the trophy, right? Saipei's trying to almost force physics that trophy to his team's lap right now. Like, he was doing so much in terms of setting up a squad, countering Trust Me, because in the mid-season, we talked about how good Trust Me was on Venom and how no one really was at that level just yet. For Trust Me, he was shut down. I mean, honestly, it just was constant pressure from the backline of VP, and you talk about that being Saipei. He is a star. He is probably the best strategist in the game right now.
Sparker is going to be showing right now. Ooh, they are going to switch completely to run that Namor Hella composition that we saw actually prior. And here goes the engagement off the rip. There is no triple comp here for the side of Na'Vi on that defense, selecting to run a little more divey focused self-survival, but still going to do that Hella Namor. It feels like a little bit of a mixed comp.
It does, Trust Me. Goes in for a Jerky to try to hold the W key to the rest of VP's side, but they go for that dive to peel off. But guess who's brought back into his team? It's Naga from Nevix.
Angela is such a menace and is going to be looking for that res there on Naga, looking for on the high side, going to deal some damage and drop back towards the team, and only took, 69 damage at that moment as Dredro is going to take out Trust Me there, and wow, just walking forward 5, cleaning up the rest, and Nevix by again, and that is enough to get them through this early start.
Yeah, brutal fight for Na'Vi there. I mean, sent back, they do have the BRB advantage, but they're never being able to trade it. I mean, the momentum we've seen from Na'Vi in the past have always been when they're on these more divey comps, they can go aggressive with Trust Me, but nobody's there to follow up. I mean, Rajaro on the cap could set up with Trust Me, but he's usually on those anchor heroes. VP, meanwhile, able to sort of change momentum when you have Nevix on that Angela.
Could see a combo here coming up from Na'Vi with that damage boosted Whale, but not quite sure that's what they're looking for. Sparker holding on to Whale as well, and Dredro going to have that itch Jeff in a moment, but at this point they've already walked up to this spot as Sparker is going to find a 2-piece from downtown, make it 3 as Fate gets that res right back once more, trying to stall, but they are down heavy in numbers.
And now you start to question, did Na'Vi really send themselves back? They tossed their own Angela back in. Nevix, like a bird spit out of the mouth of some sort of trap, comes back into the fight now into that sideline of Naga and crew, throwing the Whale out in desperation, it almost seems. I mean, the portal is there from Jerky. They have the squad. He's able to find one at the very least, but Naga gets traded out, so it's a 1-for-1 trade with the portal, waiting for Finzi. He's not going to be here with this fight with that freedom charge, but Rajaro's going to have to build his own.
Yeah, was able to find some success with that Whale, surprisingly. Is more of a zoning ultimate just to try to stay up and healthy, but did not work out, but did find the trade. So it's kind of up for debate here. What a tackle there from Nevix, who's keeping the pressure on still, and is owning this front line right back towards the back line. And Piz is gonna fall. Crook gets taken out with a follow-up from 5, and what a play there. Sparker gonna take out Jerky. Level 1 Crook back in the fight, though.
And we're seeing the value of this invisible woman at just such a high level as Saipe finds Trust Me. The portal was used, so they're gonna have to give it up. Na'Vi does, using every single ult too. So we're headed to the second phase. That was clean of the VP. And this team is looking so good and synergistic.
Flawless.
Nevix sets them up with those grabs. Here comes the see you later, though. Finzi finds Naga. Saipe gets traded, and Dredro falls. So just as we're talking about him, I mean, you have the Spider-Man coming out to try to stall.
Put my Spider-Man socks on for a reason. Somebody's got to put on the mask here as Jerky is going to be able to find one elimination at the current moment. They are going to retake here. Finzi in a dangerous spot, but does find one. Onto Jerky right back. We'll likely see that switch, likely going in there just to try to get the touch.
I mean, that's good for Jerky. He might switch back too later on to something else. Finzi now getting found to the back line. Can they actually have the follow-up damage? Gets healed by the Jeff across the map. The Invisible Woman and everybody giving him the shields too. Jerky has to come back on the Phoenix, so they're missing him in this fight. Here comes Dredro. Does use that as Jeff. Naga on the backside uses that reflect too, and the objection. Can everybody get away from this ult? It looks like the answer is no! The Invisible Woman, the Daredevil inside. Do they have the support? The shields coming through. Everybody peeling him off and off the map. They're about to go. Dredro sets up for it. Sends off Naga. On the backside, the Invisible Woman is invisible, but it doesn't matter. The team, it does fall. Level 1 Crook eventually does too, and we move into the second phase after Fate. It gets staggered out.
Again, look at that location we saw from Dredro going towards the left side of that off-map. He talked about different locations of the off-map being tighter in terms of windows so you cannot react, and found that spot and always commits right there with the It's Jeff.
3 minutes left to go, Shib. VP. They do have a little bit of advantage here in the second phase, but Na'Vi, I mean, they cemented their legacy on this map versus Envy in the very last game of that series at the 6th map against Team Envy. We'll see if they can start this sort of comeback against VP, who are starting to mount that momentum.
Doing it just a little bit quicker here, almost 3 minutes on for this push. Ult advantage going to be roughly even at the current state and out. Ooh, Naga gonna find one as Nevix takes out Jerky. Naga trying to make sure this pick comes through as it gets matched by the invisible boundary now. Out goes that Sia for the damage boost.
There's so many off-map angles you talked about earlier, Shib. Here comes that piece of the miss from Trust Me, trying to chase down the Jeff like a anglerfish sort of almost, but he's the one running from his own sort of cap. There, Naga on the right side able to set up 2, but this is what we were talking about earlier. I mean, Na'Vi was able to start a 4-minute hold versus Envy in the second phase of the map too, and if they could do it versus VP too, they would cement themselves as one of the best Spider Islands teams of all time, but VP are going to be charged upon by a freedom charge from Rajaro.
Jaro walking them forward, being aggro with that ultimate is something you can do with Cap as Naga gets another pick there, looking very strong here on Namor. Fi is going to hold on here to the Goddess of Death. Sparker does have that whale available, but Naga does. And yeah, both of them on either side. Let's see who gets more successful ultimates here in this next fight.
He's setting up on the right side angle, but both have been slow with it, like you said earlier, Shib. I mean, he does have the BRB advantage. They know that they can use it. Jerky into the sky, and the Goddess of Death forced out. Maybe VP doesn't even want to fight it.
Yeah, it's more so just a defensive utilization there from the side of Jerky, who will not be able to get any pick at the current moment. Is going to drop down now and stay healthy, but was used as a way to stay healthy and not get KO'd. Out goes that freeze from Dredro, does not land. The teams are still trading back and forth, and nobody goes down until, of course, I say it. Sparker and Jerky with a pick there, strategist and a Vanguard. Sparker now out of Rajaro.
You can't feed. That's the number one thing. You can't go in like Rajaro does there. You also can't use the Goddess of Death earlier in VP, showing that they are one of the most veteran teams in this genre just by popping those ults at the right time.
Yeah, Fi does come out on top there with that Goddess of Death. In comparison, we will see potentially a switch up in composition here from Na'Vi. Looks like things are staying the same for the current moment. 3 ults available on both sides. Finzi going to be there to make it 4 for VP. And 30 seconds on, though, is a testament to how Na'Vi does a great job staying on that point, even when they lose fights.
Whoa, see you later. Is it too late to save Jerky? It looks like the answer is yes, but the BRB does bring him back in. Nevix forced off the soft angle. Does he get the healing? Yes, it's there. Also the Dirge to help follow the peel.
Yeah, Saipe did a great job there with focus. Same with Dredro, ensuring that Nevix could escape that, being very low. What a pull there by Nevix, trying to find one. Not going to work as the bird cooldown is out. Trust me, Frozen is going to use that E right prior. Down goes that Beast of the Abyss, chasing. Well, that one land 20 HP. Is going to find a little bit, but not for long, as he's in a very dangerous position. Is going to reset as Sparker now takes out Naga.
Pushed off force physics, but he's here with the freedom charge. 5 finds 2. Can they find any more? I mean, it's just Rajaro to touch. The portal needs to come now because we're only 4.86 meters. Rajaro has to stall forever. Does he have enough healing over the height? The invisible boundary, yes he does. So they're coming back for that retouch, but Goddess of Death isn't here from Jerky. Needs the healing and doesn't have it.
The better ultimate comes through in terms of timing from Dredro. Out goes that whale with a damage boost. Does not let us. Finzi now gonna find Rajaro. Fi gonna find Fade, and that could be it here as they're working through for point 2 and map 2 trying to take this on. Fi again. Sparker level 1 Crook gets one trade, but it will not be for long as they are dwindling. Sparker, Finzi, that could be it, folks. And the hold does not happen. That will do it.
VP are now up to Goddess of Death to just sort of a victory cry for this squad on VP, and they're looking composed. You can see on his face Finzi flexing a little bit. Maybe gonna whip out his phone, type in Twitch chat potentially as he normally does. Level 1 Crook on the opposite side. Looking for solutions, man. I mean, the number one thing is, like we talked about earlier, not going down Shib, right? They keep losing Rajaro on Captain America. We've seen how good Rajaro is on the media on Magneto with those Meteor M's, with just living as an anchor hero, but it feels like the weakness of this squad now is sort of showing in full force.
Yeah, they're looking so good here, Virtus Pro. I mean, a great hold on the side of Na'Vi on point 2, making it a one-fight game, but was just won there by the team that has just had no issue maintaining their composure in every single fight.
VP up 2, and this is our very first of 4 too, by the way, if you are wondering. So VP, 2 maps away now, Shib, from claiming that trophy behind us on the stage. You can see if I can do that sort of, there it is, it's right there. Yeah, I mean, that trophy looks small to us over here, but on stage, that thing is huge, about the size of me, honestly, if you paid attention.
American Man.
Yeah, American Man, obviously. No, yeah, maybe American Man is, you know, a tiny, you know, huge ego, tiny size. Let's take a look, you know, at this desk to talk about that match.
Hello, it's the desk. Great job, you guys. We are going to break down those last 2 maps as we started off with a belter. Virtus Pro starting off incredibly strong, but Na'Vi bringing it back a little bit there.
Oh my goodness, that first round of domination. Can we just talk about it? We thought that it would be an even playing field between these 2 teams, and Virtus Pro, on what we say is their weakest game mode, managed to take the first round of domination so dominantly. They only have Fi in that first round who goes down, who gets the casualty. He goes down twice. Everybody else on the entire team, 0.
It really does feel like it's a switch around for Virtus Pro in these situations, because everything that's looked bad for them across the year, you have to take it into context of like new eSport, playing from home, playing on a stage like this. It could be a whole different story, and I think those experienced players of Nevix and Sparker that have a 10-year history playing hero shooters before they came to Marvel Rivals look almost more comfortable on stage than they do playing at home.
They're legitimately just showing exactly why it was such a travesty. They did not make it to the mid-season finals where they could have played against those international teams and grown. Because just think how strong they could be if that had happened now.
We talk about Virtus.pro as well, failing to adapt into new metas. This is Virtus.pro innovating a new meta. That Daredevil from Phi has been something for a lot of these teams to have to deal with. So too do we get to see the Psylocke ban go out multiple times from both of these sides. But for Virtus.pro, when Sparker is your second duelist, even if the Psylocke has been removed, he can still play it all.
I think that's the main thing of like now they want to try to put Virtus.pro into a corner, but you just can't do it anymore. That's one of the reasons that Rad almost like leapfrogged over them to go to the mid-season finals, because we saw, for example, Na'Vi try and pull out triple strategist right at the start of that domination game. But I haven't seen Virtus.pro forced onto anything that they aren't comfortable on. I've never seen them play triple strategist at this event so far because they're just like, this is our bread and butter, we're going to keep eating it.
Yeah, 2-2-2. It works so well for them. They love going for these really aggressive dives, and it means that when it does well, your opponent gets very little opportunity to build up resources to fight back, which is why we see such avalanches of snowball plays on maps like Domination now.
And what a series for several of the players in this matchup. Virtus.pro just taking control. Well, we did see Na'Vi fight back. They got a pretty reasonable push on that second point. Virtus.pro, they just like to brawl on this map. They will delay these fights for as long as possible.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that, whilst we're saying how flexible they are, how adjustable they are, I love that they're anchoring their whole composition around Finzy's Captain America, protecting it very early in the draft, and he is having an in-form performance. He's not really that well known to be the Captain America. Usually Paulie takes that award for EMEA, but the fact that so far, in playoffs at least, he has been cemented himself in that role, it just lets the whole team sink and play around him.
It shows as well how good these players are at Captain America, because when you look at the actual meta right now with the buffs that just recently went out, Venom, many argue, say, has taken over that dive Vanguard priority with Feast of the Abyss, with the anti-heal, with the survivability that the Venom is able to play around, with the higher mobility, to the point where we get to see, you know, Emma shut down Captain America far more frequently than Venom, and it goes to show for Virtus.pro how good their Vanguard players are at understanding these windows, when to go aggressive, but also when to disengage.
A usual Sparker W here, but let's talk about Nevix. 34 KOs in that game, and only just a little bit behind Sparker in terms of damage, while barely going down at all.
It just seems that he is sinking so well, and the best part is every interview that we've done with these two, they're always like, give that look of, so let's basically find out all of your strategies, right? And they're like, okay, we're going to sort of go about this politically, try not to reveal too much. If there's anything left for Virtus.pro to show for this year, it has to be shown now. It might not even be needed to be shown down, because so far today it has been completely clinical for them, and whilst Na'Vi do make nice adjustments, I don't know if they have anything left to try to rattle this team.
I mean, the one adjustment that I think we're all in agreement they should make right now is saving that Psylocke, right?
Yeah.
It worked against FlyQuest. If you can manage to secure the one-sided Psylocke, then Virtus.pro have to pay respect to what the Psylocke on this meta can do. They have to go for something that's either going to directly counter it, or they burn ban draft slots on things that would empower it. Going for a first save on the Psylocke would put the pressure up even further.
But where's the juggle there? Where is the priority? Because if you protect that Psylocke, you might potentially be letting your opponents ban out something else that could be extremely important, Ryan.
That's what I'm scared about with Virtus.pro. It seems that like Nevix and EQO, they stay up at 2 a.m. trying to theorycraft what kind of like comes. But the thing is about their draft is there is a follow through. There is like, okay, we start here, we end here. It's not, we're going to start here and then we'll see what happens. I don't know. Oh, they banned Mr. Fantastic. Let's go do this. Like, it feels like they know exactly where they want the draft to go. And since they've started doing that, Virtus.pro in that phase do not look defeatable, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, Na'Vi, they're playing this really aggressive but risky play style, right? We're getting to see Naga go out onto things like that Star-Lord, try to put the pressure onto Virtus.pro, try to be the disruption, that distraction in the backline, which allows the rest of his team space, but he's getting picked for it, he's getting punished, and it almost feels like Virtus.pro are anticipating and baiting that aggression before punishing it, because one of the things that you can do when you're up against a dive composition or a hero who has to hard commit onto those positions is we call it baiting, right? You set something up, you make it look so juicy, so enticing. Oh, woe is me, I'm just a damsel in distress. us, a lone little strategist against the world, and all of a sudden, when that Starlord goes for the commitment, Virtus.pro's entire team is focusing on that position.
It's just like what we've been talking about with 5 for Virtus.pro. While Sparker's getting a lot of the attention because he's getting those final hits and the flashier plays, Vi's doing the work. It's exactly what we've been seeing here for Na'Vi. While Jerky's getting a lot of the attention, Naga is putting in the work, and it seems like Virtus.pro might be isolating that as a potential target.
It feels like it, yeah. And I think that's a hard job for Naga when you've got one of your duelist combo with Melio going to another team. Like, you have to bring somebody in, help them acclimatize, and honestly, just make them look good. Just like, here's Jerky. But it does allow more of the focus to go on Jerky, that Naga has the freedom to change to different characters. So a little bit of Jean Grey, for example, where it doesn't feel like it's as strong as it was last stage. But in those moments, certainly when you have lots of practice on it, there's merit to those curveball picks, certainly when it comes to the duelists.
And those duelists have been a lot of the key things. You already talked about the Psylocke potentially getting saved and protected here. What else do you think might be high up in the priority? We're missing a lot of Hela, for example.
I was going to say, we've seen a lot of Hela, and I feel like that's another reason why Virtus.pro have been able to acclimatize to this 4.5 meta so much faster in comparison to those that came before, because Fi's Hela has been a staple. We talked about Virtus.pro as a team getting to play together all the way back in Season 0. What was meta back in Season 0? Well, it was Hela. They know exactly how to play to set up Hela on the off angle or with the team core.
Yeah, but I think while Sparker can play like the Psylocke and pivot to Hela, it's a different story for Na'Vi, because your best Hela Nemo player is on the bench. Like, it's Crisis. Like, he is the hit scan. It did feel like Na'Vi had this idea of like, okay, on certain game modes, like Convergence, we want to bring in Crisis. But that's hard when, like, yeah, Crisis, your first game on stage at playoffs is map free of the like, you're never going to do that, right? Even if Crisis goes God mode, it's such an ask for him. And it obviously takes a bit more time to set him up, and it means that the momentum, the chance to play gets a lot worse, right? So we saw Jerky playing Hela, but it did feel more limited than, say, the Psylocke that we saw before.
There are so many options. We've talked about the Psylocke priority. We're still seeing the creep in for the Namor as well with that Hela combo. But why is that Psylocke overtaking it so much?
I mean, the Psylocke is just so strong, both in the neutral, but also with the Dance of the Butterflies now being much more lethal. It used to be before, it would force a resource, and you would just go about your merry way. Sometimes not even that. You would just stack your players up. Now you have to pay attention to it. And I'm telling you what, something that Virtus.pro have to pay attention to is Na'Vi taking us to Hall of Dejalia, because you'll remember this very map was where the series
Brian, there's trauma.
Virtus.pro completed. This was where Virtus.pro lost their first ever game series.
Yeah, this is where they have to sort of step through it, like Virtus.pro taking a big hit, being full held on this map with the bans out of the strategist, so that's going to be the first one with Mantis being taken out. But also, it is the most picked map for Na'Vi. Undefeated this event, 5-0. If there is a map to save Na'Vi in this best of 7, it has to be this one.
We're seeing the Venom protect. So far, Psylocke for both teams has not been touched, and there it is. Cast a curse on the desk. Virtus.pro going to be taking Jerky off of that assassin.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it isn't an instant save onto the Psylocke, Virtus.pro are going to remove it second and save themselves the Captain America, as they've spotted the space that Finzi is making.
A comparison in terms of dives here. You talked about how the Venom just seems to be taking control of the dive. It's the versions of how you want to play it. Venom, dive with a lot of burst and anti-heal. Captain America, dive with the option to protect your team with essentially another strategist ultimate.
You know what hasn't seen an appearance just yet, though? It's Jeff.
Yeah.
For both of these teams right now, and Hall of Dejalia, especially with Na'Vi getting their hands on Venom, I was going to say, Virtus.pro have their hands tied. They have to ban out Jeff before Na'Vi get an opportunity to save it. Otherwise, one-sided symbiotic shenanigans is just going to be too much pressure to shut down on the walk-up.
It's way too scary, but both teams also banning out Starlord in that last map as well to make sure that he wasn't going to be in play, but a one-sided Jeff is going to be in the cards for Virtus.pro, just allowing a bit more pace. And like we said before, like, there's so many different ways that you can put Jeff into composition. For Virtus.pro, they just want to sort of play that 2-2-2 divey rush style. It suited them so well. Why wouldn't you change it?
This is not a role sweep, though, in terms of bans. This is not directly targeting targeting one player's hero pool and trying to force them onto something uncomfortable. And I think that speaks volumes for the flexibility of all of these players in the rosters, the flexibility to swap onto something else. As Na'Vi are going to be banning out the Rocket Raccoon because Virtus.pro got their hands on Jeff and could potentially have played an undivable composition with a 2-2-2 strategist lineup with the Jeff and Rocket.
The Zootopia backline removed from the board here. A Star-Lord will get protected, giving them an aerial assault. And there's the counter rocket being taken out. This map, you do see teams do struggle to retake onto that first point with portals sometimes, so that BRB can get so much value.
Not just that, but Jerky's other hero pool does extend into the Phoenix, so having the Cosmic Amplifier with the Ensong Inferno could have been something that Virtus.pro don't want to deal with, especially because Phoenix has the mobility on the attacking side of Hola de Jalia to post up to the high ground. But you know what else has the ability to take over that high ground control? It's Hela, and Hela wasn't targeted for either of these teams.
Brian, final thoughts as before we head over.
If there's a map for Na'Vi to bring this to a closer best of 7, it has to be the map that broke Virtus.pro in stage 1. Whether it's going to break them here, I don't know.
We'll be finding out if that is the case as we head back over to Iron Ship and Dustin Dogma to bring us map number 3 of the Grand Finals.
Map 3 of the Grand Finals begins now. Na'Vi known for taking the high side together with those rocket jump packs, but Rocket has been removed. That is some homework done there by VP, not allowing that strategy, give them that early space to take point. VP struggled here in the past. Will they again? Up 2 right now.
VP struggled here sometimes, but are still undefeated here. Na'Vi also kind of struggled here too. I mean, versus 100 Thieves, they almost lost this map. That was a full cap out they did in 6-5 end up score-wise. So Na'Vi is great at this map, but VP's better. And that feels like the story of these two teams. Anything that Na'Vi does, VP seems to do better. Na'Vi trying to rewrite that, however, as they start off with that teleporter on the high ground.
Owning that height now, Na'Vi again, like you said, playing around that health pack in the back. Allows your strategist to patty cake and still have a solution if the damage is a little too much. Saipe in a dangerous spot here. Bai trying to find an angle here on that back line, who's getting pushed right back through here from Nevix, who tries to look forward now to Rajaro. Jerky gets the first pick, though, onto Sparker on the height.
Yeah, that's a good change you want to see from Na'Vi. I mean, even when he was playing the Hela versus even FlyQuest earlier, there were times when Vision Energy was looking really good. So for Jerky, he needs to kind of step it up, play really at a high level, and he's doing so far. Does get the idol, trust me, on the opposite side, not even having to worry about it, forcing out the Cocoon out of Saipe, which could be impactful later on, but Saipe finds the pickoff on the Naga?
Jerky right back, though, onto Nevix. The trades are real here. A Duelist and a Vanguard in the front line. Crook dealing a ton of damage as well as that healing, but is going to be a dangerous spot. Great freeze there. The Jeff comes through with an itch Jeff, and Dustfall instantly on the side of Dredro. Sparker going to trade with Jerky, and that's just the nature of this map right now. Back and forth is Fi, and Sparker get another trust me onto Fi, but there goes that res from Saipe.
Yes, I'm going to bring back the members of his squad. Na'Vi gets cleaned up afterwards, and they're back to the spawn once more. They got 53% on the board, which is only 1/3 of the ticks that stay alongside your cap rate. So Na'Vi, I mean, they could at least set up themselves for later, but at the moment, I mean, VP have done well with his defense, maybe setting up on the high ground too. It'd be scary for Na'Vi as they walk in. Very aggressive push from Sparker, forcing out the dance floor from level 1 Crook already.
Sparker owning up here with the Galactic Legend, just going to take this space and own this space currently, but that all not getting too much value. Does pull out the dance floor, which is a win at the moment, as Rajaro and Fade have ults available. Down goes the Feast that lands with that 30% reduction in healing. Nevix is going to be very low and does escape, though, at the current moment, able to go back towards that back line and stay healthy. What a retake there, as Fi now heavily engages. Ooh, we see the Devil of Hell's Kitchen looking towards that back line once more. Everybody patty caking there. Bubble gets pulled out. Cooldowns are gone, but they do clean up to take a 2-piece, make it 3. Why don't you, as Nevix and Sparker get 2 apiece?
I mean, VP, I mean, they might be swimming in the domes of Na'Vi with Dredro in Jeff, and I know that their logo is a bear, but at the moment, it does feel like Na'Vi are just kind of conceding fight after fight after fight. I mean, VP goes in aggressively. They set up as well. Nevix lives with the healing from his backline as well as his great movement and use of cooldowns. It just feels like VP's un-KOable right now, and it's because, I mean, Na'Vi need to get some sort of momentum, and they had it earlier with Jerky, but it's been silent since then.
Yeah, using that Venom cooldown in terms of the grapple is usually how they get out, unless you have that ult available with the Feast, because it'll buy you enough time to get that cooldown back again. Here comes that engagement from Trust Me, who's holding onto that piece of the Abyss as discussed. Does have the dash back towards the team already. Just getting smoked there in terms of damage. Needs to go back as Finzi now does fall from level 1 Crook with some good damage and gets that headshot.
43 seconds left to go. They found that pick, but what's going to happen? The res is available. Saipe gets dove upon, gets that soul bomb, but it's only onto him, so it doesn't actually do much. Gets deleted immediately. Now here comes Ridro on the high in that dance floor. Gets the invisible woman too. Ridro could be close to the off map, but Jerky saves it with the end song Inferno and the damage boost from the level 1 Crook, keeping everybody healthy as well as Finzi with the portal will bring people back into this fight. Saipe, however, does get this resurrect with that Karma Revival, brings them back in.
Yeah, that is a huge res. Portal does come through again from Finzi, who falls as Jerky gets 1. Rajaro as well. Saipe's res brings 5 right back into the fight. Sparker now in the sky here with the Galactic Legend. That's 1 onto Crook. Make it 3. Why don't you? As he's walking them down. Sparker just popping off here and holds before .1.
I mean, that is brutal. That was a brutal hold. Now, we've seen crazy things, Chip. I mean, in this tournament, Na'Vi is one of those teams that can pull off comebacks when everything's against the wall, right? When everything is going out of the window, right? Plans, strategies flying out. You need to make VP uncomfortable. And if they could at least, you know, get some fight wins here, right? I know that's simple and it's straightforward, but it's one step at a time. They are in a deficit now, and if they were to lose this one as well, that means they go down 3-0, and Sparker in the sky with that Galactic Legend ship just shut down everybody as well to that portal. That is absolutely terrible for the side of Na'Vi just to get shut out last second. Wow. 97%, you're about to cap out, and then that happens? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was as clean as can be right there from Sparker with some good commitment from the team. And that just buys them enough to shut them down just millimeters away from capping that first point. Na'Vi are playing on their heels, and they've got to wake up right now. There is some serious money and title on the line and getting etched into the history books. Time to lock in, everybody, as now VP are looking unstoppable.
They really are. I mean, especially if their vanguards are looking this good. Both Finzi and Nevix, veterans of the game. Everybody's talking about how old they are, Shib, and how they should go to the retirement home. But at the moment, they're looking to sit on a throne, an Iron Throne, and reclaim Na'Vi's golden crown.
That would be a great way to come into your first land here from VP as they're starting up now. Nevix is going to be on that Strange, likely going to do the same strategy. The protection comes through, the portal play will follow up onto that high side near the health pack. Ooh, looking for a Crook here potentially.
And they could get on looking some good sneaky, right? Trying to use the Luna Snow passive to get that speed boost and run away, maybe dive away from this portal, and he does so well. So he evades certain demise there initially, and also Jerky back on the back line, takes out 5. That's going to be a big target. They need to track down 5, make sure he's uncomfortable on Daredevil.
Now, a lot of value in the distraction that you can have as Rajaro gets 2 now and still is walking down that back line. Make it 3, why don't you there from Rajaro, who is looking clean. Now towards Saipe, who's going to drop back as a unit as Finzi falls here, and very good work here by Na'Vi, looking a lot stronger on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good fight win too. Not only that, Shib, long term, right, cooldowns. Usually there's really strong abilities in this game. Regen Domain, Soul Bond, passive from the Adam Warlock to stay alive with that cocoon. And with that removed in the previous fight, because Saipe just used it, that could be big, because Saipe usually would set that up with that resurrection, can resurrect, then go down and then res his team while in that sort of ghost form. At the current moment, he's not going to have that passive. That's going to be something to note later.
Sometimes what happens here is when you get that defense, you hold them on .1, you become a little bit complacent. Nevix in a dangerous spot is going to be able to escape there. Good utilization again of those cooldowns as you had discussed prior. But as I was saying before, when you get a little complacent, when you think you just have to get this first point, and you maybe overcommit ultimates, and it kind of makes you slack a little bit. As Jerky going to find 1 onto Nevix, but Sparker back onto Naga to trade as the numbers are evened out once more in this fight. On the high side again, Sparker looking for more, and this could be a huge ult as it does take down Fate, with the portal's going to likely need to come back as out goes the dance floor to match it right back, but maybe just a little bit too late. And Song Inferno potentially with damage boost coming in here in a moment, and the Itch Jeff is under. This is the counter play as it's down in that garage.
Yeah, I mean, they melt him in the sky. Jerky trying to find him now. Either missing a member of their squad. They have to get him back from the spawn with that portal, like you said, but also they're walking back on him. Crook off the map by Dridro. He got the eat in the back line. Finzi falls to 1 HP. Eventually falls to Trust Me, though, with the portal coming back in. Here comes Na'Vi, but they're missing the most of their team. Saipe reses back Finzi. Finds Naga as well, as everybody's here touching the point, but they don't have the portal now because they used it earlier from Naga. Rajaro has to stall things out. They're switching to Spider-Man of all things because it's desperation hour for Na'Vi. VP get a tick ship. Could they get potentially more? Jerky gets away from the fight for now, but Na'Vi, they're so far away from the point. That's 2 ticks given. We're right at the very end. All they need is 97.33%, and they're here to touch.
Touch comes through, but it's now going to be in a dangerous spot as the numbers are dwindling. And again, Trust Me gets in there. Jerky falls there on that Spider-Man. Rajaro goes down too. Slowly they are going down as Naga falls, and that could be it here as Sparker's dancing in that garage towards the back line. Still going to be able to stall for a moment. Na'Vi somehow still has bodies on. Nevix onto Fade. Level 1 Crook goes down, and that will do it for 3 consecutive maps.
Na'Vi, the former champs in mid-season, today versus Virtus Pro, could be shut out 4-0. VP on the stage, obviously looking all happy, comfortable, right? They weren't really pushed to the limit on that map, and they are now 3-0. Dejected is Rajaro on the opposite side. Na'Vi, dude, this is going to be tough to come back now, and you can see slowly removing his headset. We talked to Trust Me in the hallway back there, dude. Like, he was saying, man, this team is so hard to solve in VP, and you're seeing exactly why. 3-0 right now. If they just close on this last one, they're the champions of the grand finals.
Yeah, if you look at VP's camps, they're just so calm, cool, and collected. No over emotion, just staying locked in on what they need to get done, and they are looking like they're going to get it done. Na'Vi needs to shake something up here. They need to change up what they're doing completely, because at the current moment, they are just getting walked down on all these maps.
Huge win there from VP, and now taking a look at Na'Vi. If you're a fan of this squad and you want them to reverse sweep Shib, you're going to have to get loud. You're going to have to get a little bit nasty with it, because that's what I say is, you know, competition does get aggressive, right? Yep. You gotta show some energy, right? And Na'Vi have shown none. They need some help from the crowd if they want to come back. VP, however, on the opposite side are sitting comfortable, right? They need to feel some sort of pressure. And that map, next map, that is going to be huge for them, Shib, Na'Vi, that is.
Yeah, and the other crazy thing is that they're going to have to bounce back on a domination where they have never dropped a single dom from the side of VP. So Na'Vi's got to really shake things up. You got to come in with a surprise and try to throw this team for a loop, because at the current moment, undefeated in domination. Let's see if they are able to do what we always say from Na'Vi, and that is figure things out.
Yeah, Na'Vi, we started off with Jerky finding some momentum, finding some pickoffs on the attacking side, but getting first held on Hall of the Jolly also doesn't necessarily happen like all that often, Shib. This feels like a map that eventually get overwhelmed. The spawns are so far away, but the portal timings were just not there for the side of Na'Vi. I mean, Naga using it earlier. Maybe, you know, a little bit of that pressure. Jerky, the new member of this team, sort of feeling it. Same thing with the rest of Na'Vi. I mean, they saw it mid-season in Guangzhou, China, you know, that they had a bit of that sort of momentum. They were able to get wins versus teams that maybe weren't as strong. But now every team is on a high level. Shit, we saw Chopper Mag out early in that top 6, and then today, I mean, VP looked to be that #1 team to beat, because nobody's really made them sweat except Na'Vi, and now Na'Vi are struggling hard.
Yeah, these early Psylocke bans are clearly working out. I mean, in the past, we look over at Jerky, who's been MVP a multitude of times there on that Psylocke, but getting rid of that has forced out some different picks, just made it a little more tricky for them to find a solution.
Hey, that's a great point. Behind the scenes, we're talking to Crimzo and also Observing Team, both of them pointing out how Psylocke has been a problem for the for FlyQuest, and now today, them removing that as well. So, I mean, Psylocke is still a problem, like you said, or it still was a problem, and you can see what happens when you ban it like you called out.
You know, just looking at some of these stat lines here, I mean, that is a ton of healing on both sides, but look at those KD ratios. Sparker with a 7.3 with 12 finals, leading the entirety of the map. Jerky with 7, but just not going to be able to match the power that is Sparker, who is starting to answer that debate of who is the best duelist.
Yeah, it might be him. I mean, everybody's talking about it. He didn't have a chance to prove it because of the midseason, but you can always say VP, you know, if they had that third slot, they could have been there. We saw Envy, what they did with the third slot, right? Grand finals in that appearance at midseason. Now out of the tournament early, we saw North America sort of disappointing us, but they still 2 teams in North America making top 4, 2 teams at the top side. Let's take a look at the, I believe Cozy's actually ready to go with us on the other side.
What's up, Dogman? What's up, Shib? Hey, VP looking all that dumb, and I'm live here in Atlanta with an awesome crowd over here. We got cosplayers, voice actors, players. We are here in Atlanta, and I want to find out about Rivals Reach, my friend. And I've got Ruben here, correct? Ruben, where are you from?
I'm from Delaware.
Delaware. Now, why come all the way to Atlanta to DreamHack for this moment?
I'm a big fighting game guy. And my homie over here, he's the #1 Hawkeye in the world. So, you know, he told me to come down and participate and have some fun.
Love to hear it. Hey, VP versus Na'Vi. VP up 3, so this could be a layup, but who's going to get it?
I'm going to go with Na'Vi here.
The reverse sweep, people! Love to see it. He would continue to find where people are raining from. Not, let's go with you. Okay, I've been seeing you all week. You have different sides, different hits. First of all, what's your name, sir?
My name is Julian or Slamtaro.
Julian or Slamtaro. Now, today's the perfect Marvel Rivals meta tier list. The other day, I saw the best voice lines in the game. Love what you brought here. Now, are you from Atlanta?
No, I'm actually from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, all the way from LV, the desert over there a little bit. Now, tell me, why come all the way here to Ignite in the Grand Finals?
To watch some God gamers and some goated aimers.
God gamers and goated aimers. That's exactly what I'm going to hear, man. I'm glad you're here, and I'd love the side, love the show. Let's continue this thing on and see who else we can find in this crowd here. I'm going to go with this guy right here, my friend. What's your name? Where are you from?
Brian Puspos. I'm from Houston, Texas, but I came from LA.
Okay, from LA, California. Why come here? Over to DreamHack. Why are you here?
For the vibes, man. This is this game is shit, bro. So
No, man. Speak it like it is, man. Do you have a main? Hit me with your main. Who you play?
I'm a strange main.
Yeah, I have Agamotto, my friend. Well, I appreciate you coming down. And listen, we've got an awesome crowd here from all over. They've been keeping it up all day long here. We see it in the front and all around, and that's what we want to see again in the very first LAN in America. My friends, it's the Grand Finals. It's 3-0 VP Na'Vi. Who will win? We will find out here shortly.
Thank you, Cozy. Thank you, Crown, for your amazing participation. And that was kind of hilarious. You know, we come in, Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, get some crowd, get some cheers going on here at DreamHack. I don't. Why would you come with Delaware, man? You could have lied. You could have said Atlanta. yeah, I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm from Delaware, by the way. But that's hilarious. We also have a sub coming in just a second. As, by the way, in that crowd, we saw some of the Citadel players in that front right. I believe we have a ton of players watching these games. We do have a sub on the backside angles. We take a look at Saipe earlier on. Obviously, still back in the game. Yet again, we'll have to take a look at what that is, because that's going to change a lot of things, Shib. And you know, it is a lot of fun, though, to see all these players in the crowd, as well as the Citadel guys. I just wanted to real quick take a moment to say something about Citadel, because they're here, and so are a lot of our fantastic players who are around and also stream on their own channels and are also participating in DreamHack to a very fun level, right? Kind of come checking around all the stuff, even if they're out early. And I know that Citadel, I think, is getting a lot of flack for talking a lot of trash on social media and stuff, and maybe on the main stage. But honestly, that's a part of the game, right, Shib? It's
gotta have a villain.
Gotta have a villain, and it's fun. And it's not necessarily that they're the villain of this game necessarily, but you know, it takes guts to kind of come out here and talk and, you know, be yourself on a main stage with the camera pointing at you. And as young as all these guys are, shout out to the Citadel guys, honestly. I have huge respect for them, but they are not competing for this trophy. Talking about trash talk, Ship, that's these two players, these two teams on the stage right now.
Yeah, it's all about having a little mixture of positivity, and, you know, you got to have the, you know, shout out to sportsmanship as well, as they are in the audience. And here is our change as Naga goes out and Crisis comes in. We talked about needing to shake things up, and this could be just that. The Na'Vi with that change as we head over to Domination.
That's the halftime desk report we had from both Moxie, Ryan, and Tetra, all three of them. They mentioned Crisis being the hit scan specialist, and as you called out, so lovely call-outs. The timing could not be better. He's being subbed in into the map 4. That's scary. I don't think we've seen this much out of this team. To make a sub like this shows me a little bit of panic, all right? I mean, it's nice to see a hit scan guy come in, but now I'm sure on the opposite side, you're like, okay, we can go for specific bans.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one way to take it, but my personal take is they needed something. Going down like this, especially after being first held, like everything in terms of the mental right now is likely at its lowest. Your back is against the wall. You need to find a solution or change something up that's going to hopefully just shake up your opposition, and I think this could be that, but we'll find out shortly.
Yep, and Na'Vi, we talked about them, right? This roster is starting to build their legacy of their own, and then if they were to lose this, that could rip that legacy out of their hands, right? We were talking about how good Na'Vi was at the international level. Sometimes in esports, we could talk about Crisis here coming in for Team Na'Vi. He has been here regardless. Let's go listen to that discussion earlier about Crisis on Team Na'Vi on that desk.
Oh, sorry.
Get Crisis in.
Okay, Crisis is coming in.
Just get him in. Yeah, get him in. Get him in.
For who though? I don't mind. I don't mind.
Who wants to go out?
I think
it's up to you
we
guys.
should get Crisis in for Naga.
It's up to our DPS. I want you guys to make the decision.
No, you can go for it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of course.
So fine for it.
Guys,
fine. I love you, bro. Guys, let's go backstage. Let's go backstage.
Reverse me.
What?
That was awesome to see, and that is a sign of a team that has just built a friendship, a team that has a title already and is willing to fall on the sword there. Naga, what an absolute champion.
Yeah, I mean, the stories that are being told at this event are unmatched, and you could see, you know, just in those comms, right? They just believe in each other. Like, let's give this guy, you know, his shot on the main stage. Let's see what he can give us, right? Can he give us some juice? Naga being, you know, falling on the sword almost, right? Kind of it's honorable, right?
Yeah.
To kind of sub yourself out, be like, oh, you want to go jerky? I'll go, you know, because they know VP's a really good team. Give everybody the shot that they deserve on this main stage because everybody puts in work, even substitutes like Crisis. He's been here the entire time, right? Just kind of helping the team out behind the scenes as well as being subbed in, I'm sure, sometimes. So it's huge shout out to the squad, and putting aside your ego to play as a cohesive unit is what matters most in Marvel Rivals, because you know, Ship, there's so many egotistical people in ranked. That's also the same thing at this professional level, but both of these squads, both VP and Na'Vi, have shown nothing but respect this whole tournament, and you can see in their play that that respect is definitely perpetuated throughout their entire roster.
Yeah, continuing that conversation about Na'Vi, they've always been the team that when they had a bad mat, they owned it. There was no other excuses besides, hey, we did not play great right there. We need to bounce back again. And that is exactly what they're saying as they're falling on the sword, like you said, and saying, hey, let's switch this up together as we start up potentially our final matchup here with Virtus Pro and Na'Vi. Backs against the wall. Can they get the first W in terms of domination against the pros?
And this could be the last draft we see out of Na'Vi, at least for a little while, as this is the grand finals, the very last tournament of the year for us, at least at the highest level of this game in S tier. We have both Mantises removed, VP going for that ban, but it's the last draft phase. Yep, make some noise for these two up on the stage as both coaches deciding and helping out their squads behind the scene.
Goodbye to that Psylocke again. Obviously very targeted there to Jerky, who's looked so strong on that hero. I have no doubt we might see that match right back from the side of Na'Vi, but at the current moment, there is going to be a new player in, and that could change things up.
And they still have to respect Jerky, right? That's the number one thing VP's focused on. The big thing, the big question mark is Crisis, right? How can Crisis play coming into it? Because he's probably not going to get target banned. VP, they have no reason to fully change up their strategy just yet. Maybe if they lose a map, but, you know, that spark, that potential map win could set up Na'Vi for a reverse sweep and change up the bans.
Yeah, and if the teams have done their homework, you can't really study someone who you haven't had eyes on completely. Granted, you may see something in scrims, but at least not in this tournament, which I'm sure they've had eyes on every single matchup to try to find a way around or find a way through the side of Na'Vi.
And they go for the Star-Lord ban on the opposite side to slow down VP if they have that, as well as they got the Psylocke ban coming out as well. And right now, the Jeff is still making it through. We've seen how good Dredro is. He gets that mismatch. Meanwhile, for Na'Vi, they're fine with it. Invisible Woman protect, meanwhile, coming out from VP's angle, keeping on to that hero. We'll see what Na'Vi want to ban against it. It's that last ban that they have, and the last protect that VP does in a moment, as they still have a few seconds to decide that ban.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure what we need to see here from Na'Vi because both of these teams have such a deep hero ocean that, oh, okay, getting rid of that rocket. I think that's another good idea. That's something we've seen throughout this tournament that's worked. You get rid of the damage boost options there, besides something like Terror Cloak from Cloak and Dagger, and then that reduces the amount of ultimates the enemies will have because that damage boost does give them some serious juice in terms of getting that ult charge quickly.
Yeah, Rocket is really good, but not against what VP have been doing, right? They go with that Venom cap, they constantly surround, and they're going to find your BRB, no matter how good you are with that Rocket Raccoon. So already VP setting themselves up for success, noticing that's the matchup they're going to get. They actually ban out the Hela. There it is, that target ban for Crisis. He smiles, he said, what are you doing, guys? I one-tricked that hero in ranked.
As there is going to be the switch up now. Likely we'll see another. There's some hit scan on the table here. We'll see what Crisis ends up running in this moment, but it's funny to see that reaction there. So they did do their homework and they knew where that was going to go.
And that trophy is one map away for VP to claim it, Shib. Na'Vi, if they want to start this reverse sweep, it's going to be a huge mountain to climb. Subbing in Crisis, getting his character banned. And now they have 3 maps to crawl back from just to tie it up. And Shib, they need to ignite the battle right now, at least on their end, for Na'Vi to reverse sweep. Make some noise if you want Na'Vi to win. And on the opposite side, if you're a Virtus Pro fan, looking to close it out here on this 4th map.
Heading into Burnin' T'Challa. Sub is in. Is that enough? Fan phase shook up a little bit, but not as much as maybe you'd like to see, but they know the strengths of Virtus Pro, and they just cannot ban all of their strengths. There's just a little bit too much at the current moment, and we will begin shortly.
And I love this map to end it on too. I mean, it's just such a good map for, you know, showing so many diverse angles. The Hella would have done well if they had it, but now we started out. Bucky, by the way, not touched. It was played a little bit more earlier on, but looks like Na'Vi really kind of ignoring it for now. Meanwhile, for Virtus Pro's side, with the Mantis Bands at least trying to play away from it, setting up for that full dive again. Need to see a little bit more of Rajaro on this map.
And the fight begins. Jerky there is going to also be playing on that hit scan on the right side, as we can look over in Crisis on the Star-Lord, which also has that hit scan. Finzi early on to a level 1 Crook, and again, Finzi's looking very strong on this cap, so aggro. Sparker gonna find one. Finzi again, Fi onto Rajaro. Everybody going down here, and VP cannot be stopped.
Jerky switching over to the Bucky now. It makes sense. They want to try to play that counter. No, he goes back over to the Phoenix, and yeah, okay, Christ is going to play the Bucky, and Jerky's going over the Star-Lord. They're looking for answers right now, and they have to quick. I mean, if you give up a round and figure out the answer, that's fine, but Ultimate's already built for VP, and how do you even deal with this team when Fi is playing at that level, and so is the rest of the squad on Daredevil in these dives to set him up?
Yeah, those early switches are either a testament to a team that knows a solution or a team that says we need to find something and something quick. We can't give them any more percentage on point. 25% and climbing here for VP, and they're just maintaining pressure, just standing on it with no care in the world. Trust me, on that Venom, already popping that E. Crisis gonna find a pick there on a Finzi to try to shut down that cap, but Fi is already on the backline. Good movement there to stay up in the sky from the side of Fate. Level 1 Crook now with a pick, trying to get this point taken over, but it's already at 42% and climbing, and they're still gonna maintain presence here in terms of VP on point.
And this is so hard for Crisis to come in cold, but no, he is not. I mean, Grindr will get shut down. That's 2 in the fight for Crisis, and on the point, they're here. He gets the reset in the side bay, and Song Inferno comes in, but he comes back down to shut down Finzi, taking a 4K, and the rest of the team is on this point to clean everything up. Na'Vi, maybe that's that spark they needed.
Crisis says, put me in, coach. Let me show you what I'm made of. As 4 go down there, and the whole team needs to reset. Na'Vi holding on to ultimate advantage here too, but 65% from VP. Not quite that 70 number that you're typically looking for a one-fight situation. So we will see if that was enough for them to take this first point.
Let's see if Fi really is that guy on Hella. He has been so far. He's been able to match, but right now they get engaged on by Na'Vi.
Fi goes low there. Sparker takes the height, burns those cooldowns, and is going to find a little bit of damage, but nobody falls just yet as Rajaro now walks backwards, keeping the team up in that fight with that Freedom Charge, and all still available and up here for Na'Vi, who are just going to stall and play slow. One goes down there from Fi, taking out Crisis, turning that right back in their favor. There goes that Feast of the Abyss, too, from Nevix, but that one does not seem to land in terms of enough damage for a pick. Out goes the Galactic Legend. Rajaro going to clean that up on a Fi, and numbers back towards them on this fight. Everybody stacking together to confuse the Star-Lord ultimate, but trust me, going to be taking out Dreidro. Finzi finds one. Nevix now on a trust me, and they're heading right back to that point.
You got to see you later. Did you want to use it here? You pop it towards that point, but the target focus is going to happen to it. They're alive for a little bit longer. Stalling it out, though, is Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's their goal here. They just want to maintain presence on the point. They can't get through there in time as Rajaro does commit that portal still as it was already started. Cooldown begins as soon as you press that F button. Out goes the whale from downtown, lands on no one at the moment. Fi on the high side. Crisis goes down. Jerky takes out Finzi. Alt available here for Fi, who likely going to wait until it is necessary as the point is in their favor.
Yeah, and they just lost Crisis, who had Crack and Impact. They don't have any other ults ready. I mean, you're coming close to that ultimate out of Trust Me, but Fi staying alive has been huge so far. You don't have to hit all the shots. You just have to play the character to a good enough level. Dives come in from Trust Me on the backside. Crack and Impact will make its way back, but the Strategist ults are coming up soon for VP.
Looking at that cam, calm, cool, and collected. Just another day at work here for the side of VP. They're looking so strong. Out goes the dance floor here. Made of both worlds matched. One goes down on the side of Fi, as that was an early hit. Crisis now on a Finzi. Can they turn this again? That's a two-piece. Do I see a reset? I do! Crisis, back-to-back, is frying here with a Crack and Impact.
Ooh, this could build something for Na'Vi. A house not made of dirt. This is an MC. Meanwhile, they're saying in the main angle, Na'Vi haven't had to use much besides that dance floor. However, that does set up VP with double Strategist ultimate. Same thing with that cap. Nevix actually switches to the Angela. They want to set up for maybe even a one-fight territory situation, but Na'Vi 20% away from capping this out. Not VP as well. Last fight territory for both teams, round number 1.
Alt advantage for Na'Vi, the best they have looked yet. Out goes that Feast of the Abyss from Trust Me. Does not land on a 5, which was the intended target with that damage boost. Instead, they are going to still find one from level 1. Crook to the backside, taking out Finzi. Will this be enough as it's 90 and counting? 93 up as Jerky looking now. Out goes that Goddess of Death. Sparker in a dangerous spot, trying to get followed on, and it does take out Sparker. Fi going to find Crisis on point, though, and OT has begun.
He reads it. He reads it. He's going to find the Hella out after, but they both have the idol. Neither are really eliminatable in the situation. Fi goes to touch, and he goes down.
That's our early pick again. That's necessary as Rajaro takes out Finzi, and OT goes down. And Na'Vi are looking the best they have looked yet.
Summoning Crisis. Naga sacrificing himself. You can see a little bit of love shown by our audience. And I mean, Na'Vi, if they can start to bring this back, it seems to be both these teams are really good on basically every map. So there's not necessarily a huge advantage that VP have over Na'Vi, and it's the same thing. The advantage is Crisis is now in, and you have a backline as good as Fate and level 1 Crook have been too. Sparker on the opposite side, looking a little bit worried. I mean, honestly, for Fi there, he didn't show up. It was a tough map for him. He just missed a few shots, but that's what happens when you're so practiced on Hella. When you're playing on a low DPI, low sensitivity, like Crisis I'm sure is, you can pop off on that character an absolute diff, an insane player in Fi on that hero.
Yeah, and you see here Crisis 7 finals coming in. I want the ball coach, and looking so strong here. 15-3, Jerky 17-1, and in an entirety of VP looking like how Na'Vi's looked these last few games.
What would that saying be for esports players? I want the ball coach. I want to plug in my keyboard coach. I don't know.
I want the mouse coach.
I want the mouse. It's wireless, but give me a cord. I'll do something with it for sure.
Oh, as we start again. Map 2 here. This is typically a very strong Jeff and off-map location. Na'Vi does have that combo, that damage boost from Rocket available with the Feast of the Abyss coming up in one of these fights soon. I have Agamotto available for Rajaro, who does not want to switch until that is committed. But there's a lot of answers here for VP.
Right now, I mean, they're constantly surrounding Freedom Charge committed by VP, saying gold. Na'Vi, though, in the main side, lose Crisis. That's a huge pick by Sparker. Also had the Whale to follow with up on the back angle. Fi also finds Rajaro as Crisis is brought back by the BRB. Crisis finds Sparker.
Numbers are even right now. Rajaro still has that eye committed, level 1 Crook. Gonna start with the dance floor. Nobody has point yet. Crisis looking for a pull on the back line. Fi almost gets grabbed there, but good understanding of pull distance. Commitment comes through from Crisis. Well, this one land? It does! Do I see 2 Crisis? Yes, I do! Built different here with his Kraken impact. An absolute monster on the Bucky is gonna retake the point again. Well played, Na'Vi.
Momentum is being built by Na'Vi. You might be a little sweaty as VP, but right now you still have a 3-map advantage. You have a cushion, and you talked about complacency. That could be eating at you if you're VP, but we've seen even a map get taken and reverse sweep not stop. The fire, the ignition put out. Can Na'Vi actually start that fire up, get it growing into a roaring blaze?
Again is all they're hearing right now in their nightmares. Fi on the high side here, looking downward. Now it's all about stalling here for Na'Vi, which they do incredibly well. Huge commitment there by Nevix with the retribution on the backline, and it is gonna find 1, make it 2 as Fate goes down there. Good start on the fight there for VP. The rest goes through, good freeze, but immediately awoken in that moment. Very low from the Galactic Legend up in the sky. Fi finds Trust Me. I have Agamotto committed, but that one does not seem to work out too well as Sparker takes Crisis and Crook goes down.
What a cancel by Fi. He hit him with the stone on Hella. A huge place by him. So shuts down the Eye of Agamotto. It might have not happened anyway because, I mean, you're down 2 players on your team. The res came out. Nice kind of hero plays by Crook, but regardless, VP set themselves up. They shut down Jerky with that Galactic Legend. Jerky's been really good on the Star-Lord so far. That adjustment to him playing it has enabled them, and also forcing the Hella ban towards the end could set them up long term, but we'll see what happens as Na'Vi only got 46% on the board.
And Rajaro able to get over on that cap is definitely going to work out. Kind of locked in there to Strange in a comp that wasn't favorable for Strange, so that will enable them to play a little more aggro onto that strat line in the back line. Side pay with some good positioning. It's Fi finds one early on a Rajaro. Bang, coming in here with a feast. Does land on 1 onto Dredro. Gets some really strong pocket. Not a huge play there, but a good idea as Crisis tries to find 1. Does find another, and is really showing up here as the sub. Can we see another pick? No, we don't right now. Up in the sky we go. Freedom Charge out. Crisis keeping the damage out. Does have that impact once more. Will we hear again as Sparker is going to find Trust Me early on?
Yeah, I mean, Sparker's the only one getting eliminations again, but here comes that Kraken impact. Finds 1. The BRB also brings back his teammate. Can he find any more afterwards? Comes back to fall away from the damage that's coming from Na'Vi in a moment with the Goddess of Death. Eventually pokes him out of that as well, but you're missing 1 on the side of VP. Sparker has to switch to the Doctor Strange to come back with the portal. Fate has to see you later, though, as everybody from VP is here on the point.
Looking so strong here. Crisis still maintaining the space, and the point is almost transitioned over to Na'Vi. It is now 70% there for VP. And the commit portal comes through from Sparker here, which may be a huge win from Na'Vi towards the end of this map, as they will not be able to touch.
Yeah, and they don't have any ultimates. Last time, Nevix did connect with a huge Heaven's Retribution where you had the follow-up from the Dirge out of Sparker on that Namor. The team-up has been big with the Hela to keep that sort of kind of momentum going forward for VP.
Yeah, Crisis is looking like a secret weapon right now at this current state, looking incredibly strong. Jerky going to commit here with that Blaster Barrage, does have ult available. Match right back as Crisis gets another pick onto Dreedro, and that is becoming a common saying right now in this game. 79% here for Na'Vi, already building towards that ultimate. Jerky gonna find one, trust me, and Rajaro is able to take out Sparker, and that is gonna be another early fight there and a win on the side of Na'Vi.
I love this. Navi's at least refocused right now. No portal play either. Nevix has to touch, but they're about to get a map win. I mean, it's going to be really hard for VP to set up, especially without Nevix. He had the ult ready to go. I mean, you're going to get a touch now on Finzy's side, but Navi's here in overtime cleaning them up.
This could be the first win here and the takedown of VP on Dom, and maybe that shifts momentum, and it is driven on the back of Crisis. It is done. What a play.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, where is VP gonna take Na'Vi after this map? We, though, are gonna go to the desk in just a bit, but what a map that was and a huge win for Na'Vi.
Wow, I gotta say it again, Crisis, way to ask for the mouse there and come in and looking clean. Level 1 Crook with some good plays as well. The whole team looked solid. As we see just the happiness on cam. And you see a little change in expression from the side of VP. Yeah, that is what you were looking for. So calm, composed. Now maybe you have entered into the brain a little bit, starting to affect the way they play.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to think about some stuff. VP probably not expecting to lose that map, but nobody did. Tough one out of them. And a big one, like you said, at a Crisis coming in as the sub. Has been a long time sub with this squad, but Jerky, the new player, taking a picture with him. And, you know, obviously we got to shout out Naga, who he is the face of this team, one of the faces of the squad, was the flexible player to play Phoenix in that mid-season. I mean, he's behind the scenes watching his team, because at this point you can only hope and pray as a substitute. And especially if you're a Na'Vi fan, that's what you're doing. Na'Vi, could they have started this reverse sweep?
Yeah, shout out to Naga. You know, being willing to jump out there and give the spot over to Crisis and saying, I love you, bro. Let me just jump out for you and see what happens. But more of that analysis will be broken down here by the analyst desk.
What do you do in a crisis, guys? What an incredible turnaround. Naga stepping out, realizing that what the team need right now is a crisis manager.
I mean, Na'Vi have talked about it as well behind the scenes. They said Crisis, despite not getting the playtime, he still shows up to scrims, he still puts the work in, he's still there with the team every single step of the way, and we're getting to see where that hard work has left him. Yeah. He's able to come on first, swaps on through, gets his staple hero banned out, by the way. Hela was removed from play. Yeah. He gets the Bucky, the sort of commiseration prize, and I feel like for Na'Vi, that just unlocked this sort of immediate damage boost.
Right, I mean, looking back at it, really, it's going all the way to MRC Stage 3. We've got Crisis playing on a team called Phased. Along Layerless, there was a really nice duelist line. And then 2 months later, you get picked up by Na'Vi, you get subbed in the grand final of the grand finals, and you just start shitting on Virtus.pro. That is the kind of performance. Who is able to do that? It's like an anime opening. The story couldn't be better set for him, but the problem here now for Na'Vi is that Virtus.pro, they have the choice of all of the maps if this best of 7 starts to go the distance. So they do get to pick and choose where they want this to go, and they know whether Crisis is going to be in or out of the server, and they can plan the draft around that now.
Well, not all the maps, right? And that's a problem when you're playing a best of 7, because the later on you go, the less map plays there actually is. You are going to slowly start running out of maps. And I think for Virtus.pro, it's a big sigh of relief that Holo Dejalia is done and behind them.
Yeah, they avoided the trauma and they actually came out ahead in that, because the fact is, Na'Vi, they are still in this, but Virtus.pro only have to win one more time, whereas Na'Vi, they still have to repeat that effort 3 more times in order to take us to the full best of 7. Here's the reaction to Na'Vi taking that, and it's not as exciting as you might have thought, getting yourself back into a series. They are so focused right now.
They have to pace themselves. That's the major thing. And I think, like, throughout the tournament, it was weird because we heard teams talking about, like, Envy having 7 players. People talk about Citadel going, I hope that they don't sub Pokey in, because it's such a curveball. How do you prepare when you've got these kind of adjustments being made? So Virtus Pro, they need to sort of adjust to a Na'Vi that, frankly, with these kind of, like, setup, we've seen Crisis maybe 3 times total in EMEA Stage 2, and then once here. It's just such a bizarre situation to bring in this player, but the meta suits it, and it forced Virtus Pro to play Hella Namor, which I don't think I've ever seen him play outside of like spittings here or there.
I mean, it also meant that the Rocket BRB was coming in absolutely clutch, right? Because Virtus Pro, just like every professional team at this level, they're ult tracking, they're reading when the Winter Soldier is approaching the Kraken Impact, they're applying more pressure onto him, looking to find the elimination. Twice we got to see the Horn of Proteus being called on through from Virtus Pro's end to set up an elimination onto Crisis, and twice the Rocket BRB brings him back for the Kraken Impact to bring the hammer down.
Is it worth potentially looking at Phoenix in the situation? We saw a lot of focus onto bans on stuff like you say the Hella, but the Phoenix has been picked up fairly often to help deal with that Rocket.
I don't know how I feel about the Phoenix. I think it works in certain situations, right? When players are being stacked, then you still get all of the advantage of the stuns, and on Heart of Heaven especially because of all of those different angles, in particular that really aggressive forward hold high ground, right? That we see, you know, Energy take as a staple ground for the Phoenix, but at the same time you also don't have that same level of pressure that you did previously, and the Psylocke, the Star-Lord and the Winter Soldier I think are all more feasible options that apply more pressure because they don't have ultimates that can just be burned out of the sky.
It's like secondary, tertiary reaction choices really, so it's very niche to go for it. But I do want to talk about like map choices now, because Virtus Pro have not been in a situation much where they've like had to choose a map. I feel like because they've got Convoy up and they've got Convergence again, because we have seen all of the game modes play out, Midtown seems the most likely, right? Virtus Pro like to take us there.
Yeah, I feel as well like we're going to be seeing some adaptations come through in the draft stages, because one of the reasons why we saw Virtus Pro being forced onto the Hella and the Namor, they tried the Phoenix, it didn't work out great for them, was because it wasn't just a Psylocke that was target banned out, it was the Star-Lord too. So 2 heroes that Sparker could potentially have flexed over to were taken out of play, and it went to this reliance of Phi on the Hella. How do you set up a Hella? You play something that can play an off angle and put more pressure so that the Hella has less on her.
Let's have a look at some teams versus team stats here to see what we are up to in this series so far. You mentioned the Sparkers have been, the Psylocks, it's starting to become synonymous for me here, have shown so much here, but look at this. In map 4, Na'Vi creeping ahead of Virtus Pro in essentially every single stat, except for final hits. Virtus Pro are still seemingly taking a lot of these fights.
Well, that means as well, when you're doing more damage than your opponent, but you're actually being outnumbered in terms of overall final hits, sometimes these teams, they'll bait. They'll allow their players to take more damage. We call it batterying, actually. You battery a strategist ultimate so that you know when the aggressive ultimate comes on through from the other side, you've got the strategist ultimate to be able to fall back onto. It also means that we're getting damage coming on through, but Na'Vi aren't being given the opportunity, the space to follow up on the damage. Even when they get these players low enough, Virtus Pro are still able to either position into line of sight of their strategists or go more aggressive to prevent the follow through.
I think it shows 2 things. First of all, efficacy with like the picks that Na'Vi's getting. They're getting less, but they're getting more with objectives being able to take the point and stuff. But also just a case of they didn't hear a bell. They're 4 players down. They're able to scrap out fights. There was a really like poor like portal that came out from Fire as well. You know, those kind of like long-term positions in that like final map on that second point. It's mistakes that we do not see Virtus Pro make all that often. This is the kind of situation where they might start to go, oh yeah, these guys are in our heads, they're living in our heads constantly. And that's because Na'Vi can make these adjustments. They just have no lifelines left.
Speaking about adjustments, we have to give huge props to this team because they adjusted from being full held. They decided to take Virtus Pro onto Hall of the Shell for, like you said, that trauma callback response. They had a game plan. They were trying to put into play things like the Hella composition. The ban draft did not favor them. Let's be honest, both the Ad and the Jeff and the Venom all were able to make it on through. So Virtus Virtus.pro had both aggressive but also defensive capabilities. Some of these teams, if you get full health, that gets into your head. You go into the next match, you're going to struggle. They decided to take us to domination, where, as we talk about, first fight on domination is so important. They had to immediately be able to go for the mental reset, and they pulled it off.
And Virtus.pro haven't lost on it up until now.
Yeah.
So this is where things can get a little bit spicy and a little bit crazy.
And you're talking about spicy, we are heading to one of the maps where full holds have been possible in the past. Our next map is going to be Midtown, Ryan. That's where we're heading. We have seen runs end here so often where teams can get full holds on that first point, and often that basement, the underground into the basement of the Fisk building, has been as well a tournament ender for Virtus.pro in stage 1. That is the map where they lost out on that spot to Citadel Gaming.
Whilst this isn't a best of 5, it is a map 5, and map 5 Midtown always provides an EMEA. Citadel love to give those kind of games as well, but this being a best of 7, this map is so good. I think it's the pivotal map that gives you the most exciting games, and this could not be more exciting. Na'Vi fighting back, but their lives on the line. Is it going to be VP being able to make this 4-1?
I mean, I feel like it's going to be the ban draft, right? This ban draft is going to be so important. Are we going to see, now that Sparker's hero pool is starting to really be targeted on the side of Na'Vi, a save on a duelist when we go into our first block protect, as it's going to be the Mantis removed from both of these sides, and indeed it's not going to be a duelist, it is going to be the Captain America, because it being Convoy, Captain America's stall is oh so frustrating for the attacker side to have to play against.
And every map that we've seen Virtus.pro play, all 8 of them now, they have gone for the Cap Protect first. We have seen this sort of lineup as well. Na'Vi have been protecting the Venom going into this one. Simiola shenanigans, where they actually want to make sure that LeBron gets the ball to his hands. Crisis wants that Bucky.
Well, Sparker doesn't get his Psylocke, however, and now do Virtus.pro, because of the save on this Bucky, start feeling pressured. Kraken Impact plus Strangling Prison is not something that you want to let through the ban draft, but it looks like Virtus.pro don't want to let the Venom through, as at the moment Jeff has also not seen any presence in our draft.
Jeff has not been picked up yet. The Venom could also, with the Feast of the Abyss and heal, set up for that Kraken Impact, so they'd have a huge potential dive reset set up here. There's so much risk.
Yeah, Sharknado as well, when you got
also
first point as well, is the scary one. But for Virtus.pro, it might just be a case of going after the Vanguards, because usually they're trying to, you know, go for the team up with the Jeff Venom potentially, but also make sure that Trust Me has something to leverage that IGL position from, either playing the Venom or the Captain America. He's not got a chance of either.
Na'Vi going for the save on Jeff after banning out the rocket, so Virtus.pro not going to have the BRB, not going to have the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. It's going to be off of a Lunar Ultimate instead if they want to be looking for an avenue of damage boost. How do Virtus.pro react to this? That Jeff save is going to force them into having to work out what exactly they go for. Is it going to be a Psylocke ban? It has to be the Psylocke ban into the Star-Lord save, because Sparker knows if they didn't go for a save onto one of his duelists, likely Na'Vi would use that last ban to take both of them out of play.
It definitely felt that the Star-Lord was missing in that last map, but it's a one-sided Jeff to finish off for Na'Vi. On the defense first, Virtus.pro picking the map and the side, want to try to draw the line in the sand by getting all the way to third, all the way to the Avengers building on this map. And like we just mentioned, like, this map in EMEA is always so good. We've had so many great games. It could be the final one of this event and of also the circuit.
Na'Vi got the Winter Soldier and got the Groot as well as the Adam Warlock. So too did Virtus.pro. So we're likely going to be getting to see stall comps from both of these sides when we head into those defensive halves.
Potentially even for the Loki to go for the extra clones if they want to, but of course there is the risk of getting dove onto when you do that and getting them picked up quite quickly. Let's hear the final four, starting with you, Moxie.
Virtus.pro, they were able to beat Midtown before. They did so against Citadel. This is the last match that they need to win to take it all. But Na'Vi, they're on a hot streak. They're going to be feeling themselves after that domination round.
And we're going to be heading into this next matchup. It could be the final if Virtus.pro take it, or a Na'Vi going to take us into just one more every time.
Na'Vi on the defense, either running that triple-triple or something they're more comfortable with. Crisis looking incredibly strong, coming in as a super sub and dominating on domination. Let's see if they can do it again.
Right now, VP is going to be starting on attack. Na'Vi on defense, looking to ignite their own sort of play style on this triple-triple. Or rather, it isn't even triple-triple. It is with that Bucky for defense. It's going to be an interesting mix-up for them.
Yeah, only 2 Vanguards there. They will have that res from Jerky, who's going to be on that Adam Warlock. Crisis, once again, on the Winter Soldier, looking so good as Fate now gets an early pick there for the side of Na'Vi into Nevix. There will be no Rocket for the side of VP, so they cannot come back with a quick BRB. And we will see if they can come back in this next fight early.
And that's a rare pick, too. Nevix is playing so well so far, and Finzi has been off of the one feeding, but maybe if they set up eliminations on Nevix, that'd be huge. There we go. That's the change-up that they want. Now they're going to switch over to Storm Punisher, but the Bucky does well against this ship. You can ground the players in the sky.
Yeah, that's typically the comp we see run into a triple-triple comp, but we've seen Na'Vi, they really like to hold this building in front here, and their Soul Bond goes out to big cooldown. Walls, Iron Wall, actually, is going to be locked down on the front side, and that's a ton of damage there. Sparker just not missing at all. Dropping back now with the invisible boundary. Level 1 Crook having a commitment. Rajaro gonna find a pick there on a Finzi though, and Nevix gonna drop back with Strangling Prison, but gets pulled right back. It's matched here by Saipei. Everyone pressing Q right now as the Itch Jeff goes under from Fade, and that gets burned from Dreedro and Sparker.
Yeah, you can't live from that last stand. I mean, you have Jerky going down too. Needs to not use that cocoon. Just scouting him out, right? You can see Sparker. Hello, how you doing? Goodbye. Back to the spawn. You go save that cooldown, that cocoon for later on. Na'Vi is going to be able to set Jerky too. And that's the important part, not using those cooldowns. Finzi as well, going for that scout. Won't pop the portal necessarily unless they know they have a free elimination. But he actually goes with the portal, never mind, on the backside just to distract them. Actually, no, sets it off the map. If somebody takes that portal, they're heading to the 3rd phase of the map.
Trust me, with an early Strangling Prison there. Up in the sky goes Crisis, using it to drop backwards. Could not find a ton of value. It was a little bit too risky, but it did force out Dreedro into using that dance floor, and that's enough value. Here comes the Omega Hurricane. Will there be an answer? Not right now. The Born Again gets launched early, preemptively, to bring back Trust Me from that Omega Hurricane. Finzi now in a level 1 Crook. Everybody coming back into the fight, and they all fall, but can they touch? 3 minutes, 2, they can as they get there, but the walls go out. Can they have good focus? Bond, cooldown being used too, and Sparker in a really good spot.
Yeah, Sparker's going to be huge here. I mean, last stand's coming up, so is Rajaro. Can he find the eliminations before Rajaro slam dunks? Here comes Finzi with the Freedom Charge to buy them time. Rajaro saving out of the Meteor M to counter, but level 1 Crook falls, so does Fate. He's going to have to use it in panic maybe if they want to win.
Wow, that is a huge cleanup there, and the pick on Invis after popping that boundary is so much value, and that is the power of the shoddy there from Punisher and Sparker.
And they're deciding if they want to change up. Nevix looking towards that spawn, maybe for something else. Rajaro going to stick around on that Meteor M. He's still going to have to go big in the subcoming fight, but Sparker's off of that Punisher onto the Star-Lord. Nevix and Finzi also been switching. They know that Rajaro would save that ult to counter them, so they're changing up well. Rajaro's going to have to go for a huge Meteor M regardless, and Fate, he could set him up too with a bubble onto him to make sure he can get a big eat.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams switching up comps after taking point 1 because it does lend itself to a little more brawly, uptight playstyle. Fi on the backside. Rajaro in the sky here looking for a meteor. Downtown, does it land? It does hit, but it does not get a KO. 1 eat here from Fate, who's already low in HP. Still trying to take out Luna as Fi is going to use virtually every cooldown to stay healthy at the current moment. Jerky is going to keep him zoned, but Crisis takes out Dreedro, and that should put them up a number.
I mean, he's dodging around, sort of like a ninja on the back line. Meanwhile, VP surrounded the backside. Got Sparker in the high road, the Guardians Legend. Wow. Galactic Legend around the Sparker finds level 1 Crook, also in a Crisis. They find Jerky too, and with that cooldown, Jerky decides if he wants to pop it or not. No, they just want to fall on the payload.
And this is again looking like VP that we saw in the first 3 maps here. Na'Vi trying to bounce back and take point 2. This is a very defensible spot. Can they get back there in time? Ult's available, and they are slightly up, but Dreedro will have ult sight base soon. There's a lot of answers coming. Virtually every ult going to be there for the side of VP as there is commitment now. Let the devil out here from 5. Now on the front side, going to beat Emma down, who does fall, I believe.
Oh my god, it's so close, but Jerky brings him back. Also giving him the overhead from that Resurrect. The cooldown falls out. Rajaro falls before. The res come actually is here. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. They give it up as well. The pressure is too much from Team Virtus Pro as Na'Vi are sent back to spawn.
VP said, we saw what you guys just did in the last map. It's time for us to pop off once more as they take point 2 relatively quickly. 3 minutes and 33 seconds available here on point 3. This is going to be very difficult to hold, but it can be done at the very last of point 3. The spawn is incredibly close. Let's see if VP can push all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a hard point to fully cap on, but VP, we talked about how good they are on Midtown. The Death did. Na'Vi can be as good, but the fact that VP is already in this 3rd phase with this time bank is terrifying for Na'Vi.
Now goes that invisible boundary. Match right back, the Venn diagram, if you will, there from the invisible boundaries. Now everybody staying healthy, just trying to build all charge as fast as possible. Na'Vi only has a few answers so far. Sparker likely going to hit the sky, just waiting until it's some HP back, and that's going to be tough to get away from. And down goes Jerky, looking now towards the back line. Nevik cleans up level 1 Crook. Is there more? Very low HP once more, but Rajaro gets a trade, doesn't matter, as Finzi takes out Fate in the back line.
And there's just no plays coming out of them. I mean, the aggressiveness from VP, they're setting up their dives with the invisible boundary out of Saipe. It's just so smart to set up their invisible boundary to be better than the other teams, right? Level 1 Cook forced to react. You would think he would theoretically have the better invisible boundary, but because of the positioning of it, it allows Fi to play more aggressive, like you said, out of these Daredevil players, and then he can always hide in the high grounds later on.
Yeah, Fi has been looking like one of the best Daredevils in this tournament as a whole. Up in the sky, goes that Galactic Legend, this time from the side of Jerky. Pulls out the dance floor from Dreedro. Nevix holding on to that piece, which could be damage boosted here. It is, but coming in heavy. Crisis gonna find one again with that Kraken Infect on a Sparker. And once more coming down with the reset as Rajaro takes out Dreedro. Not able to find a third reset there, but good patience and presence on the point.
Is anybody hiding? Where's Fi at right now in this fight? It looks like with the team, okay. Just making sure no potential back half happens. Yep, 100% Shib, you're right. Right now they walk in, Freedom Charge pump, Finzi, they're going towards that objective. Meteor Ram from Rajaro, could it be big this time? No, this time it zones, and he loses his backline. Oh no, that's everybody. Crisis, Fate, Crook both fall. Fi on that card, able to get so much damage on the Jerky and close it out versus Na'Vi and shut down all of the rumors of a potential reverse sweep as VP cap out with 1:30 in the clock.
VP will force overtime no matter what. Na'Vi backs are more against the wall than they ever have been. The only option is to fully push. If you want the reverse sweep here, folks, you need to get loud as Na'Vi needs to hear it, as they are now in a very dangerous position.
Huge shout out to those of you in attendance today at DreamHack Atlanta. It's been a pleasure watching over these games with you, and it's been a pleasure, I'm sure, for these players who, I mean, well, maybe it's the opposite, actually. Just kidding. I mean, the pressure is mounting. You can see level 1 Crook on stage. Could be leveling down on the opposite side for Sparker. He has reached his potential. We talk about players and how well they play on the main stage, and Sparker's got that experience, first of all, but second of all, at home and in his own region has been the player everybody talks about across the world as well. So Sparker has the respect of his opponents, I'm sure. Meanwhile, for Na'Vi, what can they do on their attack?
Yeah, the stat lines here, you can see only a few, actually nobody is positive on the side of Na'Vi, but that is a very tough look because it's a tack-sided map, assuming you can get through this first hold here, but Portal coming through will guarantee 3 fights for the most part. The triple Vanguard is up here, but this time for VP, which was not chose by the side of Na'Vi.
And I was going to say, this is a map, by the way, VP is good, and as are Na'Vi. But, I mean, VP's looked better this tournament regardless. However, I believe, if I remember right, Na'Vi actually, when they were at Rad Esports, beat VP on this map to qualify for mid-season and keep VP in Europe, so that's an interesting thing to point out.
Fights begin now. VP going to hide in the exact same location. Maybe take that into ladder with your team as a very defensible spot. Your team can patty cake in the back line and still look forwards as a unit. Crisis going to drive the front line backwards towards those strategists and try to burn this shield the front side from the side of Fi, who's going to be on that Doctor Strange.
They're figuring it out right around this backside. Crisis just damage into those walls. Meanwhile, Jerky kind of pummeling into Fi. Does he go down? Yes, he does. Surrounded. Fi. We've seen these comps work before in dealing with Virtus Pro, but they have Fi going down first, which means they'll be able to set up an early portal play, so that could have been tactical out of them long term.
Yeah, Rajaro cleaning up there with Trust Me, who's going to be on the Thor. I'm sure the Thor mains are getting stoked now. He's getting some play and looking clean at the current moment. Bouncing back from that negative KD to look for some more picks here as we start our second fight of this first point.
Fi walks out now, everybody towards that objective. Trust Me falls low, but Jerky's still getting all the damage on the car. Nevix, meanwhile, pressuring out that Jeff Ultimate. In the sky he goes.
2 got a Thunders out there now as the Itch Jeff goes through. Does that one find success? It has Invis trying to get off map here. Fate is able to find one. Is going to try to make that 1v1 work, but Crisis with a 3-piece. Crisis with a damage boost is going to continue to pop off and try to push through this point here as they are going to try to find a stagger if possible, or at least stop the portal back, which looks like it will not be selected at the current moment.
And that Jeff mismatch kind of coming through, enabling Na'Vi and Fate. VP can't contest the cart. We're heading to the second segment, and Na'Vi, they need to rebuild what they had going on earlier, but they can do it. Any team can. VP, meanwhile, have Sparker, one of the best players of this team's short lifespan. Already finds Fate in the backside. Crisis trades backside Bay, but Fate is raised by level 1 Crook, who's on Rocket Raccoon now.
Fate with a pick on Fi there. This team comp is so brawly, which does work well, specifically on this point. Nevix trying to match it right back as level 1 Crook. He's going to be able to take out Finzi, who's just trying to stall that point.
I think they're going to swap out the Thor now, Shib. I mean, you do get stuns now, right, with the Thor as this recent patch, but out of the ultimate,
yeah,
see what happens.
Stun out of ultimate and ground, actually, which you can cancel out something like Sparker in the sky there with the Galactic Legend, but timing of that has to be virtually perfect. Trust me, definitely has the capability to make that happen. We'll see if that comes through. But we will see this next fight begin here. Fi on the high side are coming in from behind towards the back line. Very dangerous position here now on the side of Fade, who's able to escape. Commitment is still coming through from Fi, who's now going to take the height, and still is holding on to that ultimate. Crazy movement here by Fade, and what a good peel there by Rajaro. Finzi gets a pick there to match it right back as VP is still holding on to a ton of ultimates here.
A great fight there from VP with really not many ults, but this is every time they have Invisible Boundary, it feels like. I mean, VP pops that out of Saipe. They win the fight. They go aggressive with it. Na'Vi swaps Crook now over to the Invisible Woman. Makes sense as well to match that on Saipe's angle. It wasn't really banned for both angles. We did see a protection for the side of VP around that hero and Na'Vi. We'll see what they want to do moving forward because the Rocket Raccoon give up is going to be interesting.
And the engagement comes in. The Itch Chef goes down to match right back up in the sky with a Galactic Legend. Sparker, Fi finds one. Sparker with another. Oh, and Thor coming in with a God of Thunder is not able to find one, but Saipe gets a two-piece on the back of that ultimate. There was a lot of commitment there. Still 3 available for VP, and Na'Vi just trying to get those ults back.
Mid-season, by the way, just want to point out a strategist won our finals MVP. Saipe could enter that discussion, but Fi, and Sparker, basically this whole crew, it just seems like it's such a team-oriented effort. Dritro as well, connecting with that freeze cross map, slows down Na'Vi for now.
Fade making that switch with that damage boost here with the Terror Cloak could be very important to see if they're able to make that work. Trust me. Dancing around the point here now on Emma to try to brawl some of that brawl, and that is a good tackle there on the Sparker. Is there follow-up? No. Crisis takes out Fi. Nevix now on a Jerky. Both duelists are down. And that was a big pick there against VP, as Vi did have ultimate available. There's an escape there from Finzi, who does have to burn a lot of that shield health, but team's gonna re-fight once more as a unit.
The problem is Finzi's been so maneuverable on top of getting all the support from his team. Sparker backs on out of there. He's hiding on the high ground, comes down through the backside. Here comes that Devil within from Fi, diving towards that back line.
Letting that Devil out. Doesn't look like it's going to get too much value, as you only really take damage when you are looking at the ultimate. And when you're blind, Sparker now going to find Jerky. Rajaro going to find Nevix to trade it right back, and that is a Vanguard for a Duelist. Level 1 Crook now low. Fade able to escape there inside of that boundary. But down goes Jerky, who did have that Ensong Inferno available. Fade now with the Eternal Bond. The team walking forward. Sparker does commit that ult, and they still are able to find Crisis through that Eternal Bond. That is some really good focus and a ton of value. From almost 4 minutes to 1:30, VP have locked back in, and they do not want this to go the distance, as Rajaro, though, finds one. Trust me as well. Can they bounce back? Saipe is in a danger spot. Fi goes down. Finzi, Sparker falls as Rajaro cleans up.
Could this be what they needed? They need to switch, trust me, to the Emma Frost potentially, but that was a huge and a long fight for VP. I mean, the time was burned, and we're down to 1 minute and 5 seconds. VP on their attack, we're snowballing through this sort of phase. Na'Vi, though, Meteor M could close out as against VP, who do have that Freedom Charge ready to go, though, and counter that potential damage from Rajaro, and the one shot is removed.
Engagement begins again. Meteor M available. Finzi, though, going to find level 1 Crook early in the fight, and that is a huge pick. His ult was almost available. 45 seconds on. We're in final fight territory here, folks, for the side of VP and Na'Vi. They need to clutch up now. The rest comes through for Rajaro, but at this point, you just want to fall and reset as a team. Potentially seeing that portal come through.
Yeah, 40 seconds and 32 seconds now is not a lot of time, so you have to think about what potential portal plays. Rajaro getting staggered! This could be the stagger that ends the tournament for them. The bubble, was this too greedy? They're diving on Rajaro, pulling him back in again from Saipe into the Invisible Boundaries, doesn't even live!
Wow, that is so much commitment. VP played that absolutely flawlessly, forcing out another cooldown and ultimate. 13 seconds available here, folks, as they are still holding 9. Can they get there for the touch? It is looking like they're forced to commitment. And after missing mid-season, the Bear has awoken from hibernation. Every battle, every heartbeat, every moment has all led to here. Etching their name in history, your new Grand Finals champions, Virtus Pro!
huge win from a squad that has dominated EMEA in the past, missing midseason as you called out. In excellent fashion, Shiv. They get it done. VP can finally start their legacy and cement themselves in etching themselves in history. And I know, trust me, it looks dejected at the current moment for, you know, a really tough and well-fought match. Na'Vi, you know, they should not feel bad, Shiv. That's the thing. They made top 2. It's an incredibly tough journey. Trust me, he's been talking about this the whole tournament, how everybody's been putting in so much work behind the scenes. It's tough to really beat somebody as strong as VP, and you can see these guys are good friends checking on Trust Me, because Europe did not let us down, right? Everybody from Europe, EMEA played well. We had our 2 top teams are from EMEA, and we know how good this region is. Everybody in the international stage now does, and they are champions for good reason over an incredibly difficult region through those mid-season miss, like you said earlier.
Yeah. America, man, will not be rejoicing because the EMEA is looking so good out here in this Worlds, claiming dominance. But Virtus Pro, out of all teams, coming through and shining brightest, taking a 4-1 sweep onto Na'Vi, looking absolutely beautifully clean.
And Virtus Pro walking up to that trophy. You guys can lift it because you are our brand new champions of the Grand Finals, Virtus Pro!
They did not come here just to show up. They came here to show the world. Your grand final champions, Virtus Pro. I've got to ask right away. Saw so much emotion there at the desk. What was it like seeing that victory screen for the first time?
We put so much work into this victory. It's been like a year we played together, so it's a lot of emotions. We're all very happy. It was a long day, and we all did amazing.
Saife, I've got to ask you, y'all make it look easy out there, but I know that this cost y'all so much, this took so much. Walk me through that. What did it cost the team? How much prep went into this moment?
Well, basically, we've been practicing the entire year for this. It's been a lot of work, and I'm happy it finally paid off in the Grand Finals.
Listen, Virtus Pro, you guys are legends now, etched in history. As we look forward, what's next for you guys?
We're just going to keep winning every tournament next year, and that's what's next for us, yeah.
Sparker, I'll get to you in a second. I'm going to come over here to Nevix, and I've got to ask, what does this team, what does this family mean to you, Nevix?
A lot. I spend like every day during the year with these guys. We practice a lot. I love the guys, and they deserve this.
Fine, got to ask you, you've been through so much here. What was it like watching other teams, heck, the team across you lift the trophy back in June? Now you're here in November, and it's you up here, your team. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, we felt really left out in China. It was really sad that we didn't qualify, but we're really happy that we're here now. We're finally land proven.
We can't leave you out. What words you got to say?
I mean, nothing. I'm really proud of them. You know, they only see, I mean, the fans only see, obviously, the mechanics, the team play, but those guys are extremely professional and mature. They deserve this more than anyone. I truly believe that. And I'm finally happy. Me personally, this is my first championship, and I don't know. Like, I'm just so proud of them. It's like hard for me to even like have anything to say, honestly.
Hey, Sparker, I want you to head on over there, buddy. We've got something for you. Head on over to Tetra.
Have a very special thing for you today, as I am joined by the executive producer of Marvel Games, Danny Koo, and Guangguan, the creative director of Marvel Rivals, here to crown your finals MVP. It's Sparker! Please take your trophy behind you. How do you feel your first championship and finals MVP?
I feel amazing. I don't know if I will ever, I will chase this high for the rest of my life.
Do you have any words for anyone at home?
I don't know. Thank you so much
to thank everyone on my team, my friends, my parents, everyone. I don't know.
What's there coming up now for Virtus Pro? You bringing it back next year?
Yeah, I don't think I want to play Marvel with anyone else but these people.
And thank you very much for giving us such an incredible grand finals. Before we head over to Cozy, give it up one more time for your finals MVP, Sparker!
Hey, y'all, come on back in the middle here. I want to get all of Virtus Pro right here. Hey, Sparker, come on over. Listen, I know you said this would be the greatest moment of your life if you won it right here. And we're here. Y'all are champions soaking in Atlanta. Make some noise here for Virtus Pro. This has been the birth of rival esports, and it's just now starting. I want to give a big thank you, as always, to Guang Guang and NetEase Games, Danny Koo over there with Marvel Games, and DreamHack, all of you. Thank you for being a part of history for this team. If you want to know what's going on next after this, well, stay tuned. In about a week from now, you're going to find out a lot more, y'all. One more time before we end this thing, let's give it up for your grand final champions of 2025, Virtus Pro! Let's lift the trophy. Let's go! Alrighty, guys, thank you so much for watching. Coming here live in Atlanta. These are the kings on top. We'll find out what's next. Have a great night. Enjoy yourselves and ignite the battle.
There's a distant light where we walk so.
And Virtus Pro sweep Vernon T'Challa. A dominating start for Virtus Pro.
We'll be burning bright.
Sparker cancels out the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, and FlyQuest yet again denied.
We fly high.
Esports from the NBA, the current world champions, it's Navi! Please join me in welcoming FlyQuest!
Welcome to the afterglow.
Too late! It is by a second! Navi! They take the loser's final match and they move on to the grand finals!
Good luck. You're not gonna win.
VP, win map number 1. That could be it, folks, and the hold does not happen. That will do it.
Double kill.
3 consecutive maps. You are brand new champions of the grand finals, Virtus Pro!
the lights gripping tightly, trapped in all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, the time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny till the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across the time I see you turning the tide. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire and wonder no more. But now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and as we fight for our destiny and faith, new days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. Rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready